Chapter 2201. A genius will remember love in 1 second. We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, he would only have enough confidence if he was strong enough. Limitless Sword Sect. After doing all this, Fong Chun left the Purgatory Tower. The current outer sect was no longer a challenge for Fong Chun. Fong Chun's arrival caused a commotion. He took revenge in Zakai Town and killed Wan Jiansheng in Myriad Demon Island. This was Fong Chun's obsession. This time, he had solved all these things in one fell swoop and fulfilled his promise. After returning to the Star River Province, Fong Chun arranged for Ling Shuang to stay in the mansion and provided her with enough origin stones so that she could cultivate without any worries. When she reached the lowest standard of the Limitless Sword Sect, she would be able to become an official disciple of the Star River Province. By the way, you've been targeted by the Tianqing clan. When you went to Zakai Town, the Tianqing clan was preparing to secretly attack you. However, I've already dealt with them. I've erased all traces of you going to Myriad Demon Island to prevent them from destroying it. Ling Shuang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun's departing figure as complicated emotions surfaced in her heart. Back then, this guy was still her servant. Now, everyone in the Ling family needed his protection. Such a huge contrast made Ling Shuang somewhat unable to accept it. However, on the path of martial arts, the strong were the masters. In this world where the strong were respected, strength was the only thing that mattered. If you were strong enough, even a young martial artist could become a senior in the eyes of others. Fong Chun was the same. She glanced at the place where the star and moon were cultivating. There wasn't much movement. After a long time, Ling Shuang shook her head slightly and entered the secret chamber. She was shouldering a lot of pressure. The entire Ling family had placed all their hopes on her. Because they knew that this woman was Fong Chun's wife, their attitude was very polite. Although Fong Chun's relationship with the Ling family was enough to protect the Ling family. However, she had to be strong enough to have enough confidence. The number of people in the Star River Prefecture increased to 4. The two of them sat on a blue stone at the peak of the mountain, looking down at the earth and feeling the wonderful aura. Let's go and give it a try. Fong Chun chuckled and left the Galaxy City with his wife. While Ling Shuang was cultivating in seclusion, the Destruction Swordsman would often train at the Sword Puppet stage in the Limitless Sword Pagoda. As for Star and Moon, her Xianyin Phoenix physique had undergone a great transformation, and she had been cultivating in seclusion. Fong Chun nodded slightly, and then said, "Let's go to the Purgatory Tower to consolidate the Tier 4 Myriad Sword's body." "Sure, you don't have to worry. His master is the leader of the Wuji Sword Sect," Fong Chun said. In time, it would not be impossible for him to be ranked first in the Galaxy Prefecture. Glancing at the place where Star and Moon were cultivating, there wasn't much movement. Fong Chun nodded slightly, and then said, "Let's go to the Purgatory Tower to consolidate the Tier 4 Myriad Sword's body. There are a large number of Holy Spirit Fish and a Holy Spirit Fish King here. These are no longer useful to me. You can take them," Fong Chun said. "I'll also leave the Origin Stone for you." She was under a lot of pressure. The entire Ling family had placed all their hopes on her. The Myriad Sword's body had reached Tier 4 because it had absorbed the divine order pattern. It had not been completely consolidated and needed to be tempered. Soon, Fong Chun arrived at the Purgatory Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without stopping, he went directly to the top of the Purgatory Tower. The pressure here was very great, and ordinary people could not enter at all. Even when Kong could only go to the next level at most. Boom! The wild power of thunder constantly bombarded his body, and the Myriad Sword's body was automatically released to accept the baptism of power. This lasted for about 3 days and 3 nights. When the last bolt of thunder bombarded Fong Chun's body, the latter opened his eyes. On his body, Sword Chi and the Myriad Sword's body were integrated into one, and he had reached an extremely high level. Fong Chun realized that he could control the Myriad Sword's body as he wished, and had completely consolidated it. After doing all this, Fong Chun left the Purgatory Tower. As soon as he walked down the Purgatory Mountain, he felt a powerful fluctuation from the Star River province. Early the next morning, Fong Chun found the swordmaster. Fong Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately used the time collapse technique to quickly return to the Star River province. You don't have to pressure yourself. Try to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, Fong Chen said. Dong. Star and Moon would not allow the Star River province's ranking to drop. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. When she reached the lowest standard of the Limitless Sword sect, she would become an official disciple of the Star River province. Love, go, little, say W. Chew this startled some of the disciples in the surrounding area, and they all cautiously gathered around. Is finally going to break through, Fong Chun said to himself. Star and Moon's cultivation area was surrounded by the power of the origin for a long time. After a while, the trembling sound disappeared. Star and Moon, dressed in purple robes, walked out of the cultivation area. The swordmaster's voice was clearly filled with excitement. After seeing his wife, Fong Chun was incomparably stunned. After breaking through to the divine pattern realm, his wife's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. After seeing his wife, Fong Chun was incomparably stunned. After breaking through to the divine pattern realm, his wife's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Although she still looked cold on the outside, she gave people a very shocking feeling. Seeing his wife walking towards him, Fong Chun grinned. Fong Chun was the same. How is it? Fong Chun asked casually. It should be able to enter the Wuji sky tablet, Star and Moon said softly. Hearing that, Fong Chun was stunned for a moment. Then, he carefully looked at Star and Moon. I believe you, Star and Moon said. Soon, he realized that Star and Moon's mystic phoenix physique seemed to have mutated. The battle caused a huge commotion. At first, the two were evenly matched. However, when Star and Moon used the mystic phoenix physique's ultimate technique, she immediately suppressed this disciple. Let's go and try. Fong Chun chuckled and left the Star River Prefecture with his wife. In the 10 years since Fong Chun came to the outer sect, he had broken countless records. There were many disciples in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. Fong Chun's arrival caused a commotion. Senior brother Fong Chun. After a while, the trembling sound disappeared. Many disciples greeted Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. The swordmaster said, All right, I'll take you into the inner sect today. At the same time, when they saw the beautiful woman behind Fong Chun, their eyes were filled with envy. Let's challenge him. Xingyu nodded and walked to the front of the everlasting sky steel. She challenged the last disciple of the everlasting sky steel. Excuse me. Because he knew that this woman was Fong Chen's wife, his attitude was very polite. Boom! As soon as Star and Moon attacked, Fong Chen knew that his wife was incredible. She just broke through to the divine pattern realm, and she's already entered the Wuji Sky Tablet. Thinking of this, Fong Chen grinned. The battle caused a huge commotion. At first, the two were evenly matched. However, when Star and Moon used the mystic phoenix physique's ultimate technique, she immediately suppressed this disciple. Bang! One day, our family of 3 will be able to command Dongxian Heaven and even Void Star Heaven. Fong Chen hugged Star and Moon and laughed. With a loud bang, this disciple was sent flying. He got up from the ground and cupped his fists with a solemn expression. I admit defeat. There was another uproar in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. Countless disciples stared at Star and Moon with their eyes wide open. After entering the Wuji Sky Tablet, Star and Moon naturally became an official disciple of the Star River Province. This also made Fong Chun breathe a sigh of relief. At least after he entered the inner sect, Star and Moon could take charge. Moreover, with Star and Moon's potential, it wouldn't be long before they could stand out in the outer sect. In the dark night, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Fong Chen hugged Star and Moon with his arms. The two sat on a blue stone at the peak of the mountain, looking down at the earth and enjoying the beautiful aura. Brother Chun, Star and Moon said gently. Although she usually looked cold, she was very gentle towards Fang Chun. You don't have to worry. His master is the master of the Wuji sword sect, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, Star and Moon was very surprised. However, after seeing her husband's face, she nodded and felt gratified. I will enter the inner sect in a few days. The inner sect seems to be sealed, so I might not be able to come out in a short period of time. If you have any problems, you can find the sword master, Fang Chun said. Don't worry, the Star River province won't decline in my hands, Star and Moon said. In terms of ranking, the current Star River province could already be ranked second among the 73 branches, second only to Winkong's residence. Of course, this was because the Star River province's foundation wasn't enough. In time, it wasn't impossible for the Star River province to be ranked first. The Star River province was built by her husband, and it was he who worked hard to bring it to its current height. As soon as they walked down Purgatory Mountain, they felt a powerful fluctuation from the Star River province. Star and Moon definitely wouldn't allow the Star River province's ranking to fall. You don't have to pressure yourself. Try to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, Fang Chun said. As Fang Chun spoke, he took out a spatial ring that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Star Moon. Such beautiful scenery, such beautiful scenery. This was probably what it meant. There are a large number of sacred spirit fish inside, as well as a sacred spirit fish king. These are already useless to me, so you can take them, Fang Chun said. I'll also leave the origin stone for you. Don't worry, the Star River province won't decline in my hands, Star and Moon said. Star and Moon took the spatial ring without saying anything. Sometimes, there was no need for words to understand each other's thoughts. This was what a husband and wife was like. Of course, Fang Chun also obtained many fused divine runes of order in the divine rune world, which he left for Star and Moon. With these resources, Star and Moon's cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. Ling Shuang, cultivated in seclusion, and the Destruction Swordsman often honed himself in the sword puppet platform in the Infinite Sword Pagoda. Fang Chun could also cultivate in the inner sect without any worries. One day, our family of 3 will be able to shake Eastern Profound Heaven and even Void Star Heaven. Fang Chun hugged Star and Moon and said with a smile. I believe in you, Star and Moon said. How about it? Fang Chun asked casually. A breeze blew, and the flowers and trees on the hillside rustled, bringing a hint of color to the silent night. Fang Chun raised Star and Moon's head, and his thick lips pressed against his wife's red lips. Immediately, Star and Moon's breathing became a bit rapid. There were many disciples in front of the boundless sky steel. Fang Chun's hands wandered around the latter's body. Such beautiful scenery, such beautiful scenery. This was probably what it meant. Early the next morning, Fang Chun found Swordmaster. Is everything done? Swordmaster asked. Thinking of those old guys who usually mocked him, Swordmaster was secretly delighted. Fang Chun nodded. Swordmaster said, Okay, I'll take you to the inner sect today. She was shouldering a lot of pressure. The entire Ling family had placed all their hopes on her. Swordmaster's voice was obviously filled with excitement. Fang Chun had broken countless records in the 10 years since he came to the outer sect. For such a genius to appear in the outer sect, Swordmaster was also proud. Thinking of those old guys who usually mocked him, Swordmaster was secretly delighted. Chapter 2202. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The top 3 sects in Eastern Xian Heaven were divided into inner and outer sections. This way, they could better form a talent echelon, and resources could be allocated and utilized more rationally. When Fang Chun released his aura, the blue-robed disciple was slightly startled. After all, such a big sect would definitely nurture absolute geniuses. He did not expect that his opponent would be a deity inscription realm martial artist. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The stronger one's talent, the more they would be nurtured. The stronger one's talent, the more they would be nurtured. In the eyes of outsiders, being able to enter the Limitless Sword sect was already amazing. But in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Limitless Sword sect, the outer sect was just a selection. The inner sect disciples were all Unity Realm martial artists, and there were many monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying potential. In the eyes of outsiders, being able to enter the limitless sword sect was already amazing. The outer sect was just a fair opportunity for them to compete. If they could grasp this opportunity, they would be able to soar. The inner sect was the true core of the limitless sword sect. Here, they would be able to obtain the best resources and even some professional guidance. There were 73 branches in the outer sect, but there were not many who could truly stand out. It was even harder for outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect. But the limitless sword sect was not worried. As long as they could maintain the advantage of the inner sect, they would be able to stabilize their position in Eastern Shin Heaven. This was Fang Chen's second time entering the inner sect. The last time, he was asking for pills for his wife and was brought in by the sword master. "Sword master, why are you here?" The inner sect was the true core of the limitless sword sect. Here, they would be able to obtain the best resources and even some professional guidance. Just as he entered the inner sect, he met the alchemy madman Ling Danzi. The stronger one's talent, the more they would be nurtured. The number of inner sect disciples will always remain at this number. So if you want to establish yourself in the inner sect, you need to challenge the disciple who is ranked last. If you succeed, you can stay in the inner sect. The latter greeted the sword master, and at the same time, saw Fang Chun. "What? Are you here to ask me for more pills?" Ling Danzi asked. Sword master chuckled and said proudly, "Ling Danzi, you guessed wrong this time. Fang Chun has already obtained the sect master's permission and is qualified to enter the inner sect to cultivate. From now on, he will be an inner sect disciple. That's about it. Inner sect disciples have more freedom and aren't restricted by anything. However, before you enter the top 50, you're not allowed to leave the inner sect. Love, go little, say, could this is also a form of protection for the disciples. However, to the higher-ups of the Wuji sword sect, the outer sect was just a form of selection. Hearing this, Ling Danzi was shocked. "I will." Fang Chen's words were full of confidence. He remembered that the last time Fang Chun came to him to ask for medicinal pills was more than 10 years ago. However, in the blink of an eye, he had joined the inner sect. His main task was still to increase his strength. As for alchemy, he could only try it occasionally. In the eyes of outsiders, being able to join the Wuji sword sect was already very impressive. "You little guy, you're pretty good. To be able to stand out in the outer sect in such a short time, you're amazing." Ling Danzi gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. However, Swordmaster's next words made Ling Danzi even more crazy. "Ling Danzi, I'm afraid you've been immersed in alchemy and don't know what happened in the divine rune world, right?" Swordmaster said with a smile. "What happened?" Ling Danzi asked. This time, an innate divine rune of order appeared in the divine rune world, Swordmaster said. Ling Danzi instantly widened his eyes and looked at Swordmaster in disbelief. He hurriedly asked, "Where did the innate divine rune of order go? Did anyone absorb it?" Although there were some twists and turns along the way, and even the remnants of Tianqing's clan mixed in to destroy the innate divine rune of order, in the end, it was successfully absorbed by a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. This matter caused a stir in the entire Dongshin heaven. Ling Danzi subconsciously looked at Fang Chun and hurriedly asked, "You're not talking about him, right?" Swordmaster nodded. "Yes, it's him." Although there were some twists and turns along the way, and even the remnants of Tianqing's clan mixed in to destroy the innate divine rune of order, in the end, it was successfully absorbed by a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. This matter caused a stir in the entire Dongshin heaven. Ling Danzi looked at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. His heart was in turmoil. The blue-clothed disciple took a few steps back, and his face turned serious. "Did you really absorb the innate divine rune of order?" Ling Danzi hurriedly asked. Fang Chun gently nodded. Ling Danzi had completely gone crazy. He grabbed Fang Chun's shoulder and said, "How about becoming my disciple?" This time, it was Swordmaster's turn to be stunned. Ling Danzi was an alchemy grandmaster of the inner sect. He usually ignored everyone, and even the sect master couldn't do anything about him. But now he actually took the initiative to accept Fang Chun as his disciple. "Senior, Junior promised Senior that as long as I joined the intersect, I would be Senior's alchemy boy for a few years. Love go little say, Chu Fong Chin said. Elder Long left as well. His main task was to improve his strength. As for alchemy, he could only try it occasionally. Which alchemy grandmaster in history didn't succeed after countless trials and tribulations? He didn't think that his potential was so strong that he could master it immediately. Very well. You don't want to be my disciple? Are you looking down on me? Ling Danzi pulled a long face and said in a deep voice. Ling Danzi, why force Fong Chen? He just joined the intersect. Why don't you give him some time to adapt? Besides, he agreed to be your alchemy boy. Isn't that a good start? After Sword Master's persuasion, Ling Danzi finally stopped forcing Fong Chen. Kid, remember to report to me. After speaking, Ling Danzi turned and left. That's about it. Intersect disciples have more freedom and aren't bound by any restrictions. But before you enter the top 50, you can't leave the intersect. This is a kind of protection for the disciples. Congratulations. Sword Master smiled. He wasn't worried that Fong Chen would lose it all. Work hard and reach the top of the intersect as soon as possible. Ignore him. That's his temper. Sword Master said. Then he brought Fong Chen to find Elder Long, who was in charge of the intersect disciples' daily lives. This must be Fong Chen, Elder Long said with a smile. Fong Chen defeated his opponent and was now an official intersect disciple. Brother Long, this is the treasure of the outer sect. Please take care of him. Sword Master said. Don't worry. The sect leader has already informed me. Elder Long patted his chest and said, Let me introduce you to the intersect. Elder Long looked at Fong Chen and said slowly, The intersect has a total of 100 disciples. Ever since the Wuji Sword sect was founded, this number has been fixed. Every time an outer sect disciple enters the intersect, there will be an intersect disciple who leaves. Ling Danzi, why force Fong Chen? He just entered the intersect. Why don't you give him some time to adjust? Besides, he agreed to be your alchemy boy. Isn't this a good start? Fong Chen listened carefully. The number of intersect disciples will always remain at this number. So if you want to establish yourself in the intersect, you need to challenge the disciple who is ranked last. If you succeed, you can stay in the intersect. Soon, Fong Chen understood what Elder Long meant. That's about it. Intersect disciples have more freedom and are not restricted by anything. However, before you enter the top 50, you are not allowed to leave the intersect. This is a form of protection for the disciples. Elder Long said, the sect used all its resources to cultivate a disciple. If he was killed the moment he stepped out, it would be a great loss. After briefly introducing Fong Chen, Elder Long brought Fong Chen to a square. I've already contacted that disciple. He will be here soon. Get ready. After a while, a man in blue walked to the square. His face was gloomy. Being ranked last in the intersect was an embarrassing matter. However, to the upper echelons of the Wuji Sword sect, the outer sect was just a selection. Now, an outer sect disciple wanted to challenge him. If he failed, he would have to leave the intersect. This was not something he wanted to see. Don't go too far, Elder Long said. The disciple in blue stood in the middle of the square and stared at Fong Chen with his dark eyes. Divine Inscription Realm? When Fong Chen released his aura, the disciple in blue was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that his opponent would be a Divine Inscription's realm cultivator. A sinister smile appeared on his face. However, to the upper echelons of the Wuji Sword sect, the outer sect was just a selection. A mere Divine Inscription realm martial artist wanted to enter the intersect. Was he out of his mind? After the two collided, Fong Chen's fist radiance was blocked. Make your move. He cupped his hands at Fong Chen and said, Boom. Fong Chen did not say anything. He activated the myriad sword body and punched out with a violent fist. He remembered that the last time Fong Chen asked him for elixir pills was more than 10 years ago. Dong. After the two collided, Fong Chen's fist radiance was blocked. The disciple in blue took a few steps back, and his face turned serious. Your strength is not bad, but I wonder how your sword skills are. The blue-robed disciple wielded a long sword and performed an exquisite divine technique. With a flick of his wrist, beams of unimaginable sword light shot out from the longsword. Traceless Sword Principle. Fongchen also displayed the third level of the Traceless Sword Principle. The transparent sword radiance collided with the countless sword radiances in the sky. Kacha! A deafening sound came from the explosion. His heart was surging with waves of shock. Seeing this scene, Fongchen released the innate order divine pattern with a thought. Wong. Life in the inner sect has just begun. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out. The pressure from the depths of the primordial spirit made the disciple in blue lose his mind temporarily. When he woke up, Fongchen's hidden star sword was already at his neck. Sword Master, what are you doing here? This Wong. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. When Fongchen released his aura, the disciple in blue was also slightly stunned. Boom! What kind of divine inscription is that? It can actually suppress the power in my body? This time, an innate order divine inscription has appeared in the divine inscription world, the Swordmaster said. His heart was surging with waves of shock. Very good. What kind of divine inscription is that? It can actually suppress the power in my body? Elder Long, who was in shock, was full of praise for Fongchen after he recovered from his shock. A deafening sound came from the explosion. The innate order divine inscription was too powerful. Even he was shocked. The number of inner sect disciples will always remain at this number. Therefore, if you want to establish yourself in the inner sect, you need to challenge the disciple who is ranked last. If you succeed, you can stay in the inner sect. Fongchen defeated his opponent and was now an official disciple of the inner sect. Congratulations. The Sword Master smiled. He wasn't worried that Fongchen would lose at all. Work hard in your cultivation and strive to reach the top of the inner sect as soon as possible. I will. Fongchen's words were filled with confidence. Elder Long nodded and brought Fongchen to his residence. After everything was arranged, the Sword Master returned to the outer sect. Elder Long left as well. In a huge pavilion, there was only Fongchen alone. He stood in the middle of the courtyard with the hidden star sword in his hand. He looked up at the blue sky, and his heart was calm. His face darkened. Being ranked last in the inner sect was an embarrassing matter in itself. Chapter 2203. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Duan Malong and Duan Yunlong of the Black and White Mansion colluded with outsiders and tried to kill our disciples. When Fongchen returned to the Wuji Sword Sect, they knew that the end had come. Outer Sect. The Swordmaster's figure suddenly appeared above the Black and White Mansion. Duan Malong and Duan Yunlong of the Black and White Mansion colluded with outsiders and tried to kill our disciples. The Swordmaster's judgment spread throughout the Outer Sect. All the disciples were shocked as they looked at the Swordmaster above the Black and White Mansion. Colluding with outsiders and trying to kill their own disciples was a taboo in the Wuji Sword Sect. They did not expect Duan Malong and Duan Yunlong to do so. In the Black and White Mansion, Duan Yunlong and Duan Malong's faces were ashen. When Fongchen returned to the Wuji Sword Sect, they knew that the end had come. Now, they only hoped that the Swordmaster would not implicate the entire Black and White Mansion. Pucci. They had no choice. They could not go back on their word. In the sky, 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. Duan Yunlong and Duan Malong's bodies fell to the ground. The Swordmaster was too overbearing. No one in the Black and White Mansion dared to make a sound. The Swordmaster's judgment represented the will of the Wuji Sword Sect. They trembled as they waited for the Swordmaster to show mercy. Junior brother, do we really have to fall out with him? Someone asked in a low voice. Fongchen looked at Ling Danzi seriously. He realized that Ling Danzi's breathing was a little rapid. Cancel 1 year's worth of cultivation resources for the Black and White Mansion. If they do it again, there is no need for the Black and White Mansion to continue existing. The Swordmaster's voice rang out clearly. After that, the Swordmaster disappeared. The incident of the Black and White Mansion caused an uproar in the Outer Sect. Many people suspected that the Black and White Mansion colluded with outsiders to assassinate their own disciple, Fongchen of the Galaxy Mansion. Whoosh! At the same time, They looked at the Galaxy Mansion with fear. In just a few short years, the Galaxy Mansion had become a place. Intersect. Fong Chun casually flipped through the books on the stone table. These books introduced the intersect. However, before he could finish reading, he was called over by Ling Danzi. He said that he wanted to concoct a cauldron of pills and needed the assistance of an alchemist apprentice. He had no choice. He couldn't go back on his promise. Just like that, Fong Chun was dragged to the elixir hall by Ling Danzi. I've already prepared all the materials. Just watch from aside. I'll let you know if I need anything. Ling Danzi said, when I'm refining pills, remember not to disturb me. With that, Ling Danzi ignored Fong Chun and began to refine pills. Boom! Wild flames danced in Ling Danzi's palm. Fong Chun could feel that the power of this flame was very strong. If this flame was used on a divine inscription's realm martial artist, it should be able to instantly burn him to ashes, right? Fong Chun thought to himself. He could be considered to be somewhat involved in the Tao of alchemy. He was able to understand some of Ling Danzi's alchemy techniques. Time flew by. Ling Danzi's pill refining process was unexpectedly smooth. Seeing that the pill was about to take shape, there was only one step left. A half-finished pill suddenly fell out of the flames. Only the will in his heart persisted in refining pills. At this moment, there was a slight surprise. You also know about the Tao of alchemy? Ling Danzi asked. Ling Danzi's palm suddenly trembled. Then, because the flame was not uniform enough, the pills in the cauldron collided violently and were about to shatter. Sorry, I can't do it. Fong Chun refused. Damn it. Ling Danzi cursed in his heart. Immediately, he waved his hand and took out the pills in the cauldron. 7 pills were suspended in the air side by side. In Ling Danzi's hands, the flames were hot and directly enveloped the 7 pills. Hiss! He was using a domineering method to reverse the situation. Fong Chun watched carefully and found that Ling Danzi's breathing seemed to be a little rapid. Yes, you can freely enter and leave the elixir hall. This means that Senior Ling Danzi has a good relationship with you. How about it? Can you ask for a pill for me? Don't worry, if it's successful, I will definitely not treat you badly. What's going on? Fong Chun hurriedly approached Ling Danzi and asked, Senior, are you okay? At this moment, Ling Danzi was somewhat speechless and looked confused. Only the will in his heart persisted in refining pills. Whoosh! A half-finished pill suddenly fell out of the flames. At this moment, Ling Danzi's body had an accident, and he had no time to care about it. He could only continue to refine the other 6 pills. Oh no! Fong Chun's hand was quick and caught the half-finished pill. A hot aura drilled into his palm. Fong Chun's mind moved, and an extremely dense, immortal flame suddenly appeared at his palm. This was the mutated immortal flame, and it was very powerful. Although it was not as strong as Ling Danzi's flame, it could barely maintain the formation of the pills. Whoosh! Whoosh! As time passed, Fong Chun's forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes were soaked. One had to know that this was a heaven-opening pill. He could not maintain it for a long time. A few disciples blocked Fong Chun's path once again. Their eyes flickered with a complicated look. After a long time, he felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He's new, but how did he enter the elixir hall? On the other side, Ling Danzi's body finally recovered. He waved his hand and immediately put the 6 colorful pills into his bag. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Fong Chun and was obviously stunned. This guy, Ling Danzi, did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took the pills that Fong Chun refined and quickly refined them. Whoosh! He was somewhat involved in alchemy. With that, the sword master disappeared. Fong Chun sat on the ground and felt a little weak. You know alchemy too? Ling Danzi asked. He could tell at a glance that Fong Chun actually knew alchemy. Otherwise, the pills would have shattered long ago. I know a little. Fong Chun panted. Senior, are the pills okay? Ling Danzi's face changed. Then he said, It's an old problem. The pills are fine. Fortunately, you blocked it in time. Otherwise, the pills would have shattered long ago. Oh no, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Fong Chun refused. Hiss! Ling Danzi's attitude towards Fong Chun improved a lot. Fong Chun heard this and nodded gently, then said, "Senior, what's wrong with your body?" Ling Danzi's face changed. Then he said, "It's an old problem." After saying that, he walked straight outside. "There's nothing else today. You can go back." Outside the elixir hall, at this moment, there was a slight accident. There were several inner sect disciples in line, wanting to see Ling Danzi. All the disciples were shocked and looked at the sword master above the black-white mansion. Creak. One had to know that this was a heaven-opening pill. He couldn't maintain it for a long time. Seeing this, the disciples were a little disappointed. The door opened, and Fong Chun walked out. Seeing this, the disciples were a little disappointed. This person looks so unfamiliar. Is he a new alchemy apprentice? Should be. Judging from his aura, he's only in the divine inscription realm. Everyone, please go back. Senior Ling Danzi doesn't want to see any guests. 7 pills floated in the air side by side. In Ling Danzi's hands, flames burned and enveloped the 7 pills. After saying that, Fong Chun walked out of the door. On the other side, Ling Danzi's body finally recovered. With a wave of his hand, he put the 6 pills into his bag. Whoosh! Fong Chun sat on the ground, feeling a little exhausted. At this moment, a few disciples caught up and stopped Fong Chun. "Little brother, can you put in a few good words for Senior Ling Danzi and let us meet?" "Yeah, you're Senior Ling Danzi's alchemy apprentice. You should be able to do such a small thing, right?" As they spoke, they handed some origin stones to Fong Chun. Fong Chun was stunned. Were they trying to bribe him? His expression changed, and then he said, "Senior brothers, I'm an inner sect disciple." Following this, the expressions of the disciples changed instantly. After saying that, Fong Chun no longer paid attention to these people, turned around, and left. "Little brother, can you put in a few good words for Senior Ling Danzi and let us meet?" "What? He's an inner sect disciple? He's new? But how did he get into the alchemy hall?" "Oh no." These disciples didn't have time to think about how a divine inscription realm cultivator could get into the inner sect. Their thoughts were all on Ling Danzi. Creak. Whoosh. A few disciples blocked Fong Chun's path once again. Their eyes flickered with a complicated look. "If you don't help us, don't even think about leaving today. We'll show you the cruelty of the inner sect." "Junior brother, since you're an inner sect disciple, it's even easier. Yeah, you can enter and leave the alchemy hall freely. This means that you have a good relationship with Senior Ling Danzi. How about it? Can you ask for a pill for me? Don't worry. If it's successful, I won't mistreat you." Fong Chun frowned. He was a little unhappy. He didn't like the look on their faces. There was a threatening tone in their words. One had to know that this was a heaven-opening pill. He couldn't maintain it for a long time. "Sorry, I can't do it." Fong Chun refused. Following this, the expressions of the disciples changed instantly. "Junior brother, do you know that if you don't have a backer in the inner sect, you won't be able to do anything?" One of them revealed his true face and said coldly. Since he wasn't Ling Danzi's alchemy apprentice, they had nothing to fear. In the inner sect, it was normal for the older disciples to bully the newer disciples. Even the higher-ups and elders would turn a blind eye to it. This was the mutated undying flame. It was very powerful. "Yeah, if you help us, we'll protect you in the future. If you don't help us, don't even think about leaving today. We'll show you the cruelty of the inner sect." Fong Chun raised his head and swept his pitch-black eyes across the disciples. "He's new? But how did he enter the alchemy hall?" Then, he said calmly, "So are you threatening me? Junior brother, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It's not a threat. I'm just telling you the truth." "Junior brother, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Fong Chun sneered and said, "Do you believe that if I tell Senior Ling Danzi about this right now, you will never be able to obtain Senior Ling Danzi's pills in the future?" Hearing this, the disciples' expressions changed. They were in a dilemma. He didn't like the look on their faces. There was a threatening tone in their words. "Junior brother, do we have to fall out?" One of them asked in a low voice. The door opened, and Fong Chun walked out. Chapter 2204. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by go divided by little? Say web, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Recently, I've been mentally and physically exhausted. I feel very, very tired. Indulge me. Today, I only have 3 chapters to update in the afternoon. Indulge me. Today, I only have 3 chapters to update in the afternoon. Whether I understand it or not, I still have to put real life first. Writing is my extra income. I can't wait to write 1,000,000 words a day, because the more you work, the more you get. But reality is like this. Sometimes I even have the thought of giving up writing. But in the end, I still have to support my family. No matter how heavy the burden on my shoulders is, I have to carry it. Love, go little, say web ku yesterday is repeated every day, and I feel like my whole body is going numb. Especially recently, I go to work during the day and come back at night to write, and then I have to help take care of the child. But reality is like this. Although there are parents and family members to help, in the end, it's still my child. I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father. Sometimes I even have the thought of giving up writing. But in the end, I still have to support my family. No matter how heavy the burden on my shoulders is, I have to carry it. Now that prices are skyrocketing, raising a child is very stressful. I didn't feel it before, but after becoming a parent, I realized that raising a child is really not as easy as I thought. So, I can only make as much money as possible. That's all. Those who say that I'm always looking for excuses to not update are actually wrong. I want to update more than anyone else. I want to earn more money to support my family more than anyone else. Chapter 22:05. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go divided by little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Reality was cruel, and so was the path of martial arts. Love, go little, say webku in order to get what they wanted. Most martial artists would do anything. One had to know that Fang Chun was the first monstrous genius to have absorbed an innate divine pattern of order. When he was in the void realm, he broke the record in the chaotic void. Now that they had finally met an inner sect disciple who was on good terms with Ling Danzi, they naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. So what if they were from the same sect? The competition for resources in the inner sect was very fierce. As a powerful alchemist in the inner sect, the elixirs that Ling Danzi made were hard to get. Moreover, Ling Danzi had a weird personality. He did not even give face to the swordmaster and the others. It was difficult for ordinary inner sect disciples to ask to see Ling Danzi. Is there such a good thing? Even so, many disciples would wait at the entrance of the elixir hall every day in order to get their elixirs, hoping that Ling Danzi would see them when he walked out. Now that they had finally met an inner sect disciple who was on good terms with Ling Danzi, they naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. However, after hearing Fang Chen's words, they had to reconsider. If he told Ling Danzi about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Junior brother, it's pointless for you to do this. We were just joking with you. Fang Chun nodded his head in satisfaction and sat down on the stone bench. The inner sect disciples finally decided to compromise. They had no choice. They were also afraid that Fang Chun would tell on them. Fang Chun glanced at them and turned to leave. In the spacious courtyard stood a luxurious pavilion. It was difficult for ordinary inner sect disciples to ask to see Ling Danzi. Inside the pavilion, there was an endless stream of origin energy surging out. Fang Chun could see that there was a huge origin energy gathering formation around the pavilion. The origin energy gathering formation could gather the origin energy of heaven and earth in the courtyard, allowing the disciples to absorb it all the time. He could sense that the origin energy in the courtyard was at least 5 times more than the outside world. Of course, this was because the energy gathering array wasn't very advanced. According to Fang Chen's conjecture, this energy gathering formation was at most a high-grade heaven-piercing energy gathering formation. If I can raise it to the peak level, the power of the origin source will at least double. Fang Chun said to himself. Now that it was doubled, it meant that after the upgrade, the source energy here would be 10 times higher than the outside world. This was definitely a terrifying number. Fang Chen's eyes swept across the energy gathering formation. With a single glance, he saw through the inner workings of the energy gathering formation. Then, he formed different seals with his hands and quickly modified the circulation of the energy gathering formation. With his current formation's Tao attainments, modifying this level of origin gathering array was still very easy. Voila! A moment later, Feng Chun upgraded the energy gathering formation to the pinnacle of the heavenly ascension level. Elder Long, Feng Chun greeted. Hoo. They had no choice. They were afraid that Feng Chun would tell on them. The berserk origin energy continued to wreak havoc. His body was rapidly absorbing it. According to Feng Chun's conjecture, this energy gathering formation was, at most, a high-grade heaven-piercing energy gathering formation. 10 times. Cosmos gods absorbed the origin energy in the air to increase their strength. This kind of source energy that existed all the time could greatly speed up a warrior's cultivation. Feng Chun nodded in satisfaction and sat on the stone stool. With his current formation's Tao attainments, modifying this level of energy gathering formation was very easy. And in front of him stood more than 20 intersect disciples. Even though deity inscriptions realm warriors are stronger, the more deity imprints of order they condense. But to me, it is completely unnecessary. Feng Chun thought to himself. The current him was already an apex deity inscriptions realm expert. His strength was comparable to a unity realm expert. Just a single innate deity imprint of order was sufficient to kill all deity inscriptions realm experts in the entire primal chaos void. Hence, his current goal was to increase his overall strength while breaking through to the unity realm. Only by stepping into the unity realm would he be able to gain a firm foothold in the inner sect. Currently, this was a more important matter. Black Devil weapon with dragon blood priced at 20,000 middle-grade origin stones. After briefly sorting out his thoughts, Feng Chun confirmed his next cultivation goal. Firstly, he had to find a Soul Tao Cosmos ranked divine technique. His primordial spirit had reached the 6th origin realm. If he had a suitable Cosmos ranked divine technique, his Soul Tao energy would be able to resist against unity realm experts. Secondly, he had to find a body tempering divine technique. His myriad sword body had reached the 4th level. The further it went, the harder it was to improve. If he had a suitable body tempering divine technique, there was still hope for him to continue improving it, especially the myriad sword domain. If he could cultivate it to the peak, he could seal the surrounding void with a thought. It would be a huge help to his strength. So what if they were from the same sect? The competition for resources in the inner sect was very intense. Thirdly, his traceless sword technique had already reached the 3rd level. Feng Chun could faintly feel that he could make some subtle changes to his traceless sword technique. Actually, he wanted to create the follow-up sword moves of his traceless sword technique. Feng Chun glanced at it before ignoring it. Fourth, it was naturally the hidden star sword. In a battle between experts, the weapon was very important. Hence, Feng Chun wanted to improve in all aspects. Naturally, he could not neglect his weapon. His goal was a top-grade Cosmos ranked weapon. To put it simply, these were the 4 goals he had in mind in the short term. The 3rd goal was the hardest. The traceless sword technique was the peak divine technique of the outer sect of the limitless sword sect. No one would have been able to cultivate it for 10 billion years. Even though he was lucky enough to cultivate it, it was too difficult to modify or create a follow-up sword move. Of course, it did not mean that it was impossible. One had to know that Feng Chun was the first freak to absorb an innate divine rune of order. Furthermore, when he was in the Void Realm, he broke the record of the primal chaos void. Other than the 3rd goal, the other 3 goals were much easier. There were many resources in the limitless sword sect. If he wanted to obtain them, he had to pay a high price. Of course, the price was nothing more than origin stones. Sorry, I just came to the inner sect not long ago, Feng Chun said apologetically. After sorting out the information, Feng Chun felt that his mind was much clearer. After looking at a few top-grade Cosmos ranked weapons, Feng Chun could not help but be speechless. If I can complete these 4 missions, it is possible for me to be in the top 10 of the inner sect, Fong Chun said with a grin. After resting for a night, Fong Chun went to find Elder Long early the next morning. Elder Long, Fong Chun greeted. Are you used to the inner sect? Elder Long smiled and asked, I heard that you were dragged by Ling Danzi to be an elixir apprentice yesterday. Fong Chun nodded lightly and did not explain too much. He then asked, Elder Long, do we have a blacksmith master in the inner sect? I would like to raise the grade of my weapon. Go take a look at the weapon hall. You can find what you need there, Elder Long said. Soon, Fong Chun arrived at the weapon hall. In the luxurious pavilion, the first floor was filled with middle-grade and high-grade Cosmos ranked weapons. Fong Chun glanced at them and ignored them. He went to the second floor. There were some top-grade Cosmos ranked weapons here, but their prices were ridiculously high. Black Demonic Dragon Blood Weapon, 20,000 middle-grade Origin Stones. Cosmos gods absorbed the origin energy in the air to increase their strength. This kind of source energy that existed all the time could greatly speed up a warrior's cultivation. Soul Essence Overflowing Moon Sword, 15,000 mid-grade Origin Stones. After looking at a few top-grade Cosmos ranked weapons, Fong Chun could not help but be speechless. According to Fong Chun's estimation, this Origin Gathering Array was at most a high-grade, transcending Heaven Gathering Array. He'd only gotten 10,000 mid-grade Origin Stones from the Barnfish, but a random Supreme-grade Universe-class weapon was worth more than that. Fong Chun's eyes swept across the Origin Gathering Array. He could see through the internal structure of the Origin Gathering Array with a single glance. Voila! Just as Fong Chun was pondering, he suddenly saw a notice not too far away. After seeing the contents of the notice, Fong Chun's face revealed a smile. He then quickly walked over to the notice. The fourth was naturally the Hidden Star Sword. In a battle between experts, weapons were very important. Thus, Fong Chun wanted to improve in all aspects. Weapons could not be neglected. His goal was a top-grade Cosmos ranked weapon. The contents of the notice were roughly that Black Iron Master wanted to refine a large number of top-grade Cosmos ranked weapons and needed some assistance. However, there were requirements. Their attainments in the Tao of weapon refinement had to reach a certain level. After that, Taoist Black Iron would select 3 disciples to be his assistants. The most attractive thing was that Black Iron Master had promised many benefits, especially the last one. He would unconditionally agree to one request of the disciple who had helped him the most during the refinement process. After this notice was released, the inner sect disciples went crazy. Black Iron Master was a heaven-opening level weapon refiner. His weapon refinement skills were very high. Soon, Fong Chun arrived at the weapon hall. After resting for a night, Fong Chun went to find Elder Long early the next morning. If he could get a promise from him, it would be a huge gain. Is there such a good deal? Are you used to the inner sect? Elder Long asked with a smile. I heard that Ling Danzi took you to be an alchemy apprentice yesterday. Fong Chun was secretly delighted. He immediately went to find a staff member and expressed his desire to sign up. Why are you so late? There are still 2 hours before the deadline for the notice is over. The staff member handed Fong Chun a token and recorded his information. Sorry, I just came to the inner sect not long ago, Fong Chun said apologetically. After resting for a night, Fong Chun went to find Elder Long early the next morning. If he told Ling Danzi about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The staff member looked at him in surprise and shook his head. Even if you sign up, you will only be cannon fodder. Fong Chun remained silent. All right, Black Iron Master is in the backyard of the weapon hall. The other disciples have already arrived. You should hurry over. Following the staff member's instructions, Fong Chun quickly arrived at the backyard. He immediately saw an old man in a black robe standing in the middle. He should be Black Iron Master, an expert on the same level as Ling Danzi. The inner sect disciples finally decided to compromise. Now that they finally met an inner sect disciple who had a good relationship with Ling Danzi, they naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. After sorting out the information, Fong Chun felt that his mind was much clearer. Chapter 22:06. Genius 1 second. Remember love. Go/small. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Fong Chun stood in the last row of the crowd. Seeing this, Taoist Black Iron gently nodded and said, "A total of 23 people. 20 will be eliminated, and 3 will be selected." Taoist Black Iron's temper was relatively mild, unlike Ling Danzi, who scolded at the slightest disagreement. The longsword's body was very smooth, and traces of sword energy surrounded it. "If you want to be my assistant, you must at least have some understanding of the Tao of refining. This sword is a test for you. Each of you, come forward and sense it to see if you can see its grade." Taoist Black Iron pointed at the black long sword and said slowly, "I'll give it a try." The first warrior cupped his fists towards Taoist Black Iron and walked to the front of the long sword. He stretched out his hands and grasped the hilt. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. A moment later, the disciple opened his eyes and said with a touch of joy on his face, "Although its aura is very obscure, I think it's a top-grade universal weapon." Next, Taoist Black Iron didn't comment on this and directly called out. Next, 23 people continuously walked to the front of the long sword to sense it. Some said it was a low-grade universal weapon, some said it was a middle grade, and some even said it was a high-grade one. "Taoist Black Iron, are you saying that this long sword has no grade?" Blue Brick hurriedly asked. Generally speaking, most people said it was a top-grade universal weapon. The whole process took about half an hour. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. Like the others, he walked to the front of the long sword and grasped it. "Buzz." Disciple Fong Chun will do his best to assist Taoist Black Iron. Fong Chun cupped his fists. Myriad sword body quietly operated. Before this, Fong Chun had been speculating through each disciple's test. There's no aura. Fong Chen's first reaction was that this long sword was very ordinary. There was no aura on the outside, and even the inside didn't have a trace of aura. But how can Taoist Black Iron's item be ordinary? Fong Chun didn't dare to imagine and continued to explore. After being berated by Taoist Black Iron, everyone's body trembled. They hurriedly stopped talking and cautiously looked at Taoist Black Iron. "Taoist Black Iron, are you saying that this longsword has no grade?" Blue Brick hurriedly asked. During this time, the body of 10,000 swords was constantly operating, helping Fong Chun to sense the information of a longsword. After a long time, Fong Chun gently put down the long sword with a smile on his face. "This is the most ordinary sword. It has no rank." Fong Chen's words caused an uproar. Many disciples looked at Fong Chun mockingly, and some of them even scolded him. "Kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." "That's right. You actually said that Taoist Black Iron's things don't have a grade? What a joke." "I'm willing to bet that the aura of this long sword was intentionally erased by Taoist Black Iron." Several disciples arrogantly lectured Fong Chun, trying to show their superiority as much as possible. Taoist Black Iron looked at Fong Chun with interest. His pitch-black eyes moved as he calmly asked, "Why do you say that?" Fong Chun slightly bowed towards Taoist Black Iron and said, "This is the weapon hall. How could there be a low-grade weapon in Taoist Black Iron's courtyard? This is the normal line of thought of ordinary people. Everyone can't sense the aura of the weapon, but they all ruled out the possibility of what I just said. They believe that this longsword must have been made by Taoist Black Iron, so it's extraordinary. Since they can't sense its aura, it means that it's very powerful." Having said that, Fong Chun paused for a moment before continuing, "I didn't believe my own inference at first, but after careful consideration, I'm even more convinced that this was done intentionally by Taoist Black Iron." After saying that, Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes met Taoist Black Iron's. The latter's face was very calm as he turned to look at the others. Taoist Black Iron ignored Blue Brick and turned to look at Fong Chun, asking, "You should be a new disciple, right? What's your name? What do you think?" Taoist Black Iron, "This kid is full of nonsense. He's not qualified to be the assistant back then." The person who spoke was dressed in a blue robe. He came from the Blue Moon universe and was called Blue Brick. The reason why the Blue Moon Mansion's disciples were so arrogant and despotic was related to Blue Brick. They believed that with the protection of the inner sect disciples, no one in the outer sect would dare to touch them. However, because of their arrogance and despotism, they suffered a great loss in the end. However, because of their arrogance and despotism, they suffered a great loss in the end. As an inner sect disciple, Blue Brick naturally knew what happened in the outer sect's Blue Moon Mansion. Elder Blue had already sent a message to him, saying that Fong Chun had entered the inner sect, and he was also paying attention. Today, after seeing Fong Chun, killing intent rose in his heart. Shortly after, he berated, "Shut up." At this moment, with such a good opportunity, he naturally didn't hesitate to attack Fong Chun. Today, after seeing Fong Chun, killing intent rose in his heart. That's right. I think Senior Brother Blue Brick is right. We also support Senior Brother Blue Brick. This brat's existence is the greatest insult to Taoist Black Iron. Moreover, his point of view is correct. The ones who are truly ignorant are you. Hurry up and get out of the weapon hall. It's too embarrassing. The disciples who spoke were all jackals of the same tribe as Blue Brick. Taoist Black Iron frowned slightly. He shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Fong Chen's first reaction was that this long sword was very ordinary. There was no aura on the outside, and there wasn't even a trace of aura on the inside. Shortly after, he berated, "Shut up." After being berated by Taoist Black Iron, everyone's body trembled. They hurriedly stopped talking and looked at Taoist Black Iron carefully. Taoist Black Iron's refining skills were very strong. With his eyesight, he could see Fong Chen's talent in refining at a glance. When you talk about others, have you ever thought that your point of view might be wrong? Taoist Black Iron said, "Even if it's not wrong, what right do you have to talk about others? The Tao of refining and the Tao of martial arts are essentially the same. They both require constant exploration and constant progress." This disciple only boldly spoke out his thoughts. What's wrong with that? Many disciples fell into silence. Moreover, his point of view is correct. The ones who are truly ignorant are you. Taoist Black Iron frowned slightly. He shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Taoist Black Iron's words surprised Blue Brick and the others. Fong Chun alone is enough. Taoist Black Iron, are you saying that this long sword doesn't have a grade? Blue Brick hurriedly asked. Taoist Black Iron ignored Blue Brick and turned to look at Fong Chun. He asked, "You should be a new disciple, right? What's your name?" The latter's face was very calm as he turned to look at the others. "My name is Fong Chun." Taoist Black Iron's words surprised Blue Brick and the others. After a long time, Fong Chun gently put down the long sword, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Taoist Black Iron nodded with satisfaction. "Have you dabbled in the Tao of refining before?" "When I was in the miniature universe, I was an absolute god-level swordsmith. However, after coming to the Wuji Sword sect, I've been busy cultivating, so I didn't put any effort into it," Fong Chun said truthfully. After speaking, Taoist Black Iron ignored Blue Brick and the others. Disciple Fong Chun will definitely do his best to assist Taoist Black Iron. Fong Chun clasped his fists. Not bad. An absolute god-level swordsmith with such high comprehension. If you're interested, you can join our weapon hall. Fong Chen's first reaction was that this long sword was very ordinary. There was no aura on the outside, and even the inside didn't have a trace of aura. Hearing this, Blue Brick and the others' eyes were filled with envy. They couldn't join even if they wanted to, but this damn guy was actually personally invited by Taoist Black Iron. "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist Black Iron, but I don't want to join the weapon hall for the time being." Fong Chun tactfully refused. Taoist Black Iron didn't get angry. With a wave of his hand, a pile of materials appeared on the crafting table. "These materials are enough for you to forge a true god weapon. Go ahead and forge it. Let me see your standard. When you talk about others, have you ever thought that your point of view could be wrong?" After speaking, Taoist Black Iron ignored Blue Brick and the others. Fong Chun nodded and walked up to the crafting table. Then, he began to refine according to the prescribed procedure. In the courtyard, Blue Brick and the others' eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. "Humph! displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. I want to see what ability you have. Black iron hiss. As time passed, Fong Chen's movements became bigger and bigger. In the beginning, Taoist Black Iron's face was calm and emotionless. However, when the weapon was about to take shape, Taoist Black Iron's calm face flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, he sized up Fong Chen's crafting technique seriously. An absolute god-level swordsmith actually has such a crafting technique. Taoist Black Iron thought to himself, this lad has great potential in crafting. Taoist Black Iron's crafting technique was very strong. With his eyesight, he could see Fong Chen's talent in crafting at a glance. Very soon, Fong Chen refined a superior-grade, true god artifact longsword. The longsword's body was very smooth, and traces of sword qi surrounded it. Taoist Black Iron didn't observe the longsword, but turned to look at Blue Brick and the others. My name is Fong Chen. All right, you can all go back. Taoist Black Iron didn't want to choose 3 people. Who did you choose? Let us be prepared. Blue Brick asked. Taoist Black Iron frowned, somewhat displeased. Fong Chen alone is enough. After speaking, Taoist Black Iron ignored Blue Brick and the others. Black Iron. They wanted to explain, but seeing Taoist Black Iron's expression, they hurriedly left the courtyard. You have a unique understanding of crafting, and your crafting technique is very good. From the crafting just now, I can see your potential. With your level, you actually have the qualifications to join the weapon hall. Taoist Black Iron said, originally, I was going to choose 3 people as assistants, but after seeing you craft, I feel that you alone are enough. But would Taoist Black Iron's items be ordinary? Disciple Fong Chen will definitely assist Taoist Black Iron with all his strength. Fong Chen cupped his fists. The few disciples arrogantly lectured Fong Chen, trying to show their superiority as much as possible. Taoist Black Iron nodded with satisfaction and was about to speak. Time passed bit by bit, and Fong Chen's hand movements became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a deranged laughter was heard, and Ling Danzi appeared. Old Monsterling, why are you here? But would Taoist Black Iron's items be ordinary? Suddenly, a deranged laughter was heard, and Ling Danzi appeared. If I didn't come, you would have kidnapped my alchemy apprentice. Chapter 2207. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A few days later, Fong Chen received the summons of Taoist Black Iron. Taoist Black Iron's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword streaked across the void. When he arrived at the courtyard of the weapon hall, Taoist Black Iron and another young man were waiting for him. Fong Chen, let me introduce you. This is the Fong Jinghu I told you about. He has already agreed to take out the blood tier stone for you to use. Taoist Black Iron introduced. Many thanks, Senior Brother Fong. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. It was not easy for an early-stage Unity Realm disciple to have 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Fong Jinghu carefully observed Fong Chen and lightly nodded. I've heard Dawa say that Junior Brother is very outstanding. Today, I've seen you in person. Your matter has already spread throughout the intersect. The current you should be considered a celebrity in the intersect, right? Fong Jinghu was talking about the deity's order-god pattern. Fong Chen chuckled and did not say anything. This was a benefit brought about by the combination of the 9-star stone and the blood tier stone. It was also the unique property of the hidden star sword. Fong Jinghu briefly exchanged a few words with Fong Chen, then left after saying a few words. Junior Brother, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come and find me. After Fong Jinghu left, Taoist Black Iron said, I've already obtained the last 2 materials. You can wait by the side. I'll help you upgrade the grade of the weapon. Upgrading the grade of the hidden star sword was too easy for Taoist Black Iron. It's worthy of being a heaven-opening grade weapon. Fong Chen sighed. He did not encounter any problems during the entire refining process. After adding the blood tier stone, the hidden star sword turned completely red. Soon after, Taoist Black Iron carefully added the 9-star stone. Immediately, thunder flashed in the sky. Many thunder dragons swooped down and bombarded the hidden star sword. Heavenly thunder tempering. This was the sign of refining a heaven-opening grade weapon. Fang Chun calmly waited. After the heavenly thunder tempering lasted for about 15 minutes, the last strand of thunder entered the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the star-hidden sword changed from its original red color to some subtle changes. The hilt of the sword was golden, and the body of the sword was red, giving off a fierce and domineering feeling. Furthermore, there were complicated patterns flickering on the red blade. All right, then I'll make my move. When he arrived at the weapon hall's courtyard, Taoist Black Iron and another young man were waiting for him. This was the benefit brought about by both the 9-star stone and the blood tear stone. It was also the manifestation of the unique attribute of the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Taoist Master Black Iron's wrist shook, and the star-hidden sword streaked across the void. Suddenly, a ferocious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. It was very shocking. Whoosh! Hiss, hiss, hiss. He left the weapon hall with the hidden star sword. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the void before him. This, Fang Chen asked with a frown. As a space-time martial artist, he was very sensitive to the void. Bang! When he returned to his residence, he happened to bump into a group of people. Fang Chen recognized these people. They were the disciples who had stopped him at the entrance of the elixir hall. He immediately discovered that there was something wrong with the void. After being struck by the hidden star sword, there was no change on the outside, but the inside had directly rotted. As expected of a heaven-opening grade weapon, Fang Chun sighed. This time, I can only help you upgrade to the low-grade heaven-opening grade. Because of the 9-star stone and the blood tear stone, I can't upgrade it anymore. I need to wait for the sword to completely adapt to the strength of these two materials. Taoist Black Iron threw the hidden star sword over and said, but don't worry. After adding the 9-star stone, once your weapon adapts, it will automatically upgrade to the middle grade. Fang Chun played with the hidden star sword and felt that its power was even more tyrannical. He was very excited. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Taoist Black Iron. Taoist Black Iron waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. I also got what I dreamed of. This is a win-win situation. Since Taoist Black Iron said so, Fang Chen naturally didn't say anything else. He took the hidden star sword and left the weapon hall. When he returned to his residence, he coincidentally met a group of people. Junior brother. The few of them quickly walked over to Fang Chun and spoke with malicious smiles on their faces. Fang Chun recognized these people. They were the disciples who stopped him at the entrance of the medicine hall. I heard that Junior brother has absorbed the innate god of order. No wonder you are so arrogant. That's right. Even Senior Ling Danzi has such a good attitude towards Junior brother. Junior brother has already become a famous person in the inner sect. It's a pity that Junior brother isn't willing to help us senior brothers. Several people looked at Fang Chun with ridicule, although the latter had absorbed the innate god of order. His cultivation was still at the divine inscription realm. They were very clear about the gap between the divine inscription realm and the unity realm. What's the matter? Fang Chun frowned and asked. Junior brother, I admire the innate god of order very much and would like to see it for myself. I wonder if Junior brother will give me the chance? The leader, Yu Hong Yun, said with a smile. This person was ranked 91st among the inner sect disciples. The disciples beside him were his followers. If Senior brother Yu wins, I would like to ask for Junior brother's help. Moreover, it made Senior brother Yu so afraid. How is this possible? How about it? Does Junior brother dare to agree? However, he was stopped by the latter. Hearing this, Fang Chun finally understood. He sneered in his heart. It seemed that he was too low-key. Any random person dared to bully him. All right, I don't mind. But if I lose, I will have to help Senior brother Yu. But if I win, I won't get any benefits. This kind of thing seems unfair to me. Fang Chun spread out his hands and said, Don't tell me that senior brothers are trying to trick me. Since Taoist Black Iron said so, Fang Chun naturally didn't say anything else. After being asked by Fang Chun, Yu Hongyan hurriedly explained, Junior brother can rest assured. If I, senior brother, lose, I will give you everything I have. This person was ranked 91st among the inner sect disciples. The disciples beside him were his followers. How much do you have? Fong Chen asked. 10,000 middle grade origin stones. What do you think? Yu Hongyan didn't even have time to defend himself. His body was sent flying. In order to get Fong Chen to help him, Yu Hongyan had spent a lot of money. It wasn't easy for an early-stage Unity Realm disciple to have 10,000 middle grade origin stones. That's fine too. Fong Chen pretended to ponder for a while before saying, Senior brother, you can decide on the time and place. Hearing this, Yu Hongyan was secretly delighted. Let's do it here. What do you think? Hearing this, Yu Hongyan was secretly delighted. No problem. The other disciples retreated, making a large space for Yu Hongyan and Fong Chen, as expected of a heaven-opening grade weapon. Fong Chen sighed. This idiot. Just wait for Senior Brother Yu to teach him a lesson. So what if he has an innate divine rune of order? He will still be taught a lesson by Senior Brother Yu. Oof. I hate such arrogant hotheads the most. To put it bluntly, the few of them were just jealous of Fong Chen for having an innate divine rune of order. Jealousy gave birth to hatred. That was why the current situation happened. Junior brother, you can make the first move. Yu Hongyan chuckled. All right, I will make the first move. In order to get Fong Chen to help him, Yu Hongyan had spent a lot of money. Fong Chen looked at Yu Hongyan and grinned. Immediately after, he activated the myriad sword body. A terrifying power instantly attacked. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He performed the traceless sword technique. Xiao, the void shattered. A terrifying aura that suffocated people fell from the sky. Pung. Yu Hongyan did not even have time to block it. His body was sent flying. When he looked down, there was a terrifying sword wound on his body. Blood was flowing out of it. How can this be? Yu Hongyan stared at Fong Chen angrily. He wanted to stand up and continue the fight. However, when he tried to stand up, he stumbled and fell. How can this be? Yu Hongyan only noticed the situation in his body. He opened his eyes wide and cried out. Humph. I hate such arrogant hotheads the most. Senior Brother Yu. A few disciples who were prepared to watch the show realized that something was wrong. They hurried to Yu Hongyan's side and asked worriedly. Fong Chen recognized them. They were the disciples who had stopped him at the entrance of the elixir hall. Puke. Yu Hongyan spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he had lost his combat strength. He looked at Fong Chen in horror. He was terrified. Damn it. How dare you attack Senior Brother Yu? Let's go together and teach him a lesson. Then, he activated the myriad sword body. A terrifying force instantly attacked. If Yu Hongyan had wanted to kill him, he would have died. Damn it. How dare you attack Senior Brother Yu? Let's go together and teach him a lesson. A few disciples shouted angrily. They wanted to avenge Yu Hongyan. Fong Chen played with the hidden star sword. He felt that its power had become more powerful. However, he was stopped by Yu Hongyan. Shut up, Yu Hongyan shouted. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at each other. Immediately, they stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Thank you for showing mercy, Junior Brother. Yu Hongyan cupped his fist and thanked him. His face was burning, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. A few days later, Fong Chen was summoned by Black Iron Sage. So, Senior Brother Yu has admitted defeat? Fong Chen asked. The sword hilt was golden, and the sword body was red. It gave off a fierce and domineering feeling. Furthermore, there were complex runes flickering on the red blade. If Yu Hongyan had wanted to kill him, he would have died. Yu Hongyan nodded and reluctantly took out 10,000 mid-grade origin stones from his Sumeru ring. His heart was bleeding. This was the wealth that he had saved for a long time. Now, he had given it all away. I'm new here. I don't have enough origin stones. Thank you, Senior Brother Yu, for your generosity. If there are such good things in the future, please remember to look for me. After that, Fong Chen walked straight into his courtyard. Senior Brother Yu Hongyan was helped up by a few disciples. His face was pale. He shook his head and said, Don't provoke this person. His strength is beyond our imagination. Fong Chen smiled and did not say anything. The disciples could not accept that a divine inscription realm martial artist had defeated Yu Hongyan in one move. As a space-time martial artist, he was very sensitive to the void. Moreover, how could senior brother Yu be so afraid of him? At this moment, Fong Chun, who was in the courtyard, was secretly delighted. I hope more idiots like you Hong Yun will send me some origin stones. Chapter 2208. A genius remembers love in 1 second. Shaw Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. He had completed one of the 4 goals. Fong Chun did not expect to complete the goal so easily. It surprised him. Since he had completed it, there was no need to think too much about it. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. Originally, Fong Chun planned to keep a low profile and complete the 4 goals while he was at it. However, he was wrong. The attraction of the innate order divine pattern was too great. When the news spread throughout the inner sect, many disciples came to watch him and looked at him like he was a monkey. This made him very helpless. No matter where he went, there were disciples who wanted to challenge him to see the legendary innate order divine pattern. If Fong Chun appears in Zakai Town, inform me immediately. When you are acting, I will secretly stop the Swordmaster. Once I succeed, I will retreat immediately. Old ancestor. Jian Wuji cupped his fists. However, with his current strength, he did not need to use the innate order divine pattern to deal with those ordinary disciples. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed since Fong Chun entered the inner sect. Hearing this, Jian Wuji did not speak anymore and silently put away the runes. Moreover, the all-fusion body itself required one to constantly fight and absorb the various talents of the opponent in battle to strengthen one's own shortcomings. During this period, Fong Chun had been earning origin stones. The effect was not bad. Every disciple who wanted to challenge him had to pay at least 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. In just a short month, the number of mid-grade origin stones had already reached 70,000. On this day, Fong Chun came to the scripture pavilion through Elder Long's contact. Jian Wuji seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed drastically. All the divine arts of the inner sect were in the scripture pavilion. If one wanted to cultivate them, they had to pay enough origin stones. Is this the scripture pavilion? Fong Chun looked around curiously. There were not many divine arts in the scripture pavilion, but they were all high-level divine arts. Let's choose a soul path divine art first. Fong Chun thought to himself. After his careful selection, his gaze landed on a thick book. Innate Soul Reversal Technique. On the yellowed book, there were 5 bold and powerful words. That's it. All the divine arts in the inner sect were stored in the scripture depository. If one wanted to cultivate them, they would have to pay sufficient origin stones. Love, go little say, Fong Chun decided to choose this divine technique. After checking the price, Xiao Chan found that 30,000 medial grade origin stones was within an acceptable range. After making his selection, he informed the elder guarding the scripture pavilion and paid the price of 30,000 mid-grade origin stones to take away the innate soul reversal techniques copy. In the courtyard, Fong Chun looked at the information about the innate soul reversal technique seriously. He felt as if he had sunk deep into an ocean of soul Tao. The Tao of the soul is too vast. What I have grasped is merely the tip of the iceberg, Fong Chun said to himself. He wanted to enter the top 50 as soon as possible so that he could leave the inner sect openly. In the following time, he began to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique. On the peak of the limitless sword mountain, on the stone pillar that reached the sky, Fong Shi's body emitted an extremely dense aura. The attraction of the innate order divine pattern was too great. When this news spread throughout the inner sect, many disciples came to watch him and looked at him like a monkey. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as Jian Wuji appeared instantly. Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? Jian Wuji asked. Yes. After seeing the changes in Fong Shi, Jian Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Master, after a long while, Fong Shi opened his eyes. You have finally taken the last step. Now it's time to hone yourself, Jian Wuji said. Fong Shi had the all-fusion body, which was very suitable for his inheritance. Suddenly, a bright spot lit up in his primordial spirit and then swept through his entire mind. After seeing the changes in Fong Shi, Jian Wuji nodded in satisfaction. However, at this stage, Fang Shi had only received a small portion of the inheritance. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through. He needed to go out and hone himself. Moreover, the all-fusion body itself required one to constantly fight and absorb the various talents of the opponent to strengthen one's own shortcomings. Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? Jian Wuji asked. From now on, you will walk around Dongshin Heaven and train. You must dig out all the advantages of the myriad fusion body, Jian Wuji said. This is a token of mine. Take it out when you encounter danger. Ordinary Divine Mark Realm disciples could not possibly be Fang Shi's opponent at all. Go! And if a Unity Realm expert were to see this token, they would definitely feel apprehensive. Go! Jian Wuji waved his hand and sent Fang Shi out of the Limitless Sword sect. Looking at the back of his disciple, Jian Wuji sighed. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Fang Chun. This guy is cultivating the innate soul reversal technique. Seeing Fang Chun cultivating this soul Dao divine technique, Jian Wuji was a little surprised. In the courtyard, then he said with a smile, with such good talent in the sword Dao, why don't you seize the time to cultivate this soul Dao divine technique? Although the innate soul reversal technique was powerful, it was incomplete. Thinking of this, Jian Wuji shook his head. Voila! Fang Chun seriously looked at the information of the innate soul reversal technique, feeling as if he was deep in the sea of soul Dao. The void flickered, and Ancestor Xing, he suddenly appeared. Not bad. Ancestor. Jian Wuji cupped his fists. Ancestor Xing, he nodded and said, I'm here to see how this guy's cultivation is going. Then Ancestor Xing, his gaze penetrated the clouds and landed on Fang Chun. After a long time, Ancestor Xing, his face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with Fang Chun's cultivation. Jian Wuji seemed to have discovered something, and his face suddenly changed. His overall potential is very strong. After absorbing the innate divine rune of order, he's destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. Ancestor Xing, he said, when he dominates the inner sect, give this rune to him. Boom! Fang Chun naturally didn't know that Ancestor Xing, he had already noticed him. This is, looking at the back of his disciple, Jian Wuji sighed. Jian Wuji seemed to have discovered something, and his face suddenly changed. Ancestor, are you sure you want to do this? Jian Wuji asked. Ancestor Xing, he said leisurely, geniuses are tempered by blood and fire. He can't cultivate in the Wuji sword sect for the rest of his life. He has to go out and see the world. I'm just letting him experience the cruel path of cultivation in advance. Hearing this, Jian Wuji didn't speak anymore and silently put away the rune. Let's choose a soul path divine technique first. Fang Chun naturally didn't know that Ancestor Xing, he had already noticed him. He was wholeheartedly cultivating the innate soul reversal technique. In the process, he discovered that this soul path divine technique was extremely special. This soul path divine technique had a total of 9 levels. When cultivated to the extreme, it could reverse the primordial spirit and erupt with powerful strength. It could even kill with one's mind. Before this, Fang Chun didn't even dare to think about reversing the primordial spirit. This kind of method could only be used by experts at the level of the Swordmaster. However, this innate soul reversal technique was different. It was very difficult to cultivate, but once cultivated, the benefits were endless. However, what made Fang Chun feel a little helpless was that this innate soul reversal technique was incomplete and only had the first 5 levels. What about the last 4 levels? Dongshin Heaven, Tianqing Remnant Clan Headquarters. After a long time, Ancestor Xingyi's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with Fang Chun's cultivation. Fang Chun said helplessly. He contacted Elder Long, and the latter told him that this soul path divine technique had been incomplete ever since the Wuji sword sect obtained it. Moreover, Elder Long also advised Fang Chun not to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique, saying that it was a waste of time. After cultivating for about a month, Fang Chun felt that the 6 golden figures in his mind had undergone subtle changes. Thinking of this, Jian Wuji shook his head. Suddenly, a bright spot lit up in his primordial spirit and then swept through his entire mind. Boom! In the next moment, a violent soul path aura emerged and wrapped Fang Chun tightly. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed since Fang Chun entered the inner sect. Thinking of the sword master, the person in charge's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the following time, he began to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique. Fang Chun was overjoyed. Unknowingly, he had cultivated the first level of the innate soul reversal technique. It was really exciting. Let's test its power. Fang Chun waved his hand, and an illusion appeared in the courtyard. Then, Fang Chun began to test the power of the innate soul reversal technique. Dongxian Heaven, Tianqing Remnant Clan Headquarters. How is it? The person in charge asked in a hoarse voice. Below, a few black-robed Tianqing Remnant Clan members hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't worry. We have already set up an inescapable net in Zakai Town. As long as Fang Chun comes, he will definitely die." However, with his current strength, he didn't need to use the innate order divine runes to deal with those ordinary disciples. "Sir, should we control the Ling family in Zakai Town first?" Another person asked. Thinking of this, Jian Wuji shook his head. The person in charge, shrouded in black fog, gently shook his head and said, "Don't act rashly. The previous failure has already alerted us. The higher-ups of the Limitless Sword Sect have been protecting Fang Chun in the dark." But the person in charge, shrouded in black fog, waved his hand and said, "There are no buts. The failure of the Divine Rune World has caused our Tianqing Remnant Clan to be exposed to the eyes of the human experts. Now we must be careful. Before we kill Fang Chun, no one is allowed to act on their own. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." Dongxian Heaven, Tianqing Remnant Clan Headquarters. Hearing this, several people nodded heavily. "If Fang Chun appears in Zakai Town, inform me immediately. When you all act, I will obstruct the sword master in the dark. Once we succeed, we will retreat immediately." That's right. Thinking of the sword master, the person in charge's eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the sword master had silently killed several of their Unity Realm clansmen. This had infuriated the person in charge. But for the sake of killing Fang Chun, he had to endure this anger. Hearing this, several people nodded heavily. If they couldn't get it, then they would completely destroy it. Fang Chun had obtained an innate divine rune of order. He was someone their Tianqing Remnant clan had to eliminate. Fang Chun waved his hand, and an illusion appeared in the courtyard. Fang Chun began to test the power of the innate soul reversal technique. The Tianqing Remnant clan had revived from the ashes and secretly deployed to rule the Void Star Heaven. And their only mission in Dongxian Heaven was to kill the geniuses of the various sect. Fang Chun was the most important genius. They had to kill him at all costs. "Sir, please rest assured, we will not act rashly." After cultivating for about a month, Fang Chun felt that the 6 little golden men in his mind had undergone slight changes. The person in charge nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "After killing Fang Chun, remember to bring his corpse back to me." Chapter 2209. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Go. Showa Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The reason why the innate soul reversal technique could be cultivated to the first level so quickly was also thanks to Fang Chun's powerful primordial spirit. There were only a handful of primordial spirits in the divine inscription realm who could possess a 6th origin stage primordial spirit. Furthermore, Fang Chun's attainments in the soul cultivation Tao were very strong, so this was reasonable. Voila! The illusion collapsed, and Fang Chun's figure appeared in the courtyard. His face was full of smiles. The power of the innate soul reversal technique was much stronger than he had imagined. With this innate soul reversal technique and the traceless sword technique, I can completely crush early-stage Unity realm martial artists. I can even challenge middle-stage Unity realm martial artists. Fang Chun said confidently. After all, he still had his trump card, the innate order divine runes. Once released, it could form a fundamental suppression, making the opponent breathless. Soul Dao divine techniques were very difficult to cultivate. Therefore, Fang Chun was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had already obtained the innate soul reversal technique. As long as he was given time, he would be able to cultivate it. Next, he needed a body-tempering divine technique. Among the Cosmos divine techniques, there were very few that were compatible with the myriad sword body. It would be slightly difficult to obtain one. However, Fang Chun had already inquired about it. There was a gravity space in the intersect. It was built for disciples to temper their fleshly bodies. There were different levels of gravity in the gravity space. Under normal circumstances, disciples with powerful fleshly bodies would go to the gravity space. Other than tempering the fleshly body, there was another thing that attracted the attention of martial artists. That was, they could issue challenges and compete with their fleshly bodies. If they could defeat their opponent, they could obtain the opponent's body-tempering divine technique. Of course, this required both parties to agree to it before the battle could begin. Therefore, the gravity space was usually packed with people. Let's go take a look. It was still early, so Fang Chun prepared to take a look at the gravity space. Although it was called a space, it was roughly the size of a wasteland. The gravity space was completely sealed and isolated from the outside world. There were a total of 9 regions inside, and the gravity in each region was different. It was said that the gravity in the 9th district had reached 100 times that of the outside world. Almost no disciples could step into the 9th district. When Fang Chun arrived at the gravity space, he was surprised to see many disciples tempering their bodies. Is this the gravity space? Fang Chun looked around and muttered to himself. Each area was only a few miles wide. The closer to the periphery, the weaker the gravity. That round yellow area should be the place of the battle, right? Fang Chun thought to himself. At this moment, 2 disciples suddenly walked into the circular yellow area. Blue Brick, you forced me to do this. The gray-clothed disciple said coldly as he looked at the Blue Brick with a gloomy expression. You will regret your decision. Blue Brick sneered. In the intersect, although the Blue Brick wasn't considered too strong, it was still ranked below average. His opponent was slightly weaker than him, but his body refinement divine arts were unique, and Blue Brick had long since set his eyes on him. He had spent a long time and exhausted all means to make him agree to the battle. Looking at the gray-clothed disciple, Blue Brick was very excited. His body had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. If he could obtain this body refinement divine art, he would definitely find the opportunity to break through. Boom! After the 2 exchanged a few words, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and the battle was about to break out. The battle in the gravity space was very simple. One couldn't use origin energy and could only rely on pure physical strength. Eat my fist! Blue Brick shouted as he gathered all his strength in his fist and threw a punch at the gray-clothed disciple. Love go little say W, chew bang. The gray-clothed disciple didn't want to be outdone and threw a punch back. When the 2 fists collided, there was a deafening sound, and a powerful shockwave forced the 2 of them back. Buzz! At this moment, the gray-clothed disciple's body trembled slightly, and a strange aura emanated from his body. In an instant, the strength of his physical body began to rise wildly. This is interesting. After seeing the gray-clothed disciple's state, Fang Chun was surprised. After observing carefully, he nodded slightly. This person's body refinement divine art was indeed special. No wonder Blue Brick wanted it so badly. Unfortunately, although this body refinement divine art was strange and special, it didn't suit him. It's no use. Seeing the gray-clothed disciple's full strength, Blue Brick sneered and used the trump card that he had prepared. Dong! Violent power poured down, and the terrifying fist radiance smashed into the gray-clothed disciple's body, breaking his physical defense. Poochie! Although the gray-clothed disciple's body refinement divine art was special, it couldn't withstand Blue Brick's powerful attack. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Blue Brick withdrew his aura and sneered. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hand it over." The gray-clothed disciple looked solemn and shook his head helplessly. He then took a yellowed book and threw it to Blue Brick. "Humph, I will take revenge." After saying that, the gray-clothed disciple turned and left. Blue Brick's battle didn't seem to affect the cultivation of the disciples in the gravity space. They were already used to these battles. However, without absolute confidence, no one would casually accept the challenge of others. Blue Brick held the book in his hand and was delighted. He finally got it. However, at this moment, he saw Fong Chun standing in the first zone from the corner of his eye. What's he doing here? After pondering for a while, a malicious smile appeared on Blue Brick's face. Then he strode over. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Blue Brick said coldly. He held a grudge against Fong Chun for squeezing them out of Black Iron Sage's place. At the same time, he also wanted to take revenge for the disciples of the Blue Moon Mansion. Feeling Blue Brick's hatred, Fong Chun ignored him. "I'm here to find a suitable body refinement divine art for me," Fong Chun said indifferently as he looked around to see if there was a suitable body refinement divine art for him. Seeing him speak so casually, the anger in Blue Brick's heart grew. "Humph, a piece of trash like you dares to gamble in the gravity space? What a joke. If it weren't for the divine runes of order, who would pay attention to you?" Blue Brick looked down at Fong Chun and said coldly, "Boring." Fong Chun ignored Blue Brick and walked to the second zone. The gravity in this zone was much stronger than in the first zone, but it wasn't a problem for Fong Chun. Blue Brick was about to curse when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Brat, aren't you looking for a suitable body refinement divine art? I have 2 body refinement divine arts here. What do you think?" Blue Brick wanted to use the body refinement divine arts as bait to lure Fong Chun into accepting his challenge. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. Fong Chun didn't care about the 2 body refinement divine arts at all. "No need," Fong Chun said. "What? You don't dare?" Blue Brick deliberately provoked him. Fong Chun stopped and turned around to look at the Blue Brick. He then said, "Your 2 body refining divine arts are too trashy." After that, Fong Chun continued to move forward. The 3rd zone, the 4th zone, and the 5th zone. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun arrived at the 6th zone. Being able to walk to the 6th zone in one go was enough to show the strength of his body. Damn this guy. Blue Brick was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Fong Chun. Fong Chun's appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This guy actually came to the 6th zone. It seems that his physical strength isn't weak. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Fong Chun walked to the 7th zone. "Finally, I feel the pressure." Fong Chun nodded with satisfaction, then sat down cross-legged and began to refine his body. The body refinement divine arts of the disciples cultivating in the gravity space were too weak, and Fong Chun didn't care about them. He wanted to wait for the top disciples to come and see what kind of special body refinement divine arts were suitable for him. The 7th zone? Suddenly, the entire gravity space was in an uproar. How could a new disciple not be shocked to come to the 7th zone in one go? After all, there weren't many disciples in the entire intersect who could enter the 7th zone. Even Blue Brick couldn't enter the 7th zone. At this time, everyone finally understood why he ignored Blue Brick's 2 body refinement divine arts. It turned out that he really didn't care about them. Chapter 22:10. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the gravitational space, many disciples stared at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. While they were shocked, their eyes were filled with envy. In a certain courtyard, a man in black was sipping tea. Your body-tempering divine art is much stronger than lawn bricks. However, although this horn spike has the power to kill, its internal structure is still a little messy. It can't withstand heavy pressure. If it were to encounter a powerful warrior, he would definitely be able to break it with brute force. Fong Chun said indifferently. This guy is really powerful. No wonder he's a genius who absorbed the innate order divine runes. Yeah, To be able to enter the seventh zone in one go, his physical strength must be one of the best in the intersect. After the body of 10,000 swords reached the fourth level, it seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tempered it, there was no progress. The body of 10,000 swords was pushed to the extreme. Fourth level power instantly emerged, and the 10,000 swords domain quietly spread out. A strong physical body doesn't mean that he's strong. Some people approved of Feng Chun, while some opposed Feng Chun. In short, after seeing Feng Chun, most people's eyes were filled with fear. Blue Brick's face was burning, as if he'd been slapped hard in the face. Damn it, isn't it just a strong physical body? What's so great about it? At this moment, even Lawn Brick knew that if it was a competition of physical strength, he was no match for Feng Chun. However, he believed that his strength was no weaker than Feng Chen's. Putting away his fist, Feng Chun continued to walk to the seventh zone and sat down cross-legged as if nothing had happened. The latter had just finished refining a long sword when he heard the news from the gravitational space. Everyone stared at Feng Chun with their mouths agape. They shook their heads vigorously, unable to believe what they had just seen. Soon, the news spread throughout the intersect. In a certain courtyard, a man in black was sipping tea. Suddenly, a disciple rushed over. "Senior brother, hey, the Feng Chun you asked me to keep an eye on caused quite a commotion in the gravitational space." Oh, he went straight to the seventh area as soon as he entered the gravity space. He even said that the body-refining divine art of the blue brick was trash and that he didn't want it. Apa said. The disciple explained the situation in detail. "Your physical strength is not bad. Do you dare to bet with me?" Apa got straight to the point. The warrior known as Heipa revealed a smile on his calm face. He turned his head and saw a black-robed warrior walking straight towards him. As expected, to be able to absorb the innate divine runes of order, his physical body must be very strong as well. Some of the nearby disciples could not help but retreat as their eyes were filled with fear. At this point, Heipa's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. "I must get his body refining divine arts," Black Broken Heart said to himself. Then, he stood up and headed straight for the gravity space. Gravity space, the seventh region. After cultivating for a while, Feng Chun opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. After the myriad sword body reached the fourth level, it seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tempered it, there was no progress. "I wonder when I will be able to find a suitable body-refining divine art," Feng Chun said to himself. In his opinion, a monstrous genius who could absorb the innate divine runes of order was a dragon among men. However, Feng Chun's aura gave people a very ordinary feeling. As Feng Chun shouted, the void suddenly collapsed, and a trembling shadow of a fist smashed into Heipa's body. In a courtyard, a black-robed man was sipping tea. He came to the seventh area in one go, which must have caused a big commotion. Black Broken Heart moved, and his body was covered by a thick black aura. The news would spread quickly, and soon there would be disciples coming to challenge him. This was the effect he wanted. Only by attracting the top disciples would he be able to get a useful body-refining divine art. Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion outside the gravity space. He turned his head and saw a black-robed warrior walking straight toward him. Black Broken Heart moved, and his body was covered by a thick black aura. "You are Feng Chun?" Heipa stared at Feng Chun with some disappointment. In his opinion, a monstrous genius who could absorb the innate divine runes of order was a dragon among men. However, Feng Chun's aura gave people a very ordinary feeling. "I am," Feng Chun said. "Your physical strength is not bad. Do you dare to bet with me?" Heipa asked directly. Feng Chun stared at Heipa and said, "That depends on whether your body-refining divine art can move me." Buzz. Black Broken Heart moved, and his body was covered by a thick black aura. In the next moment, hideous black thorns appeared on his skin, and a murderous aura spread out. Adept Black Iron had the same idea as Ling Danzi. Some of the nearby disciples could not help but retreat as their eyes were filled with fear. "Oh, Fong Chen carefully looked at He Po's body-refining divine art and pondered inwardly. Fong Chen stared at He Po and said, "That depends on whether your body-refining divine art can move me. My body-refining divine art is called the heaven-breaking horn stab technique. There are a total of 9 levels. When cultivated to the peak, the entire body will be covered by thorns. No Unity Realm warrior can break through it." Apis said, "Thinking of this, adept black Ironside, your body-refining divine art is much stronger than blue bricks. However, although this horn spike has the power to kill, its internal structure is still a little messy. It can't withstand heavy pressure. If it were to encounter a powerful warrior, he would definitely be able to break it with brute force," Fong Chen said indifferently. "What do you mean?" Fong Chen shook his head and said directly, "Your heaven-breaking horn stab technique is not very useful to me. Therefore, I don't want to waste time. Please go back." Fong Chen's rejection was very straightforward, causing the many disciples in the gravity space to be stunned. Thinking of this, adept black Ironside, he came to the gravity space to find a suitable body-refining divine art, not to waste time. After his myriad sword body reached the 4th level, it seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how he tempered it, there was no movement. "You on what basis do you say that? I didn't even see his fist clearly, and He Po was sent flying." He Po was somewhat anxious and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you just absorb the innate divine rune of order? What's so great about it? I think you don't dare to accept my challenge, right?" This disciple explained the situation in detail. Hearing He Po's words, Fong Chen felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that if he did not display some valiant strength, there would be many people coming to disturb him in the future. "If you can withstand a punch of mine, I'll accept your challenge." "How about it?" Fong Chen said. He Po said in a deep voice after arriving at the circular yellow area. Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion outside the gravity space. Not to mention 1 punch, even 10 punches will do. If I take half a step back, I'll lose, and this heaven-piercing horn technique will be yours. He Po was very straightforward. His purpose of coming here was not to deal with Fong Chen, but purely to see the strength of an innate divine rune of order. Some of the nearby disciples could not help but retreat as their eyes were filled with fear. "If you lose, don't disturb me again. As for your heaven-piercing horn technique, I won't take it," Fong Chen said indifferently. He Po was somewhat angry, but without saying anything, he used the heaven-piercing horn technique to raise his physical defense to the highest level. "Make your move," He Po said in a deep voice after arriving at the circular yellow area. Buzz. As for his body, it was directly sent flying. Since he wanted to intimidate everyone, he had to defeat He Po with absolute strength. Sigh. If such a disciple could become my inner disciple, how great would that be? Rumble. Within Fong Chen's body, a vast amount of energy was vibrating. He clenched his fists tightly, and the violent energy was completely gathered in his palms. The myriad sword body was pushed to the extreme, and level 4 energy instantly surged out. The myriad sword domain quietly spread out. Go! Following Fong Chen's light roar, the void suddenly shattered, and a shocking fist ruthlessly smashed onto He Po's body. The spikes on the surface of He Po's skin were instantly shattered like glass. As for his body, it was directly sent flying. Retracting his fist, Fong Chen continued to walk to the 7th area and sat down cross-legged, as if nothing had happened. However, within the gravity space, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Fong Chen, dumbfounded. They shook their heads vigorously, unable to believe what they had just seen. Isn't he too strong? I didn't even see his punch clearly, and He Po was sent flying. Although He Po's overall strength isn't too strong, his physical strength can be ranked in the top 5 of the intersect. He Po, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he stood up and headed straight for the gravity space. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen's back in the distance, unable to calm down for a long time. As for his body, it was directly sent flying. He stood up with difficulty, clasped his hands together towards Fong Chen, and then staggered away. No one knew better than him how powerful that punch was. He could have killed me with one blow, but at the last moment, I felt that he held back. Hey, Broken Heart thought to himself. The news of He Po's defeat quickly spread throughout the inner sect. Many of the disciples who were ranked at the top were talking about Fang Chun. Elixir Hall. This guy, what is he doing in the gravity space? Ling Danzi was speechless. However, he believed that his strength wasn't any weaker than Fang Chen's. Gravity space, 7th area. He was preparing to refine a large number of elixirs and wanted to ask Fang Chen to help him. He was speechless when he heard that the latter was in the limelight in the gravity space. How weak could a martial artist who could absorb the innate divine runes of order be? Wasn't he bullying those disciples by challenging them? Taoist Black Iron had the same thought as Ling Danzi. What do you mean? The latter had just finished refining a long sword when he heard the news from the gravity space. He stroked his beard and chuckled. This guy defeated He Po with one punch. I think those guys can't sit still and are going to make a move. Among the 100 inner sect disciples, there were a few who had very strong physical bodies. They were much stronger than He Po. Now that Fang Chen defeated He Po with one punch, those disciples who rarely saw him would definitely go and see him. In a certain courtyard, a man in black was drinking tea. This is good too. Although he absorbed the innate divine runes of order, he still needs to polish himself. With these disciples making a move, it will definitely spur him on. Taoist Black Iron said to himself. Thinking of this, Taoist Black Iron sighed. Sigh. It would be great if such a disciple could become my inner disciple. However, what Taoist Black Iron didn't know was that even Jian Wuji wasn't qualified to take Fang Chun as a disciple. Chapter 22:11. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chun was the best in the gravitational space, and no one could compete with him. Even a body-refining expert like He Po was defeated by him with one punch, causing He Po to disappear and go into seclusion. The god of thunder was furious, but he restrained himself. Then what do you want? As time passed, more and more disciples entered the gravitational space. They all wanted to see Fang Chen's glory. At the same time, they were also guessing when those freakish body-refining experts would make their move. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chen's body of 10,000 swords had become stronger. He had reached the mid-stage of level 4, and he would reach the late stage of level 4. This was already quite good. At least compared to a month ago, his physical body was much stronger. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Chun had been waiting for those guys to appear. Through his observation, he found that these disciples in the gravitational space were not very good at body refining. I wonder when they will appear. Fang Chun was also looking forward to it. Only by fighting with experts could he stimulate his fighting spirit and improve his body of 10,000 swords to another level. However, on this day, bang! In one of the luxurious courtyards of the inner sect, a ferocious aura suddenly swept toward them. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning swooped down and bombarded the courtyard. At the same time, all the disciples in the inner sect stared at the luxurious courtyard with burning eyes. They knew very well what that bolt of lightning signified. Soon, a piece of news spread in the inner sect. The god of thunder has come out of seclusion. Fang Chun heard this and shook his head. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Let's hurry to the gravitational space. The god of thunder will definitely challenge Fang Chun. Great, I can see the god of thunder's thunder dragon body technique again. Many disciples rushed into the gravitational space after hearing the news. In the luxurious courtyard, the lightning runes on the god of thunder's body flickered and crackled incessantly. His words were filled with disdain. What he meant was, so what if you have an innate divine pattern of order? Aren't you still suppressed by me, the thunder god? He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. His thunder god tyrant body had reached a new level. He had gained a lot from his seclusion this time. At the same time, they were also guessing when those abnormal body refinement experts would make their move. Love go little say, kahumph, you defeated me by a hair's breadth last time. Let's see how you block my thunder god mighty body this time. The god of thunder's eyes flashed with a hint of madness when he thought of Han Yuan. Among the 100 inner sect disciples, Han Yuan was the only one whom the thunder god valued in terms of physical strength. Speaking a Korean one, everyone knew about it. This was already quite good. At the very least, compared to a month ago, his physical body had become much stronger. He was the undisputed #1 disciple in the inner sect. Whether it was in terms of overall strength or physical strength, he was far superior to the other disciples. Thunder God only dared to challenge Han Yuan in terms of physical strength. Even if he beat him to death, he wouldn't dare to challenge Han Yuan in terms of overall strength. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly sensed that his communication jade pendant had rung. After hearing the contents of the communication jade pendant, the god of thunder licked his dry lips with a hint of disdain in his eyes. An innate divine sigil of order? His purpose in coming here was to obtain a suitable body refinement divine art. The thunder god mighty body art wasn't suitable for him, so he naturally didn't want to waste time fighting. The god of thunder said coldly, "You're just a lucky bastard. Do you really think that an innate divine sigil of order can sweep through the inner sect?" The god of thunder then sneered, "Defeating Heipo with one punch? In my eyes, Heipo isn't even worth mentioning. Fine, since you're so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson." The god of thunder had a bad temper and was vicious. "What's the point?" Fong Chen asked. None of the disciples who went against him had a good ending. As time passed, no one dared to provoke the god of thunder. In addition, the latter's overall strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect, so no one dared to provoke him. His body was directly sent flying by Fong Chen. As time passed, more and more disciples entered the gravity space. They all wanted to see Fong Chen's glory. "Let's go take a look. Your thunder god mighty body art isn't suitable for me." The god of thunder stood up and walked into the gravity space. When the god of thunder entered the gravity space, the entire gravity space was in an uproar. Countless disciples looked at the god of thunder with burning eyes. The latter also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. "Who is Fong Chen?" The god of thunder glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. His words were full of disdain. What he meant was, "So what if you have an innate divine sigil of order? Won't you still be suppressed by me?" "Senior brother Thunder God, where is he?" A disciple pointed at Fong Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the 7th zone, and whispered. The god of thunder's gaze immediately fell on Fong Chen. Dang, dang, dang. The god of thunder took a step forward, crossing 7 zones at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and arrived in front of Fong Chen. "Is it interesting?" Fong Chen asked. "I heard that you have been very arrogant recently. Do you think that your body is invincible after defeating Heipa?" The god of thunder's voice entered Fong Chen's ears. The god of thunder's mighty body art had reached a new level. Fong Chen, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and stared at the god of thunder. "Are you the god of thunder?" Fong Chen asked. "Are you looking down on my thunder god, mighty body art?" The god of thunder said coldly. "Yes, I am the god of thunder." Fong Chen shook his head, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Your thunder god mighty body art isn't suitable for me." The god of thunder's face instantly darkened. A trace of anger appeared in his heart. "Are you looking down on my thunder god mighty body art?" The god of thunder said coldly. "Is it interesting?" Fong Chen said. "Do you dare fight with me?" The god of thunder was aggressive. Fong Chen frowned, very unhappy. He didn't like the god of thunder's arrogant tone, and he didn't want to waste time. Not interested. His purpose of coming here was to obtain a suitable body refining divine art. The thunder god mighty body art wasn't suitable for him, so he naturally didn't want to waste time fighting. It seems that other than the mysterious #1 expert, Han Yuan, there is no hope for other body refining divine art. Fong Chen said to himself. The god of thunder's mind moved, and terrifying lightning filled the 7th area. He wanted to force Fong Chen to fight. The latter frowned and stepped into the 8th area. At this point, the god of thunder sneered. "Defeating Heipa with a punch? In my eyes, Heipa is not worth mentioning." "Well, since you are so arrogant, Let me teach you a lesson. The god of thunder followed and entered the 8th area, continuing to disturb Fong Chen's cultivation. Is the god of thunder so petty? Fong Chen asked. Fong Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, I need origin stones. Fight with me, the god of thunder said aggressively. What if you lose? Fong Chen asked. The thunder god mighty body art is a very strong body refining divine art, but unfortunately it doesn't suit me, Fong Chen thought to himself. Thunder god tyrant body art, take it. Fong Chen withdrew his fist and looked at the god of thunder. Humph, last time you defeated me by a hair's breadth. This time, let's see how you resist my thunder god mighty body art. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I said that your thunder god mighty body art is not suitable for me. You can understand it as I don't like it. Do you dare to fight with me? The god of thunder was aggressive. The god of thunder was angry, but he forcibly restrained himself. Then what do you want? Fong Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, I need origin stones. Speaking of Korean yuan, everyone knew about it. Whoosh. What if you lose? Fong Chen asked. The god of thunder waved his hand, and suddenly 10,000 mid-grade origin stones appeared in front of him. He looked at Fong Chen and said, If I lose, these are for you. But if you lose, kneel, kowtow, and call me Grandpa 3 times. How about it? Boom. No problem. Fong Chen shrugged. The next moment, he used all his strength and punched at Fong Chen. He didn't seem to care at all, as if he wouldn't lose at all. Seeing this, the god of thunder was even more annoyed. He went straight to the circular yellow area, and his cold eyes stared at Fong Chen and said, A natural divine sigil of order, kneel, kowtow, and call me Grandpa. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Fong Chen strolled over and said, But some things are always unexpected. Boom. Among the 100 inner sect disciples, only Han Yuan was worthy of the god of thunder's attention in terms of physical strength. The god of thunder stood up and walked into the gravity space. The god of thunder first used the thunder god tyrannical body art, and the terrifying aura of thunder pressed against Fong Chen. Thunder runes flickered on the surface of his skin, crackling and popping. Thump, thump, senior brother thunder god. Where is it? When the power of thunder in the void gathered together, the god of thunder suddenly grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a round ball of thunder appeared in his palm. Crack! Your thunder god tyrannical body art is not suitable for me. The thunder god exerted force in his palm and crushed the lightning ball. The violent lightning energy drilled into his palm. The next moment, he used all his strength and punched at Fong Chen. However, on this day, myriad sword body. Facing the god of thunder, Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless and activated the myriad sword body to the extreme. Do you dare to fight with me? The god of thunder was aggressive. Bang! In an instant, the god of thunder's fist heavily bombarded Fong Chen's body. However, it was blocked by the myriad sword domain. Boom! The god of thunder's fist exploded with a deafening sound, but it couldn't move an inch. After listening to the contents of the communication jade pendant, the god of thunder licked his dry lips, and a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Fong Chen's face was calm, and his body trembled, and he suddenly punched out. Seeing this, the god of thunder was even more annoyed. He went straight to the round yellow area, and his cold eyes stared at Fong Chen. The owner of the divine rune of order kneels down and kowtows to me, calling me grandfather. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The seemingly light punch actually contained the power of 1,000 caddies. Fong Chen frowned, very unhappy. He didn't like the god of thunder's arrogant tone, and he didn't want to waste time. Dong! The god of thunder's face instantly darkened. A trace of anger appeared in his heart. When his fist collided with the god of thunder's body, the sound of the latter's bones breaking suddenly rang out. The god of thunder's body was directly sent flying by Fong Chen. The entire gravity space was dead silent. Everyone looked at all of this with their mouths agape, and they couldn't believe it. Fong Chen withdrew his fist, and his eyes fell on the god of thunder's body. The god of thunder's body art is a very strong body refining divine art. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit me, Fang Chun thought to himself. With his level 4 myriad sword body, it was more than enough to deal with the god of thunder's body art. However, he also knew that in terms of real combat strength, he might not be able to defeat the god of thunder. The god of thunder screamed crazily and quickly got up, his scarlet eyes staring at Fang Chun. Myriad sword body? Chapter 22:12. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The myriad sword body was recognized as one of the top 10 physiques in the chaotic void sword Dao. No, to be exact, it was one of the top 5 geniuses in the intersect who could compete with Han Yuan. Moreover, as one's strength increased, the tenacity of the myriad sword body would become stronger and stronger. It was very likely to stimulate unprecedented potential. In the Wuji sword sect, the most suitable physique for sword cultivation was the myriad sword body. In the gravity space, Fang Chen's limelight was unparalleled. Thunder God did not investigate Fang Chen's background, so he did not know that he had the myriad sword body. Now, Thunder God was a little jealous of this lucky guy in front of him. Not only did he absorb the innate sacred runes of order, but he also had a powerful physique that sword cultivators dreamed of. This is great. Such benefits, gathered on the body of a divine inscription realm martial artist, was simply a waste of heavenly gifts. But what could he do? The 4th move of the traceless sword art has really reached my limit. If I had another chance, I might not be able to create it, Fang Chun said to himself. Damn it! Thunder God cursed in his heart as he clenched his fists. The myriad sword body was the nemesis of his Thunder God mighty body. No wonder he could not break through his opponent's defense with his full strength. At this moment, Thunder God was in a dilemma. If he continued to fight, his Thunder God mighty body would be restrained, and he would not have the advantage in terms of pure physical strength. As time went on, he would still lose. If he did not continue to fight, he would not admit defeat. Thunder God's expression kept changing for a moment. Inside the gravity space, the hearts of all the martial artists were in turmoil. Thunder God seems to be hesitating. In the next moment, Fang Chun laughed excitedly. Thunder God mighty body is restrained. It is not possible for him to defeat Fang Chun with pure physical strength. I have to say, the myriad sword body is really powerful. Many disciples were commenting on this battle. Heipo's loss is justified. In the circular yellow area, after half a year, he could already apply his space-time cultivation to the 4th move. When Thunder God heard the discussions of these disciples, he wished he could smash Fang Chen's head with his fist. However, he couldn't do it. At least, he couldn't do it in the gravitational space. The green hills never change, and the green waters flow forever. After a while, the god of thunder admitted defeat. He threw down 10,000 mid-grade origin stones, turned around, and left. Seeing this, Fang Chun was a little stunned. This thunder god was quite smart. He knew that there was no point in continuing the battle after being restrained by his myriad sword body. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely fight to the death for the sake of face. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared into the void. I wonder when Han Yuan will come out of seclusion? Moreover, as his strength increased, the tenacity of the myriad sword's body would become stronger and stronger. It was very likely to stimulate unprecedented potential. Jian Wuji stood there quietly, allowing the transparent sword light to hit his body and then gradually dissipate. Fang Chun wanted to cultivate the myriad sword body to the late stage of level 4, or even the peak of level 4, before Han Yuan came out of seclusion. That way, he would have a greater chance of defeating Han Yuan. However, things didn't go as he wished. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to tempering his body, but to no avail. On the other hand, there were signs of a breakthrough in his traceless sword art. Fang Chun, who was cultivating in the gravitational space, suddenly stood up and hurriedly left. Soon, he returned to his residence, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the traceless sword art. All this time, Fang Chun had been seeking to perfect and modify the traceless sword art to its strongest power. In his mind, the 6 golden figures each performed the traceless sword art. 6 different sword lights were constantly circulating. Feng Chun carefully observed the traceless sword art performed by the 6 golden figures. He Po's loss was justified. Suddenly, his mind became clear. In the gravitational space, no one could compare to Feng Chen's limelight for a while. At this moment, the god of thunder was in a dilemma. I see. After releasing his inner emotions, Feng Chun gradually calmed down. When he saw Jian Wuji, he hurriedly greeted him. The next moment, Feng Chun laughed heartily. He was very excited. In the gravitational space, the hearts of all the martial artists were in a perilous situation. In the Wuji sword sect, the most suitable physique for sword cultivation was the myriad sword body. But what could he do? In his mind, the 6 golden figures each performed the traceless sword art. 6 different sword lights were constantly circulating. Striking while the iron was hot, he took out the supreme-grade universe-level weapon, the hidden star sword, and quickly performed the traceless sword art in the courtyard. Xiao! Streaks of sword light shattered the void and circled around him. His mind trembled, and extremely violent sword qi surged out from his body. The direction of the 4th move of the traceless sword art should be the direction of the collapse of the void. When the sword strikes, the void shatters. Feng Chun had already roughly determined the direction of the traceless sword art's development. This way, it would be easier to evolve the 4th move. He wholeheartedly devoted himself to tempering his body, but to no avail. If Feng Chun could reach the Unity Realm, he would probably be able to sweep through the younger generation of Dongxin Heaven. Although the first 3 moves were known as traceless and transparent, they were purely offensive. As for the 4th move, Feng Chun suddenly had an idea. What if it was related to the space-time cultivation system? What would happen? Thinking of this, Feng Chun tried to fuse his space-time cultivation comprehension into the traceless sword art. In the courtyard, Feng Chun was performing a messy sword dance by himself. After a long time, the god of thunder admitted defeat. On the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, on the sky-piercing stone pillar, Jian Wuji squinted his eyes and stared at Feng Chun with interest. This fellow is indeed a sword Dao genius seen once in a trillion years. The 4th move of the traceless sword art. The 4th move of the traceless sword art combined the space-time cultivation system. The moves were even more unpredictable, and it was several times more powerful than the previous 3 moves. After watching for a long time, Jian Wuji could not help but sigh. He walked to the side of the ladder and patted his shoulder lightly, saying, "To be able to create this move, you can sweep through mid-stage Unity realm martial artists." No one had cultivated the traceless sword art for 10 billion years. Not only did this fellow cultivate it, but he was also creating the 4th move. If he could succeed, his strength would at least be in the top 10. Truly delightful. No, to be precise, he would at least be in the top 5 of the inner sect. He would be a heaven's pride that could compete with Han Yuan. Interesting. Every time he performs a sword dance, he can actually change the flow of time around him. Furthermore, he seems to be able to affect the operation of space. Seeing this, Jian Wuji was eager to see if Feng Chun could succeed. In the courtyard, Han Yuan had come out of seclusion half a year ago. It was said that even the god of thunder was at a disadvantage in a contest of fleshy body. Feng Chun had been performing a messy sword dance for a year. For an entire year, Feng Chun had been performing the traceless sword art without rest. After 3 months, he had already simulated the 4th move's wrinkled shape. Half a year later, he was able to use his space-time cultivation comprehension into the 4th move. A year later, he had basically completed the creation of the 4th move. Xiao! Feng Chun, who was performing a sword dance, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His mind trembled, and extremely violent sword qi surged out from his body. Whoosh! At this moment, Jian Wuji appeared. "Attack me." As soon as Jian Wuji finished speaking, Feng Chun couldn't care less. Feng Chun had already roughly finalized the development direction of the traceless sword art. This way, it would be easier to evolve the 4th move. Right now, the power in his body was too strong and needed to be released. The 4th move of the traceless sword art. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory in the sky. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying transparent sword light quickly shattered the void and appeared in front of Jian Wuji. The transparent, long sword disappeared without a trace, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. If he could really succeed, his strength would at least be in the top 10. As soon as it appeared, a subtle aura instantly enveloped Jian Wuji. The flow of time and the operation of space are changing slightly. Before the sword light arrives, it has already restrained the enemy. This move is very good. Jian Wuji stood there quietly, allowing the transparent sword light to strike his body before gradually dissipating. He had a high evaluation of Fang Chun, especially the fourth move of the traceless sword art. It was unexpected, but what could he do? Greetings, Sect Master. Jian Wuji told Fang Chun about some of his problems with the sword Dao before disappearing. After releasing his inner emotions, Fang Chun gradually regained his composure. When he saw Jian Wuji, he hurriedly greeted him. Jian Wuji waved his hand, indicating for Fang Chun to take a rest. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would definitely fight to the death for their face. Jian Wuji walked to the side of Jian Wuji and patted his shoulder lightly, saying, "To be able to create this move, you can sweep away all middle-stage Unity Realm warriors. The key point of this move is its unpredictability. The transparent sword light itself is traceless, and with your control of space-time, you have grasped it perfectly. Even if you know that you are using the traceless sword art, you can't avoid it." Jian Wuji commented, "Many thanks for Sect Master's praise." Fang Chun said humbly, "In reality, there is some luck involved in creating this move. You are a 1 in a billion sword Dao genius. With your current strength, you can be ranked in the top 5 of the inner sect." Jian Wuji said slowly, "Once you step into the Unity Realm, even Han Yuan won't be your opponent." Fang Chen's rise signified the arrival of the golden age of the limitless sword sect's younger generation. If Fang Chun could reach the Unity Realm, he could sweep away all the younger generation of the Eastern Profound Heaven, right? After entering the inner sect for a short year, such a huge change was inseparable from his innate divine runes of order. In the limitless sword sect, the most suitable physique for sword cultivation was the myriad sword body. Jian Wuji told Fang Chun about some of his problems with the sword Dao before disappearing. "The fourth move of the traceless sword art has really reached my limit. If I was given another chance, I might not be able to create it." Fang Chun thought to himself, no matter what, after creating the fourth move of the traceless sword art, he could completely protect himself in the inner sect. Xiao, this is really satisfying. Fang Chen's rise signified the arrival of the golden age of the limitless sword sect's younger generation. Fang Chen grinned. The fourth move of the traceless sword art combined the space-time cultivation system, making the moves more unpredictable. It was several times more powerful than the previous 3 moves. At the same time, in a luxurious courtyard, Han Yuan, who was dressed in cold clothes, was holding a teacup. He sensed the energy ripples in the courtyard where Fang Chun was. He took a sip of tea and smiled. This guy seems to have gained quite a lot after a year of closed-door cultivation. After half a year, he could already apply the space-time cultivation to the fourth move. Striking while the iron was hot, he took out the supreme-grade, universe-grade weapon, the hidden star sword, and quickly brandished the traceless sword art in the courtyard. Han Yuan had come out of closed-door cultivation half a year ago. It was said that in a contest of physical strength, even the god of thunder was at a disadvantage. In the gravitational space, Fang Chen's limelight was unmatched. Chapter 22:13. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. In fact, when Fang Chun created the fourth move of the traceless sword art, Jian Wuji knew that it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Han Yuan and become the benchmark of the new generation of the Wuji sword sect. Especially with the innate divine rune of order, his strength would be even more terrifying in the future. Whoosh! Just as Jian Wuji left and Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword, the void trembled and Han Yuan appeared. Looking at you, you seem to have gained a lot. Fang Chun and Han Yuan sat on the mountain peak, their clothes drenched in sweat. Their faces were full of smiles. As he spoke, Han Yuan extended his hand in front of Fang Chun. The latter took a look and extended his hand, politely shaking Han Yuan's hand. Dong! Han Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. His first impression of Fang Chun was quite good. You are Han Yuan? There was no need to guess. To be able to silently appear in front of him and face the sharp sword aura in the courtyard so calmly. There couldn't be anyone else other than Han Yuan. Junior brother Fang, your swordsmanship is really impressive. Not bad. Let's get to know each other. I am Han Yuan. A good divine technique should be cultivated by a peerless genius. As he spoke, Han Yuan extended his hand in front of Fang Chun. Of course, I want to see your innate divine rune of order, Han Yuan said. The latter took a look and extended his hand, politely shaking Han Yuan's hand. I am Fang Chun, Fang Chun said. Han Yuan's face was full of smiles as he retracted his hand. In the past 6 months, I have heard many disciples talking about you. Some are belittling you, while others are praising you. Before I met you, I had imagined countless times what kind of person you were. However, after meeting you today, you have exceeded my expectations. Oh, in senior brother Han Yuan's eyes, what kind of person am I? Fang Chun said with a smile. He felt that Han Yuan was not bad. Even though he was the #1 disciple in the inner sect, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. On the contrary, he was rather courteous towards him. Han Yuan gazed at Fang Chun. After a long time, he said, I can't see through you. In fact, before he said this, Han Yuan did not dare to believe his own judgment. He was an expert at the peak of the Unity realm. His strength was exceedingly high, allowing him to sweep across all inner sect disciples. Even among the Unity realm experts in the Eastern Profound Heaven, he was quite famous. However, even though Fang Chun was right in front of him, he couldn't see through him. Senior brother Han Yuan is too modest, said Fang Chun. Han Yuan shook his head. What he said was true. The more he interacted with Fang Chun, the more shocked he felt. Junior brother Fang, take this. Fang Chun didn't want to linger on this topic, so he waved his hand and asked with a smile, I wonder why senior brother Han Yuan is looking for me. However, before he left, he had to raise his ranking. Oh, what kind of person am I in senior brother Han Yuan's eyes? Fang Chun smiled. He felt that this Han Yuan was quite good. Of course, I want to see your innate God rune of order. Han Yuan said, I am not a match for senior brother Han Yuan. Fang Chun said directly. Don't worry. There is no need to determine the victor between us. I just want to see your innate God rune of order. Han Yuan said, Voila. In the end, Fang Chun agreed to Han Yuan's request. A good divine technique should be cultivated by an absolute monster. He also wanted to know what level his strength had reached. Here, Fang Chun asked. Follow me. Han Yuan's figure flashed and entered the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun grinned and followed closely behind. He was an expert at the peak of the Unity realm. His strength was exceedingly high, allowing him to sweep across all inner sect disciples. Even among the Unity realm experts in the Eastern Profound Heaven, he was quite famous. The cold wind rustled. On a desolate mountain peak in the limitless Sword Mountain range, no one came here all year round. Han Yuan's figure flashed and entered the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun grinned and followed closely behind. However, only one sword could decide the outcome of the battle. On the mountain peak, Fang Chun and Han Yuan looked at each other. Sharp sword chi flashed around their bodies. Fighting with Fang Chun could be considered as fulfilling the wish of all these years. Junior brother Fang, make your move, Han Yuan said. Fang Chun nodded and released his innate God rune of order. Wong, an extremely terrifying power swept across the entire mountain peak. Seeing this, Han Yuan retreated quickly. His eyes widened as he stared at the innate God rune of order above Fang Chun's head. Fang Chun did not hide his strength. He directly executed the 4th move of the traceless sword technique. Is this the legendary innate God rune of order? Han Yuan felt that the suppression of the innate God rune of order was too strong. If I were in the divine rune realm, I would lose without a fight, Han Yuan said to himself. However, his eyes were burning with passion. Junior brother Fong, take this. Han Yuan bellowed as he brandished the long sword in his hand. A dazzling golden sword radiance expanded in the void. Then, it charged toward Fong Chun with an unstoppable force. After seeing the innate God rune of order, Han Yuan proposed a fight with Fong Chun using his physical body. Traceless sword technique. Fong Chun did not hide his strength. He directly executed the fourth move of the traceless sword technique. This was a sword technique that he had just created. Its attack power was extremely strong. Crack! As soon as the fourth move of the traceless sword technique was executed, it directly shattered the void. Dong! After the two sword lights collided, there was a deafening sound. Then, the two sword lights shattered at the same time. Fong Chun could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, the divine rune of order drilled into his body. He looked at Han Yuan in shock. Amazing! He kept the hidden star sword and gave Han Yuan a thumbs up. Junior brother Fong, your sword technique is really amazing. Fong Chen's voice was transmitted into the courtyard of the God of Thunder. Han Yuan could not help but praise Fong Chen. He had used all his strength just now to barely block Fong Chen's attack. This was enough to shock him, as expected of the innate God rune of order. I am ashamed of my inferiority, Han Yuan said with a smile. If it was a battle of life and death, I would definitely die. Fong Chun said, Senior brother Han, you don't have to be humble. With your strength, it is hard to find a match even in the Unity realm. Han Yuan shook his head. From a certain point of view, he had already lost. After all, Fong Chen's cultivation was only at the divine rune realm, while he had reached the peak of the Unity realm. On the mountain peak, a violent wind blew and thunder rumbled. After seeing the innate God rune of order, Han Yuan proposed a fight against Fong Chun with his fleshly body. The myriad sword body was stuck at a bottleneck, and Fong Chun naturally could not ask for more. Han Yuan's special physique was the rare murderous sword body. Although it was only one word different from the myriad sword body, there was still a slight difference between the two. On the mountain peak, a violent wind blew and thunder rumbled. After a while, Fong Chun and Han Yuan sat on the mountain peak. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, but their faces were filled with smiles. It has been a long time since I had such an enjoyable battle, Han Yuan said. Ever since he became the #1 inner sect disciple, no one could challenge his position, not even the God of Thunder and the others. Don't worry, there is no need to determine the victor between us. I just need to see the innate God rune of order, Han Yuan said. But now, Fong Chen's fleshly body was actually on par with his. Han Yuan could not help but praise Fong Chun. He had used all his strength just now to barely block Fong Chen's attack. This was enough to shock him. Whoosh! Han Yuan waved his hand, and a ray of light entered Fong Chen's mind. This is... Fong Chun was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a large amount of information in the ray of light. He was shocked. Thunder rumbled incessantly in the sky. The God of Thunder had displayed a terrifying attack power. This is my demonic dragon body refinement art. You are qualified to cultivate it, Han Yuan said calmly. Logically speaking, he was on par with Fong Chun and could not be considered a loss. But with Han Yuan's pride, he believed that, strictly speaking, he had lost. Moreover, he fully approved of Fong Chun cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement art. Han Yuan's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Fong Chun grinned and followed closely behind. A good divine art should be cultivated by a peerless genius. Dong. Thank you, Senior Brother Han Yuan. Thank you, Senior Brother Han Yuan. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. He would never forget this kindness. Follow me. Perhaps in your hands, the demonic dragon body refinement art can flourish, Han Yuan said leisurely. Han Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. His first impression of Fong Chun was quite good. After fighting with Fong Chun, he had fulfilled his wish of all these years. I am not a match for Senior Brother Han Yuan. Fong Chun said directly. He was in a good mood. After resting for a long time, he stood up and looked at Fong Chun. Junior brother Fong, cultivate well and strive to break through to the unity realm as soon as possible. After obtaining the demonic dragon body refinement art, Fong Chun was not in a hurry to cultivate it. The god of thunder thought that he had misheard and revealed a disdainful expression. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you defeated me with your fleshly body? He had another important thing to do now, and that was to return to the myriad Devil Islands and retrieve the 9-star golden dragon Oregon. After obtaining the demonic dragon body refinement art, Fong Chun was not in a hurry to cultivate it. It has been more than a year. The amount of or extracted should be quite a lot, right? Fong Chun thought. However, before leaving, he had to raise his ranking. Soon, Fong Chun found the courtyard of the God of Thunder. God of Thunder. Fong Chun's voice transmitted into the courtyard of the God of Thunder. Wong. A thunderbolt descended from the sky, and the tall figure of the God of Thunder appeared instantly. Fong Chun, what are you doing here? Ever since he lost to Fong Chun in the gravity space, the God of Thunder had been harboring hatred in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Of course, I am here to challenge you, Fong Chun said indifferently. You want to challenge me? The God of Thunder thought that he had misheard and revealed a disdainful expression. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you defeated me with your fleshly body? Seeing this, Fong Chun was too lazy to explain. Do you accept my challenge or not? Fong Chun asked impatiently. All right, I accept. The God of Thunder's voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky above the inner sect. Countless disciples heard the news and rushed over to watch from afar. Is Fong Chun crazy? He wants to challenge the God of Thunder? I'm not a match for senior brother Han Yuan, Fong Chun said directly. The God of Thunder is ranked 5th in the inner sect. Did he eat too much? Just because his fleshly body is stronger than the God of Thunder, he is arrogant to this extent? Although he was ranked 1st in the inner sect, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. On the contrary, he was very polite to him. Ever since he became the inner sect's #1, no one could challenge his position, not even the God of Thunder and the others. Many disciples did not have high hopes for Fong Chun, thinking that he was too arrogant. This is my demonic dragon body refinement art. You are qualified to cultivate it, Han Yuan said calmly. However, Fong Chun did not care. Kid, I will let you know the power of the God of Thunder. Crash. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky as the God of Thunder displayed his terrifying attack power. Whoosh. However, only one sword could decide the outcome of the battle. After Fong Chun displayed the 4th move of the traceless sword art, he turned around and left, not even looking at the God of Thunder. Fong Chun cupped his fists in thanks. He would never forget this kindness. Chapter 22:14. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Fong Chun's figure turned into a black dot and disappeared, the void collapsed. The invisible sword light pierced through the Thunder God's defense with incomparable sharpness. Love, go little say W, Chupuchi. The crisp and clear sound was shocking. The Thunder God frantically tried to resist, but it was useless. The attack power of the sword light was too strong. Furthermore, when the sword light struck, the God of Thunder vaguely felt that the flow of time and space around him had changed slightly, causing him to hallucinate. Although the stars turned around in an instant, it was still too late. Fong Chun's body flew out of the teleportation array in a sorry state. He coughed a few times and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. When the transparent sword light pierced through the Thunder God's defense and pierced into his body, it directly exploded. The Thunder God's body directly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The badly mutilated body fell to the ground. Half of his body was destroyed, and blood stained his entire body. His skull was also directly shattered, and his primordial spirit floated out. At this moment, all the disciples' hearts were filled with admiration for Fong Chun. A miserable cry came from the Thunder God's primordial spirit. The many disciples who were watching from afar were pulled back from their shock by this miserable cry. Overall, the development of the myriad demon islands was similar to Feng Chen's expectations. Stormy waves were set off in their hearts as they looked at the badly mutilated thunder god dumbfoundedly. Usually, they were known as the pillars of the younger generation of the Wuji sword sect. However, after entering the inner sect for so long, they had not made any name for themselves. Was this still the high and mighty thunder god in their hearts? One sword, just one sword, completely pierced through the thunder god's defense. The incident this time also reminded Feng Chun that he had to be careful of Tian Qing's remnant clan. The most important thing was that Feng Chun was so confident in his sword. After using it, he turned around and left, as if he had already expected such a result. At this moment, the admiration the disciples had for Feng Chun in their hearts could not be any greater. Those disciples who had once mocked and looked down on Feng Chun were trembling inside. Being able to send the thunder god flying with a single slash and almost kill him, such an expert was at least one of the top 3 in the inner sect. Unknowingly, Feng Chun had already reached such heights, while they were still mediocre. This was the difference between them. After a long while, the murderous aura in the air gradually dissipated. Some disciples who had a good relationship with Thunder God helped him up and brought him back to the courtyard for treatment. Even more disciples lowered their heads and quietly left. This battle had greatly stimulated them. Normally, they were the pillars of the younger generation of the Limitless Sword sect. However, after being in the inner sect for so long, he still hadn't made a name for himself. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of the Traceless Sword technique, forcing the Unity Realm experts to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed into the teleportation array. On the other hand, Feng Chun had widened the gap between them in just a year. A crisp sound resounded. In the void outside Zhe Kai Town, fresh blood splattered and 2 corpses fell to the ground. Overall, the development of the Myriad Devil Island was more or less what Feng Chun had expected. After this battle, Feng Chun's name resounded throughout the inner sect. The attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts landed on the teleportation array in an instant. Furthermore, he had replaced the Thunder God as the new 5th expert of the inner sect. Of course, everyone was clear that with Feng Chun's strength, he could easily be ranked in the top 3. But the latter did not seem to care. After defeating the Thunder God, he hurriedly left the inner sect. It's you? There's actually a 9-star golden dragon mine here? The 4th move of the Traceless Sword technique was very powerful. It might not be enough to deal with Han Yuan, but it was more than enough to deal with the Thunder God. Feng Chun left the inner sect and arrived at the Star River prefecture of the outer sect. With the resources he left behind, Star and Moon had already grown. They were quite famous in the outer sect. After chatting for a while, Feng Chun took the teleportation array and arrived at Zeikai Town. The target has appeared. Act immediately. Kill without mercy. The experts from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan who were hiding near Zeikai Town attacked the moment they discovered Feng Chun. Kill. The 5 Unity Realm experts attacked Feng Chun together. Not good. Feng Chun cursed inwardly. He could feel a sharp aura approaching him. He executed the time-space collapse technique and rapidly fled. Die. The 5 Unity Realm experts appeared in 5 different directions around Zeikai Town, surrounding Feng Chun in the middle. Feng Chun cursed inwardly. He could feel a sharp aura approaching him. He executed the time-space collapse technique and rapidly fled. It's you? The incident this time also reminded Feng Chun that he had to be careful of Tian Qing's remnant clan. Sky Pillar Remnant clan? Feng Chun's eyes revealed a trace of gloom when he saw this. Audacious. At this moment, ripples flickered in the void. Swordmaster appeared. The aura on Swordmaster's body was very strong. He flicked his finger, causing a sword light to shoot towards one of the experts surrounding Feng Chun. At that moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Zeikai Town was cut in half. The shockwaves from the battle were huge. Puchi, Fong Chun, who was near the teleportation array, had an extremely gloomy expression. This Unity Realm expert was heavily injured by Swordmaster. Just as Swordmaster was preparing to deal with another Unity Realm expert, a figure shrouded in black fog appeared in front of him. Just as Swordmaster was preparing to deal with another Unity Realm expert, a figure shrouded in black fog appeared in front of him. Swordmaster, your opponent is me. I am late. This was the gap between them. It's you? Swordmaster said gloomily. He slashed out with the sword in his hand, and even more disciples lowered their heads and left silently. At that moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Zeikai town was cut in half. The shockwaves from the battle were huge. Let's end this quickly. Jian Wuji shook his head. It's not your fault. It's my negligence. The person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan also knew it wasn't wise to fight for a long time. He appeared here just to obstruct Swordmaster. Otherwise, it would be hard for the plan to succeed. Courting death, Swordmaster was furious. He attacked at lightning speed, displaying the absolute art of the limitless sword sect. He kept fighting with the person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan. The person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan also knew it wasn't wise to fight for a long time. He appeared here just to obstruct Swordmaster. Otherwise, it would be hard for the plan to succeed. He had already transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. The latter was on his way here. For a moment, it was hard for him to force the other party back. He had already transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. The latter was on his way here. At this moment, the void rippled and Swordmaster appeared. Fong Chun, who was near the teleportation array, had an extremely gloomy expression. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of his traceless sword technique, forcing back the Unity Realm experts who were close to him. He made use of this opportunity to rush into the teleportation array. Those disciples who once mocked and looked down on Fong Chun felt their hearts trembling. Attack together. Kill him. The attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts landed on the teleportation array in an instant. Nevertheless, Fong Chun was the first to activate the teleportation array. White light flashed. The teleportation array suffered heavy damage, but it was still activated. Voila! Fong Chun's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Attack together. Kill him. And at the same time, the combined attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts completely destroyed the teleportation array. Myriad Devil Islands, Training Ground, Floating Sky Palace. Damn! Seeing this, the person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant race cursed. He forced Swordmaster back with a punch before retreating rapidly. Thinking of leaving? Swordmaster's expression turned gloomy. He snorted and extended his hand, grabbing towards the void. At that moment, 2 Unity Realm experts were caught in his hands. Die! Swordmaster fell into madness. He erupted with a vast power, directly imprisoning the 2 Unity Realm experts. Hoo! Jian Wuji rushed over. He glanced at Swordmaster before slashing out at the void. Poochie! Audacious! A crisp sound rang out. Fresh blood splattered in the void outside Zeikai town. 2 corpses fell on the ground. At a glance, they were the 2 Unity Realm experts who had just escaped. As for the other 2 who were caught by Swordmaster, they knew they could not escape and directly exploded. Woof, woof, woof. The target has appeared. I am late. Jian Wuji came to the side of Swordmaster and said, This Unity Realm expert was heavily injured by Swordmaster. This matter is my fault. Did I underestimate the determination of the Sky Pillar Remnant race? Swordmaster asked. Jian Wuji shook his head. It is not your fault. It is my negligence. This matter is my fault. Did I underestimate the determination of the Sky Pillar Remnant race? Swordmaster asked. Cough, cough, cough. Myriad Devil Islands, Training Ground, Floating Sky Palace. A few days later, Fong Chun's body flew out from the teleportation array in a sorry state. He coughed a few times before spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Voila! Damn Sky Pillar Remnant race. Fong Chun endured the injuries on his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground with difficulty and began recuperating. Fortunately, This teleportation array was established by an expert from the Void Star Heaven. Its sturdiness was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have been heavily injured. The incident this time also reminded Fang Chun that he had to be careful of Tian Qing's remnant clan. A few days later, Fang Chen's injuries had more or less recovered. He left the training ground and came to the Myriad Devil Palace. "My lord, why are you here?" Myriad Devil Island Lord called out excitedly. Mocha was stunned for a moment before hurriedly saying, "My lord." After a year of development, the Myriad Devil Islands were gradually recovering. In addition to the endless energy provided by the 9-star Golden Dragon ores, many divine inscriptions realm cultivators appeared in the Myriad Devil Islands. There were even 2 Unity Realm cultivators. Overall, the development of the Myriad Devil Islands was more or less what Fang Chen expected. How much 9-star Golden Dragon ores have been mined in this year? Fang Chen asked. A total of 200 million ores have been mined. The development of the Myriad Devil Islands has used 50 million ores. There is still 150 million ores left. Myriad Devil Island Lord reported. As for the 2 who were caught by Swordmaster, they knew that they could not escape and directly exploded. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The remaining 50 million ores can be left in the Myriad Devil Islands. I will take 100 million ores. Fang Chen said, "Oh right, how long can the 9-star Golden Dragon ores be mined?" Myriad Devil Island Lord pondered for a moment before saying, "About 10 more years." At the same time, in the primal chaos void, an old man rode on a huge dog and floated near the 9-star Golden Dragon ores. Was this still the Thunder God in their hearts? There's actually a 9-star Golden Dragon ores here? The old man saw through the array and illusory realm set up by Fang Chen with a glance. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of the Traceless Sword technique, forcing the Unity Realm experts to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed into the teleportation array. Woof, woof, woof. The huge dog under the old man let out a few barks. "Don't be anxious. Such a huge ore should be enough for you to eat your fill." At the next moment, the old man rode on the huge dog and appeared above the 9-star Golden Dragon ores. "Go and eat. Don't hurt the innocent cultivators." Chapter 22:15. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Just as he finished speaking, the big black dog had already charged toward Fang Chen. Hearing this, the big black dog lowered its head. Clearly, it knew how terrifying the innate order sigil was. The old man stood above the 9-star Gold Dragon mine and looked down. His mount, the big black dog, had already rushed into the mine and was crazily chewing on the 9-star Gold Dragon ore. "I can't believe I found a 9-star Gold Dragon mine in such a remote place." Battle Through the Heavens manga E/sex 16/==. Lord Wang, something bad has happened. The old man was calm and composed as he muttered to himself. There were many unknown places in the vast chaotic void. Some seemed remote, but they contained endless treasures. This made the old man even more determined to continue traveling the chaotic void. In the 9-star Gold Dragon mine, the sudden appearance of the big black dog alarmed the miners. "Beast, get out of here." The miners not far from the big black dog were all Void Realm warriors. Seeing this, they roared angrily and rushed toward the big black dog in a flash. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog swallowed a large piece of 9-star Gold Dragon ore and barked at the Void Realm miners. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over. The miners were shocked to find that their bodies were imprisoned in the void, unable to move. "Some time ago, I heard that an innate order sigil appeared in the Void Star sky. You must have obtained it, right?" The old man continued to ask. The latter had no choice but to use his most powerful attack. They looked at the big black dog in horror, but the latter didn't care about them at all. It turned its head and continued to devour the ore. The 4th level of the Traceless Sword technique was instantly used. The extremely strange transparent sword light changed the flow of time around it and stabbed toward the big black dog. Whoosh! When the big black dog was far away, the miners could finally move their bodies. Quickly find Lord Wong. The miners hurried to a spacious area in the mine. There was a temporary room here, and Lord Wong, who was in charge of supervising the work, was resting here. Lord Wong, something bad has happened. Lord Wong, something big has happened to the mine. To think that a 9-star golden dragon vein would be discovered in such a remote place. Little friend, was the rune you unleashed earlier an innate divine rune of order? The old man asked in a gentle manner. Hearing their voices, a divine inscription's realm martial artist walked out from the crowd. What the hell happened? Lord Wong asked with a frown. The big black dog swallowed a large piece of 9-star golden dragon or in one gulp before barking at a few Void Realm miners. This was the territory of the myriad Devil Islands. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? A big black dog descended from the sky and is devouring the mine. That big black dog is too scary. Just as we were about to get close, it imprisoned our bodies in the void. After hearing their reports, Lord Wong realized that the situation was more troublesome than he had expected. He immediately reported this matter to the myriad Devil Islands. Traceless sword technique. Myriad Devil Islands, Myriad Devil Hall. Just as Fong Chun was conversing with the myriad Devil Islands lord, the latter's countenance suddenly changed. What's wrong? Fong Chun asked. Lord, something bad has happened. The myriad Devil Islands lord said. Our men discovered a big black dog descending from the sky and entering the mine. It is devouring the ore. A few miners tried to stop it, but the big dog merely bit them a few times and their bodies were imprisoned in the void. The myriad Devil Islands lord said slowly. Hearing this, Fong Chun stood up. He had set up a heaven-piercing array in multiple illusory realms. Ordinary divine inscriptions, realm martial artists wouldn't be able to sneak in silently. What the hell happened? However, this old man has never taken advantage of others. Since this mine is yours, I will naturally compensate you. The old man continued. To be able to witness an innate divine rune of order, this trip is not in vain. Haha, could it be a Unity Realm expert? Fong Chun pondered rapidly in his mind. At the same time, he left the myriad Devil Islands and flew towards the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon mine. Tell them not to act rashly. Wait for me to arrive before making a decision. Fong Chun said. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over. A few miners were shocked to discover that their bodies were imprisoned in the void. They couldn't move at all. A few miners tried to stop it, but the big dog merely bit them a few times and their bodies were imprisoned in the void. The myriad Devil Islands lord said slowly. His voice sounded a little impatient. Ordinary divine inscriptions realm martial artists would definitely not come to such a remote place. The only possibility was that some unparalleled expert was traveling through the primal chaos void and accidentally discovered this mine. A few days later, Fong Chun arrived at the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon mine. His body floated in the void. When he looked over, he was slightly surprised. The array and the illusory realm don't show any signs of damage. How did the big black dog enter? Fong Chun's figure flashed and arrived above the mine. A few days later, Fong Chun arrived at the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon mine. Stop! The old man was nearby, but he didn't notice him at all. He spread out his spiritual sense and instantly enveloped the entire mine. Soon, he discovered the big black dog. At this moment, Fong Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the mine below in disbelief. What was once a perfect mineral vein had now become a mess. Most importantly, 2/3 of the mine was gone. Only a small portion was left. The big black dog stood in the depths of the mine and devoured it in big mouthfuls. Roar! It ate all of it. Fong Chun muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. He couldn't see through the big black dog's realm. This made him somewhat afraid to act rashly. The old man nearby was also observing Fong Chun with interest. The old man was surprised to find that Fong Chun actually had the body of 10,000 swords. He is a good sword cultivator seedling. I just don't know how much potential he has. The old man said indifferently. Then he stood with his hands behind his back and his gaze fell on his big black dog. If it eats all of this mine, Xiaohei can sleep for another 100 years, right? The old man said. Swoosh! Fang Chun used the space-time collapse skill and instantly arrived in the depths of the mine. The big black dog that was devouring found him and barked at him. Fellow cultivator, this mine is mine. It doesn't seem right for you to swallow it without knowing the truth. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He hurriedly stopped the big black dog. Xiaohei, stop. Woof! 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 The big black dog couldn't control him. After barking a few times, it continued to devour. Seeing this, Fang Chun was a little angry. Stop! Fang Chun let out a low growl and threw out a punch that landed directly on the big black dog. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over. The miners were shocked to find that their bodies were imprisoned in the void and they couldn't move. Immediately, the big black dog stopped eating. Its black eyes, which were as big as gongs, stared at Fang Chun. Fellow cultivator, this mine is mine. It doesn't seem right for you to swallow it without knowing the truth. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said, Woof! The big black dog barked at the sky and charged straight at Fang Chun. The big black dog opened its mouth and bit at the divine rune of order. It wanted to devour the damn divine rune. The old man stood on the 9-star golden dragon mine and looked down. What a powerful aura. After listening to the reports of the few people, Lord Wong felt that things were more troublesome than expected. The old man was right in front of him, but he couldn't detect him with his divine sense. Fang Chun let out a low growl and threw out a punch that landed directly on the big black dog. After feeling the wild aura of the big black dog, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He used the space-time collapse technique and took out the hidden star sword. Hearing the voices of the few people, a divine rune realm martial artist walked out. Traceless sword technique. The 4th level of the traceless sword technique was instantly displayed. The extremely strange transparent sword light changed the flow of time and stabbed at the big black dog. What did this mean? It meant that the old man's strength was far beyond his. Crack! The big black dog opened its mouth and bit the transparent sword light with its teeth. Fang Chun's heart trembled. Wasn't this big black dog a little too powerful? Above the mine, the old man nodded slightly when he saw Fang Chun display the traceless sword technique. Not bad. This young man's potential in the sword Dao is already extraordinary, the old man said. However, he didn't think that Fang Chun could withstand the attack of the big black dog. Fang Chun was talking to the myriad Demon Island Lord when the latter's expression suddenly changed. Just as he finished speaking, the big black dog had already charged towards Fang Chun once again. The latter had no choice but to use his strongest attack. Above his head, an extremely shocking innate divine rune of order suddenly appeared. In an instant, the aura within the entire mine became incomparably solemn. Roar! Immediately, the big black dog stopped eating. Its black eyes, which were as big as gongs, stared at Fang Chun. The big black dog opened its mouth and bit at the innate divine rune of order without hesitation. It wanted to devour this damn divine rune. When the old man above the mine saw the innate divine rune of order, his expression changed drastically. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stopped the big black dog. Xiaohei, stop! A big black dog descended from the sky and is devouring the mine. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared between Xiaohei and Fang Chun. With a gentle wave of his hand, the innate divine rune of order above Fang Chun's head was forcibly suppressed. The big black dog also stopped attacking and licked the old man's palm with its big tongue. You dare to devour the innate divine rune of order? The old man glared at the big black dog and said slowly. Hearing this, the big black dog lowered its head. Obviously, it also knew how terrifying the innate divine rune of order was. The old man turned to look at Fang Chun with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Young friend, what you just released, was it the innate divine rune of order? The old man asked gently. Fang Chun nodded. His heart was in turmoil. The old man was right in front of him, but his consciousness couldn't capture him at all. The old man said calmly. Then he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on his black dog. What did this mean? It meant that the old man's strength was far beyond his. Some time ago, I heard that an innate divine rune of order appeared in the void star sky. I think you must have obtained it? The old man continued to ask. Senior, I have offended you. The old man nearby also observed Fang Chun with interest. Such an expert could kill without leaving a trace, and Fang Chun didn't dare to offend him. The old man waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. A genius who can absorb the innate divine rune of order is indeed one in a million. Xiaohei and I were passing by and found this mine. Xiaohei happened to be hungry and ate some of your ore, the old man said with a smile. Chapter 22:16. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to the information we have, the surviving members of Tianqing's clan in Eastern Profound Heaven have only one mission, and that is to kill you. Love go little say W. Chu, Jian Wuji continued. Fang Chen's defeat of Thunder God and his rise to the top 5 of the inner sect had caused a huge commotion. However, Fang Chen himself didn't care about this at all. All his actions were to improve his strength and protect the people he wanted to protect. Thunder God was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. After returning to the inner sect, he originally wanted to comprehend the insights left behind by Paragon Demon Sword. Who knew that Jian Wuji would come looking for him? Sectmaster. Jian Wuji nodded and sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a faint smile. Being stared at by such an expert made Fang Chen feel uncomfortable. You should know that Tianqing's clan has revived in Void Star Sky and wants to occupy it, Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded and listened quietly. According to the information we have, the surviving members of Tianqing's clan in Eastern Profound Heaven have only one mission, and that is to kill you, Jian Wuji continued. His hatred for Fang Chen increased. Fang Chen curled his lips when he heard this. He felt a little helpless. It was all because of the innate divine runes of order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been targeted by Tianqing's clan. Of course, you don't have to worry. Swordmaster will always protect you in the dark. Jian Wuji chuckled. How's your cultivation recently? Are you confident in defeating Han Yuan? How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Han Yuan was worthy of being the #1 person in the inner sect. He was a peak Unity Realm expert. Jian Wuji had high expectations for Fang Chen. Ever since Fang Chen defeated Thunder God, Jian Wuji knew that Fang Chen had grown. Thunder God was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. The innate divine runes of order had brought him great benefits. Over time, Fang Chen's understanding of alchemy also improved greatly. Senior apprentice Brother Han Yuan is a peak Unity Realm expert. It will be quite difficult to defeat him, Fang Chen said humbly. Jian Wuji didn't ask any further. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. I came to find you because I have something to tell you, Jian Wuji said. Our Dongxian heaven has a total of 3 top sects and a few first-rate sects. Every once in a while, we will send the elite disciples of the sect to exchange pointers with each other. Due to the appearance of Tianqing's descendants, our plans were disrupted. Therefore, after our discussion, this exchange will be held in advance. Furthermore, we will integrate the entire exchange process and select the 5 strongest disciples, sending them to a secret place. Jian Wuji said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly tempted. He could feel that Jian Wuji's tone was somewhat serious. It seemed that the appearance of Tianqing's descendants had completely disrupted Dongxian Heaven's situation. Jian Wuji had high expectations of Fang Chen. Since Fang Chen had defeated Thunder God, he knew that Fang Chen had grown up. Dongxuan's Grand Meet is the grandest event in Dongxian Heaven. Many sects will participate. Every sect will send some disciples to participate. It looks like a competition between disciples, but it is actually a competition between the reserve forces of the sect, Jian Wuji said. I plan to let you participate. With Fang Chen's strength, he was qualified to participate in Dongshuan's Grand Meet. Dongshuan's Grand Meet will be held in the Divine Phoenix sect. 3 months later, I will take you to the Divine Phoenix sect. Cultivate well during this time. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wuji and Fang Chun chatted for a long time. During this time, Jian Wuji also gave some pointers regarding the Sword Dao. Taking advantage of Dongshuan's grand meeting this time, the leaders of the various sects had to discuss how to completely eradicate the remnants of Tianqing's family. Fang Chun said apologetically, "My apologies, this junior is focused on cultivation. I came to you this time because I have something to tell you." Jian Wuji said, "Dongxian Heaven has 3 top sects and some first-rate sects. Every once in a while, we will send elite disciples from our sect to exchange pointers." However, as soon as Jian Wuji left, Fang Chun was called to the medicine hall by Ling Danzi. "You still know to come back." Ling Danzi glared at Fang Chun and said with some displeasure, "Senior." Fang Chun said apologetically. He had promised Ling Danzi that if he entered the inner sect, he would be Ling Danzi's medicine boy for 3 years. This was the Divine Phoenix sect's territory. It was not impossible to quietly coerce and lure him to hand over the innate soul reversal art. The Grand Meet of Dongxian will be held in the Divine Phoenix sect. 3 months later, I will bring you all to the Divine Phoenix sect. During this time, you should cultivate well. From then on, they would pass it down from generation to generation with the goal of obtaining the innate soul reversal art. He had been busy during this time and had no time to care about Ling Danzi, so he felt a little apologetic. "All right, no more nonsense. I'm going to start refining the pills." Ling Danzi waved his hand and concentrated on concocting pills. Fang Chun was responsible for assisting from the side, playing the role of his medicine boy well. In fact, many people envied Fang Chun for being able to be close to Ling Danzi. For the next period of time, Ling Danzi had been refining pills on a large scale. Each time, Fang Chun watched from the side. As time passed, Fang Chen's understanding of alchemy improved greatly. How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Soon, Fang Chen's alchemy cultivation base broke through to the immortal ascension level. This was not a small improvement for him. But obviously, Fang Chen was not satisfied. Ling Danzi was a heaven-opening level alchemist. Every time he watched Ling Danzi refine pills, Fang Chun would be enlightened. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Fang Chun could already refine upper-class immortal ascension level pills. Even Ling Danzi was incomparably shocked. Wasn't this speed of comprehension a little too shocking? "Kid, you really don't plan to be my disciple?" Ling Danzi asked. Fang Chun said apologetically, "I am sorry, this junior is focused on cultivation." Ling Danzi was speechless and turned to leave. The Grand Meet of Dongxian was held in advance. The main reason for all this was the revival of Tianqing's family. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. All the sect in Dongxian Heaven were paying attention to the movement of Tianqing's family. Taking advantage of this Grand Meet of Dongxian, many sect leaders also had to discuss how to completely eradicate the remnants of Tianqing's family. As long as they were not eliminated, many sect members would be in constant fear, unable to find peace. After a comprehensive evaluation, Jian Wuji selected 20 disciples to participate in Dongshuan's Grand Meet. Surprisingly, God of Thunder was not selected. Even though Xiao Chan had already done his best to recover after being severely injured by Fang Chen's sword strike, he was still not chosen. For this, God of Thunder was furious, but there was nothing he could do. His hatred for Fang Chen increased. However, this could not affect Fang Chen's cultivation. How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Under Jian Wuji's lead, the people of the Wuji Sword sect came to the Divine Phoenix sect. He had to get the innate soul reversal art. On a mountain peak with birds chirping and flowers blooming, there were endless short peaks everywhere. The tall peak in the middle of the short peaks was the Divine Phoenix Peak. Swoosh! The Grand Meet of Dongxian is about to begin. "I'll take the disciples here for a stroll," said Jian Wuji. The air rippled as Jian Wuji brought Fang Chun and the others to the Divine Phoenix Peak. Most importantly, The bloodline power in Huang Mo's body was very compatible with the innate soul reversal art. Ha ha ha! Old monster Jian, you're early. The Divine Phoenix sect leader came out to greet them with a chuckle. Kid, you really don't plan to be my disciple? Asked Ling Danzi. The grand meet of Dongxian is about to begin. I'll take the disciples here for a stroll, said Jian Wuji. The Divine Phoenix sect leader waved his hand and said, Settle the guests of the Wuji sword sect well. The innate divine sigil of order had brought him great benefits. Then, he left the place with Jian Wuji. Everyone, please follow me. Old man Huang Tian said with a chuckle. Soon, the disciples of the Wuji sword sect were arranged to stay in a luxurious residence. The Divine Phoenix sect is indeed a sacred place for the cultivation of the Tao of Souls. Such a mysterious power of the Tao of Souls is really shocking. Fang Chun was also a soul cultivator and could sense the enormous power of the Tao of Souls surrounding the Divine Phoenix sect. He returned to his room and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the innate soul reversal art. How could he miss out on such a good place for cultivation? Buzz! The incantation of the innate soul reversal art began to circulate in his mind. Suddenly, a faint aura rippled around him. However, what Fang Chun didn't know was that while he was cultivating, within a certain pavilion in the Divine Phoenix sect, a man dressed in luxurious clothing suddenly opened his eyes. Innate soul reversal art. This person was Huang Mo, the fifth disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. Could it be that the Wuji sword sect also cultivates the Tao of Souls? Huang Mo stood up abruptly, an excited smile in his eyes. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. If it was really a disciple of the Wuji sword sect who was cultivating it, it would be great. No one knew better than Huang Mo how powerful the innate soul reversal art was. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the bloodline power in Huang Mo's body was very compatible with the innate soul reversal art. His ancestor was fortunate enough to see the innate soul reversal art and was full of praise for it. He believed that the innate soul reversal art was a very suitable Tao of Souls for their sect. However, his ancestor didn't obtain the innate soul reversal art until his death. Since then, they had passed it down for generations with the goal of obtaining the innate soul reversal art. Voila! Ling Danzi was a heaven-opening alchemist and was very powerful. Every time Fang Chun watched Ling Danzi refine pills, he would be enlightened. Huang Mo opened his palm, and a black light flashed. Senior brother Han Yuan is a peak Unity Realm expert. It will be difficult to defeat him, Fang Chun said modestly. His eyes were filled with madness. Fang Chun was now able to refine upper-grade heaven-reaching elixirs. The Divine Phoenix sect master came out personally to welcome him with a smile. In fact, many people envied Fang Chun for being able to get close to Ling Danzi. He had to get the innate soul reversal art. Only I can fully activate the strongest innate soul reversal art, Huang Mo shouted in his heart. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. However, when he found out that the innate soul reversal art was in the hands of the Wuji sword sect, he gave up on it. Now, he finally had the chance. Is there someone in the Wuji sword sect who cultivates the Tao of Souls? Sect Master. Although he had been severely injured by Fang Chun and had tried his best to recover, he was still not chosen. This was the territory of the Divine Phoenix sect. It was not impossible for them to secretly coerce him to hand over the innate soul reversal art. Soon, the disciples of the Wuji sword sect were arranged to stay in a luxurious mansion. Chapter 22:17. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. In just one night, Fang Chun had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the peak of the first level. He was only one step away from the second level. Love, go little say, Webkahi slowly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. If I can continue to cultivate in the Divine Phoenix sect, it won't take long for me to successfully cultivate the innate soul reversal technique, Fang Chun said to himself. After one night, The Divine Phoenix sect was bustling with activity. There were still a few days before Dongshuan's grand meeting. The disciples of various sects arrived one after another. After one night, the Divine Phoenix sect was bustling with activity. Fang Chun stopped cultivating, got up, and walked out of his room, ready to go out for a walk. I wonder how Huang Xian and Huang Xian are doing now. They had fought side by side in the world of Divine Sigil back then, especially Huang Xian, whom they had known since they were at the Demonic Islands. However, just as he walked out of the residence, he coincidentally bumped into Huang Xian's parents. Brother Jean, this person is a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. Should we investigate his background before we act? The shifty-eyed disciple asked. Fang Chun exclaimed softly and nodded slightly at the two of them. Fang Chun looked up at them, a little confused. Why are you here? Huang Xian's mother asked in surprise. Yes, this is the Divine Phoenix sect's important place. Which small sect did you come from? Huang Xian's father said, It looks like you've been doing well these years to be able to grow up in a small sect. There were many sects participating in Dongshuan's grand meeting this time. Huang Xian's parents subconsciously thought that Fang Chen had come here through some small sect. They could see that Fang Chen's cultivation level was still in the Divine Sigil realm. They shook their heads slightly, a trace of disdain flashing across their faces. Yes, this is the Divine Phoenix sect's important place. Which small sect did you come from? Huang Xian's father said, Seems like you've been doing pretty well all these years. You're actually able to grow up in a small sect. Over the years, their strength had improved greatly, and they had already entered the Divine Phoenix sect's inner sect. As a result, the number of times he met Huang Xian became less and less. Were these people trying to curry favor with Huang Xian's parents? After the previous trip to the Divine Inscriptions world, they had met Huang Xian once. After asking her about the situation, they returned to the inner sect. At that time, he didn't ask much, and Huang Xian didn't mention Fang Chun. They knew that a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect had obtained the natural order divine pattern, but they never thought that it was Fang Chun. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Seeing that Fang Chun did not speak, the two of them seemed somewhat displeased. What? Do you think you're great just because you can participate in Dongshuan's grand meet? Huang Xian's mother said indifferently. Although our Xianer is still in the outer sect, her strength is several times stronger than yours. If you put her in your sect, no one in the younger generation would be a match for her. Were these people trying to curry favor with Huang Xian's parents? As they spoke, they were full of admiration for their daughter. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Originally, he still had a good impression of the two of them. However, at this moment, it was all gone. There was no need to have a deep relationship with such people. Yes, especially after Xian came out of the Divine Inscriptions world, her strength has increased tremendously. In just a short year, she has become the first in the outer sect. I think Xian will be able to enter the inner sect after this Dongshin grand meet. Speaking of Huang Xian, her father was even more enraptured. Seniors, if there is nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. With that, Fang Chun left directly. What's there to be proud of? Isn't he just a disciple of a small sect? Huang Xian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Dongshin Grand Meet begins, I must tell his sect's higher-ups that this fellow is not worth nurturing. Fang Chen nodded lightly at Huang Xian and said, You have improved quite a bit as well. Forget it. Why bother with him? Anyway, he and Xian are people from two different worlds. It is impossible for them to be together. Huang Xian's mother said. Passing through the garden, Fang Chun came to the square. Thinking of Huang Xian's parents, Fang Chun was a little amused. The shifty-eyed man was a little worried. They did not even know the name of this person. It would be troublesome if they kicked an iron plate. If the Wuji Sword sect was a small sect, then he did not know what other large sects there were in Dongshin Heaven. What was laughable was that they were so ignorant that they were showing off. Somewhere in the void, a man in embroidered clothes stood on a cloud, staring at Fang Chun. They did not know that if it were not for Fang Chun, their precious daughter would have died in the Divine Inscriptions world long ago. Shaking his head, he shook off these annoying thoughts. Forget it. There is no need to be angry, Fong Chun said faintly. Just as he was about to leave, a group of people quickly surrounded him. Fong Chun looked up at them, a little confused. Okay. Fong Chun went around them and was about to leave, but he was stopped. What do you mean? Fong Chun asked. After seeing him, the disciples who wanted to deal with Fong Chun changed their expressions and hurriedly left. Wuji Sword's sex disciple? The man in embroidered clothes said coldly. You just came to the Divine Phoenix sect and you dare to seduce Huang Xen. Kid, you dare to be rude to Elder Huang? Are you looking down on our Divine Phoenix sect? One of them said. At that time, they did not ask much, and Huang Xian did not mention Fong Chun. What a good childhood sweetheart. Hearing this, Fong Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Were these people sucking up to Huang Xian's parents? After a night, the Divine Phoenix sect was very lively. You can say whatever you want, Fong Chun said indifferently. Investigate what? As long as it is not Han Yuan or Thunder God, I am not afraid of anyone in the Wuji Sword sect, Jin Yin said coldly. You're courting death. As they spoke, a few people were ready to teach Fong Chun a lesson. However, at this moment, a figure in luxurious clothes walked over slowly. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. After seeing him, the disciples who wanted to deal with Fong Chun changed their expressions and hurriedly left. Hearing this, Fong Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Huang Mo stared at Fong Chun and said, I can give you a day to consider. If you have thought it through, come find me. Therefore, he met Huang Xian less and less. Fong Chun said faintly. The luxurious man walked to Fong Chun, his dark eyes looking straight into Fong Chun's eyes. There were still a few days before Dongshuan's grand meeting. The disciples of the major sect arrived one after another. You're a soul cultivator too? Huang Mo asked. Seeing Fong Chun's silence, Huang Mo continued. You cultivate the innate soul reversal art. Hearing this, Fong Chun was finally surprised. Passing through the garden, Fong Chun came to the square. Few people knew that he cultivated the innate soul reversal art and had never exposed it in front of outsiders. How'd he know? You are a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect? Fong Chun asked. I am Huang Mo. Huang Mo revealed his identity. I am interested in your innate soul reversal art. I wonder if you are willing to trade with me? Sorry, I am not willing. Fong Chun refused directly. Huang Mo waved his hand, not angry at all. You don't have to rush to refuse. You are a soul cultivator too. You must know that the Divine Phoenix sect is a sacred place for soul cultivators. If you agree to give me the innate soul reversal art, I can bring you to a place with a stronger soul aura for you to cultivate. The luxurious man walked to Fong Chun, his dark eyes looking straight into Fong Chun's eyes. Fong Chun was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Divine Phoenix sect was a major soul cultivator sect and should have many soul arts. Why was Huang Mo interested in his innate soul reversal art? What was going on? Quietly, he observed Huang Mo while running the incantation of the innate soul reversing technique in his head. Wisps of subtle aura quietly appeared around him. Were these people sucking up to Huang Xian's parents? Huang Xian's mother asked in surprise. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Fong Chun was surprised to see this. The innate soul reversal art can make him react? Is there something in his body related to the innate soul reversal art? Fong Chun guessed inwardly. Huang Mo stared at Fong Chun. I can give you a day to think about it. Once you have made up your mind, come find me. With that, Huang Mo turned and left. Staring at Huang Mo's back, Fong Chun fell into deep thought. Seniors, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. After saying those words, Fong Chun directly left. Brother Fong, why are you here? Suddenly, a soft voice entered Fong Chun's ears. He turned to look and realized that it was Huang Xian. That's right. With your potential, attending Dongshuan's gathering is nothing, Huang Xian said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded gently at Huang Xian and said, You have improved a lot as well. He could see that Huang Xian's attainment in the art of the soul had reached an extremely high level. He must be on the list to attend Dongshuan's gathering. Duo cultivation was like this. Sometimes they would be stuck at a bottleneck for many years. However, once they broke through, their ability would shoot up like a rocket. This was also why Huang Xian was the only one who had entered the inner sect among the few who had survived the divine sigil world and had achieved what he had now. As for Wen Kong and Dagger God, although they were still exceptional, they were still a little lacking. The shifty-eyed man was a little worried. They did not know this person's name. It would be troublesome if they had offended him. Is this your first time in the Divine Phoenix sect? Let me show you around. Huang Xian chuckled and said, the foundation of the Divine Phoenix sect is much deeper than that of the Wuji Sword sect. There are many interesting places on the Divine Phoenix Peak. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Seeing that Fang Chun was silent, the two of them seemed a little displeased. Sure, Fang Chun nodded. On a mountain top, Huang Xian and Fang Chun stood side by side, looking down at the strange scenery below. In another part of the void, a man in embroidered clothes stood on a cloud, staring at Fang Chun. A disciple of the Wuji Sword sect? The man in embroidered clothes said coldly, you just came to the Divine Phoenix sect, and you dare to openly seduce Huang Xian. Brother Jean, this fellow should know junior sister Huang Xian. They seem to be childhood sweethearts, a shifty-eyed disciple beside the man in embroidered clothes whispered. What a childhood sweetheart. The man in embroidered clothes snorted and said disdainfully, do you think others can touch the woman that I, Jean Yun, like? Brother Jean, this person is a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. Should we investigate his background before making a move? The shifty-eyed disciple asked. Investigate what? As long as it's not Han Yuan or Thunder God, I'm not afraid of anyone from the Wuji Sword sect, Jean Yun said coldly. Fang Chun thought to himself, what if the shifty-eyed man was a little worried? They did not know this person's name. It would be troublesome if they offended him. Chapter 22:18. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Jean Yun walked out of the clouds and came to the peak of the mountain, glaring at Fang Chun. This caused the shifty-eyed disciple to feel somewhat helpless. He was timid by nature and was afraid of offending someone. However, he could not stop Jean Yun from teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. Xianer, why are you here? Since you want the innate soul reversal skill, I will let you have a taste of its power. Jean Yun did not attack Fang Chun directly because she wanted to show her gentleness in front of her beloved woman. Instead, she smiled gently at Huang Xian. When the latter heard this, she turned around. When she saw that it was Jean Yun, her expression changed slightly. This scene was captured by Fang Chun. He looked at Jean Yun without batting an eyelid. Xian, I have something to tell you, Jean Yun said. Huang Xian shook her head and said, I am bringing Brother Fang to visit the scenic spots of Divine Phoenix sect. Jean Yun was embarrassed by Huang Xian's rejection. His face darkened. Boom. Xian, you would rather be with this kind of person than accompany me? Jean Yun asked. Brother Fang is my guest. You're not allowed to insult him like this, Huang Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the anger in Jean Yun's heart burned even more. He knew Huang Xian better than anyone else. She was gentle and would not get angry. He thought that he could easily subdue Huang Xian and get the innate soul reversal skill. Who would have thought that he would alert the Divine Phoenix sect master and lose the soul stone? However, Huang Xian's expression changed when he said that Huang Xian was not good. Soul stone open. Since you want the innate soul reversal skill, I will let you have a taste of its power. This infuriated Jean Yun. He walked towards Fang Chun step by step, his pitch-black eyes looking down at Fang Chun condescendingly. However, Huang Xian's expression changed when he said that Huang Xian was not good. A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a joke. Jean Yun said, do you think that just because you're a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect, you can look down on everyone? Who are you? I don't even know you. So why should I pay attention to you? Fang Chun said calmly. You, brat, Huang Xian is my woman. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer, Jin Yun threatened. Jin Yun, you've gone too far. Huang Xin was furious. The shifty-eyed man pulled Jin Yun and left the mountain peak. Fang Chun shook his head. He turned to look at Huang Xin and asked, "Do you need me to help you?" Voila. Huang Xin looked at Fang Chun apologetically and shook her head. "Don't worry, it'll be done soon." "Xer, you'd rather be with this kind of trash than accompany me?" Jin Yun asked. Fang Chun chuckled and walked toward Jin Yun. "Voila. What? You want to fight? Who's afraid of you?" Before Jin Yun could finish her words, she felt her body fly out uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Immediately after, Jin Yun felt a shocking force attacking her body. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain swept through her body. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Jin Yun's body fell heavily on the ground, creating a big pit. "Brother Jin," the shifty-eyed man was shocked. He hurried to the big pit and helped Jin Yun up. "You!" Jin Yun endured the pain all over her body and looked at Fang Chun in horror. "Who are you?" Jin Yun asked in a deep voice. You don't have the right to know. Get lost before I change my mind. If you dare to pester Huang Xin, I don't mind taking your life," Fang Chun said indifferently. "Brother Jin, let's go." The shifty-eyed man pulled Jin Yun and left the mountain peak. "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble," Huang Xin said apologetically. "It's okay." After the commotion caused by Jin Yun, Fang Chun was not in the mood to continue strolling. After bidding farewell to Huang Xin, he returned to his luxurious mansion. Night fell. The latter waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal." Moreover, Fang Chun is not injured. Fang Chun continued to practice the innate soul reversal technique, wanting to break through to the second level in one go. However, an unexpected figure came quietly. Insignificant skill. How is it? What do you think of my suggestion? Huang Mo stood quietly in the dark. His heavy voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "What suggestion?" "Bang! Let's disperse," Jian Wuji said to the crowd below. Fang Chun pretended not to know. "Are you going to hand over the innate soul reversal technique or not?" Huang Mo was a little angry and said coldly. Night fell. Fang Chun shrugged and said, "I'm not handing it over." The first person to rush over was Han Yuan. When he saw the two fighting, he immediately shouted, "Huang Mo, how dare you sneak attack junior brother Fang?" After saying that, he directly entered the room and ignored Huang Mo. The latter's face was extremely gloomy. With a bang, he kicked the door open and appeared in front of Fang Chun. "What if I insist on asking for it?" Huang Mo threatened. "You won't get it," Fang Chun said calmly, not at all caring about Huang Mo's threat. "You're courting death." The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. Huang Mo attacked with lightning speed. A terrifying soul Dao aura instantly spread out and condensed into an incredible attack in the room. "Since you want the innate soul reversal technique, I'll let you have a taste of its power." Fang Chun sneered and performed the innate soul reversal technique. Swoosh! The terrifying soul Dao aura hovered above Fang Chen's head and quickly condensed into a long sword. The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. "Go!" Fang Chen bellowed. His long sword carried a vast amount of soul Dao power and attacked Huang Mo insignificant skill. Boom! Without any explanation, Jin Yun walked out from the clouds and came to the mountain peak. He stared at Fang Chun angrily. Huang Mo sneered and continued to attack. Boom! Give it to me. When the two soul Dao auras collided, Huang Mo's heart was in turmoil, and he quickly retreated. This infuriated Jin Yun. He walked towards Fang Chun step by step, his pitch-black eyes looking down at Fang Chun condescendingly. How can this be? In the air, Jian Wuji and Divine Phoenix Sect Master stood side by side and looked at the scene below quietly. In order to show his gentlemanly manner in front of his beloved woman, Jin Yun did not attack Fang Chun directly. Instead, he looked at Huang Xin with a gentle smile. Huang Mo, who had steadied himself, heard cracking sounds coming from his body. If he had not dodged in time, the terrifying Soul Dao sword would have pierced through his body. Is this the innate soul reversal technique? With this thought in mind, Huang Mo licked his dry lips as the greed in his eyes intensified. Buzz. In order to show his gentlemanly manner in front of his beloved woman, Jin Yun did not attack Fang Chun directly. Instead, he looked at Huang Xin with a gentle smile. Huang Mo spread out his right hand, and a ray of light flashed in his palm. This is really good stuff. You, brat. Huang Xin is my woman. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. Jin Yun threatened. Soul Stone, open. As Huang Mo growled, a thumb-sized black stone suddenly appeared in his palm. This black stone emitted a very powerful soul Dao power, and the aura it emitted was actually somewhat similar to the innate soul reversal technique. You are indeed a natural divine order rune. This is Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the soul stone. His heart trembled. His intuition told him that this stone had a lot to do with the innate soul reversal technique. Perhaps this was how Huang Mo found out that he had cultivated this divine skill. I must get it. Before he left, a thick murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun's eyes were burning. When he used the innate soul reversal technique, he also used the space-time collapse technique. Crack! The space-time collapse technique. In the small room, Fang Chun's figure kept flashing. Swoosh! Before Huang Mo could fully activate the energy in the soul stone, he slashed out with the hidden star sword. The traceless sword principle was used. The destructive power in a small area was very strong. The terrifying sword chi engulfed Huang Mo bang. Huang Mo could not withstand the attack of the traceless sword principle. He was in a sorry state, and the soul stone flew out of his palm. Give it to me. Fang Chun opened his hand and sucked. Suddenly, the small soul stone fell into his palm. Let's disperse, Jian Wuji said to the people below. Swoosh! Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the soul stone. His heart trembled. Buzz! Bang! The terrifying soul Dao aura shrouded the soul stone and cut off its connection with Huang Mo. Huang Mo let out a miserable shriek. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many Wuji sword sect disciples in the luxurious mansion. The first to rush over was Han Yuan. When he saw the two fighting, he immediately shouted, Huang Mo, how dare you sneak an attack on junior brother Fang? Whoosh! Whoosh! The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. This is really good stuff. This is too much. Jian Wuji and the Divine Phoenix sect master stood side by side in the air and looked at the scene below quietly. The Divine Phoenix sect master was unhappy. The Wuji sword sect was a guest. How could Huang Mo attack a guest? This was a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix sect. Whoosh! The Divine Phoenix sect master grabbed Huang Mo, who was in a sorry state, and lifted him into the air. Xian, why are you here? Enough! The Divine Phoenix sect master scolded, and Huang Mo immediately came to his senses. Sect master, before Huang Mo could finish, he was scolded by the Divine Phoenix sect master and dared not speak. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Get out of here. Huang Mo did not dare to disobey the Divine Phoenix sect master's order and left dejectedly. Before he left, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun. He thought that he could easily subdue the latter and obtain the innate reversal soul technique. Who would have thought that he would not only alarm the Divine Phoenix sect master, but also lose the soul stone? Old monster Jian, the Divine Phoenix sect master looked at Jian Wuji apologetically. Who are you? Jian asked in a low voice. The latter waved his hand and said, It's no big deal. Besides, Fang Chun is not injured. Soul stone, open. Everyone disperse. Jian Wuji said to the crowd below. As expected of a natural divine sigil of order, the Divine Phoenix sect master looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. A divine sigil realm cultivation base could actually force Huang Mo to such an extent. No wonder Jian Wuji would bring him to Dongshuan's gathering. Huang Mo could not resist the attack of the traceless swordsmanship at all. His body was in a sorry state, and the soul stone flew out of his hand. Soon, the luxurious residence regained its peace. Fong Chun played with the soul stone in his hand, secretly delighted. Chapter 2219. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The soul stone was the essence of the soul, condensed from the lifetime of the soul after the death of a master of the soul path. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sect's disciples. How sad. This was originally brought from the miniature universe by Huang Mo, left behind by his ancestors. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn, and Fong Chun had obtained it. After obtaining the soul stone, Fong Chun immediately began to cultivate. How could he not grasp such a good opportunity? If the higher-ups of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about this, there would be changes. In this way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique would be much easier. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a long time, Fong Chun took a deep breath and slowly loosened his hand, calming the shock in his heart. Holding the soul stone in his hand, the aura of the soul path spread out, slowly absorbing the soul essence in the soul stone. At first, the soul essence resisted, but after trying for a few hours, he could finally absorb the soul essence. In this way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique would be much easier. When the Dongxian Grand Meat arrived, Fong Chun had successfully cultivated the second level of the innate soul reversal technique, and all the credit was due to the soul stone. Fong Chun and the others also came to the Divine Phoenix Square early in the morning. Humph! Even the Wuji Sword sect is a small sect. Now I would like to ask the two of you, who are the so-called big sects? In the Wuji Sword sect area, some disciples asked with dissatisfaction. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and put away the soul stone, feeling pleased. Soul stone. Fong Chun sighed inwardly. He did not expect to obtain the legendary soul stone in this way. If the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the soul stone, they would definitely go crazy. Thinking about it, Huang Mo did not tell anyone about this. Today, the entire Divine Phoenix sect was bustling. Every sect in Dongxian Heaven had sent representatives to the Divine Phoenix sect to participate in the Dongxian Grand Meet. Fong Chun and the others also came to the Divine Phoenix Square early in the morning. Fong Chun sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to obtain the legendary soul stone in this way. This was a square that the Divine Phoenix sect had specially built to host Dongshuan's Grand Meet. This was originally something Huang Mo had brought from the miniature universe. It had been left behind by his ancestor. Every sect stood in an orderly manner according to their own area, quietly standing there. The area where the 3 great sect was located was at the forefront. There are so many people, Fong Chun exclaimed as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. It was a dark patch of land, filled with people. Elder He San told Fong Chun the name of the saber demon. Junior brother Fong, the ones we need to pay attention to in this Dongxian summit are the disciples of the other 2 sects. Those smaller sects are not worth mentioning, said Han Yuan in a low voice. Unfortunately, Fong Chun had already seen through them. Then, he pointed at the Divine Phoenix sect's area. At the very front, there was a beautiful woman wearing tight black clothes that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. Her face was filled with a cold expression, as if she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. She is Huang Jiao, the leader of the younger generation of the Divine Phoenix sect. Her cultivation base has also reached the peak of the Unity realm. Her Soul Dao techniques are unpredictable. She is a strong opponent, Han Yuan introduced to Fong Chun. Fong Chun's gaze fell on Huang Jiao. Now that he had cultivated the second stage of the innate soul reversal technique, he could clearly feel the flow of soul power in Huang Jiao's mind. Her soul power is like a tide. She is indeed a strong opponent, Fong Chun said to himself. Then, he pointed at the Divine Phoenix sect's area. At the very front, there was a beautiful woman wearing tight black clothes that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. Other than that, you need to pay attention to the other disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect. Han Yuan continued to introduce. Fong Chun nodded his head one by one. When Han Yuan pointed in the direction of the Divine Blade sect, Fang Chen's indifferent face finally showed a hint of seriousness. This person is the strongest disciple of the Divine Blade sect. Even I don't have full confidence in defeating him, Han Yuan said. He calls himself the Saber Demon. He was born for the saber and is a demon for the saber. He has a huge prejudice against the Limitless Sword sect. He has always wanted to prove that the saber is the king of all weapons. He has killed many disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. Fang Chun did not hear a single word that Han Yuan said after that. He felt his brain explode and become blank all of a sudden. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the Blade Demon. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents' hearts were in turmoil. The latter stood quietly, surrounded by a dense saber aura. It was as if he was indifferent to everything. He seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's gaze and turned his head to look at him. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He then turned his head and ignored Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Saber Demon. If the people of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Soul Stone, they would go crazy. Fang Chen muttered to himself. A murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the Blade Demon. My master, Gu Yuan, died in his hands. Before Fang Chen entered the inner sect, he had asked Elder He-shan which disciple of the Divine Blade sect was the one who had killed his master, Gu Yuan. Elder He-san had told Fang Chen the name of the Saber Demon. When they met for the first time, Fang Chen was filled with rage when he thought of his master's tragic death. He clenched his fists, wishing he could charge over and tear the Saber Demon into pieces. Saber Demon. However, his rationality told him that he could not do this. He had to hold it in. Today was the opening ceremony of Dongshuan's grand event. He could not ruin it. I will avenge my master with my own hands. If the people of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Soul Stone, they would go crazy. He did not have the chance nor the ability before. Now he was infinitely close to avenging his master. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sect's disciples. How sad. After a long time, Fang Chen took a deep breath and slowly loosened his grip, calming the shock in his heart. Fang Chen exclaimed as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. It was a dark patch of land, filled with people. Junior brother Fang, are you all right? Han Yuan asked. I'm fine, Fang Chen said. In the spacious Divine Phoenix Square, each area was clearly separated. The sect's disciples stood in an orderly manner. Huang Xian's parents were in charge of managing the area in this grand event. These weak sect disciples are trying to show off in Dongshuan's grand event. How laughable, Huang Xian's mother said coldly. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sect disciples. How sad. The closer they got to the front of the Divine Phoenix Square, the longer they stayed. Those who could stand in front were basically from some large sect. As they spoke, they had already walked from the back of the Divine Phoenix Square to check the situation in the square. When they passed by the weak sect's area, they did not even bother to look at it. When they passed by the area of the slightly stronger sect's area, they paused slightly. This was obviously looking down on them. However, they were the elders of the Divine Phoenix sect. Others could not wait to curry favor with them. How could they dare to be angry? The closer they got to the front of the Divine Phoenix Square, the longer they stayed. Those who could stand in front were basically from some large sect. Ha ha ha. Both elders have worked hard. If the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Spirit Stone, they would definitely go crazy. Sect leader He long time no see. When Dongshuan's grand event is over, you must come to my place and get drunk. In the spacious Divine Phoenix Square, each area was clearly separated. The sect's disciples stood in an orderly manner. Along the way, everyone greeted Huang Xian's parents. This made the 2 of them feel rather smug. Finally, they arrived at the Divine Blade sect's area. This way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique was much easier. The 2 of them stopped and looked around at the many disciples. Finally, their gazes fell on the Saber Demon. When they passed by the area of the slightly stronger sect's area, they paused slightly. This was obviously looking down on them. At first, the spirit essence resisted, but after trying for a few hours, it was finally able to absorb the spirit essence. Today, the entire Divine Phoenix sect was bustling. Every sect in Dongxian heaven had sent representatives to the Divine Phoenix sect to participate in Dongxuan's grand event. I think this must be the saber demon of the younger generation of the Divine Blade sect. It's really amazing to have such achievements at such a young age, Huang Xian's mother praised. I'm sorry. We are in charge of the area management for this grand event. If you need anything, just let us know. The two of them deliberately made friends with the saber demon, but the latter ignored them and left awkwardly. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Fang Chun. Then, they walked to the Divine Phoenix Sect's area. After a short conversation, they went around the center of the square and came to the Wuji Sword Sect's area. Nephew Han Yuan, do you still recognize me? Huang Xian's father saw Han Yuan and asked with a smile, when you were in the outer sect, I followed old man Huang Tian to the Wuji Sword Sect once. Before Han Yuan could speak, Huang Xian's mother exclaimed, why are you here? At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Fang Chun. Why can't I be here? Fang Chun asked in return. Didn't you join a small sect? Huang Xian's father looked at Fang Chun in confusion. Did I say that? Junior brother Fang is an inner disciple of the Wuji Sword Sect. Han Yuan frowned and said slowly. The two of them stopped and looked at the many disciples. Finally, their gaze fell on the saber demon. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents' hearts were in turmoil. There are so many people here. A complicated expression appeared on their faces as they looked at Fang Chun awkwardly. How is this possible? The two of them could not believe their eyes. How could he grow so quickly? Even a Wuji Sword Sect is a small sect. Then I'd like to ask the two of you, who is the big sect that you're talking about? A disciple from the Wuji Sword Sect asked unhappily. I will take revenge for my master personally. I'm sorry. Huang Xian bit the bullet and apologized. We were in the wrong previously. We apologize to you. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the blade demon. What a joke. They did not dare to offend an inner disciple of the Wuji Sword Sect. When we were in Zakai Town, I felt that you would be successful in the future. At that time, I invited you to join the Divine Phoenix Sect, but you rejected me. I did not expect you to grow to such a stage in the blink of an eye. I think Xian will be happy when she knows about it, right? Huang Xian's father purposely brought up his daughter to reduce the gap between him and Fang Chun. Unfortunately, Fang Chun had already seen through them. He shook his head and turned to look elsewhere. Why aren't you leaving? Can't you see that senior brother Fang doesn't want to talk to you? A disciple mocked. Chapter 22:20. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by a little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Dongxuan's grand meet officially began with the 3 sect master speeches. Love, go a little, say, Webku, forget it. Fang Chun said indifferently. After all, these two were Huang Xian's parents. They only looked down on him and had no intention of harming him. There was no need to be calculative with them. Junior brother Wu. Fang Chun nodded at Junior brother Wu and turned around to listen quietly to the Divine Phoenix sect master's speech. If you can get a spot and enter the demon city, you have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the demon Lord Tiansheng. Han Yuan said, at the same time, you can compete with the experts of the other 3 heavens. If you can come out alive, you can at least break through the ordinary bottleneck and step into a higher realm. Fang Chen's status in the Wuji Sword Sect was very high. He had the natural divine sigil of order, so even Han Yuan treated him well. In addition, he had slashed half of the god of Thunder's body in half, which shocked everyone. Vaguely, Fang Chun was the leader. Knowing that these 2 reckless elders dared to mock Fang Chun, they naturally had to express their stance. However, after hearing Fang Chen's words, no one said anything else. Even if the loser died, the sect could not take it out on them. Fang Chun shook his head. He was not interested in these things. If he had the time, he would rather improve his strength. Huang Xian's parents were embarrassed, their faces burning. They nodded slightly at Fang Chun and left quickly. The demon city was an ancient city that had existed for a long time. It was said that it was almost as old as extinction. They did not have the face to continue to stay. Dongxuan's grand meet officially began with the three sect master speeches. Every Dongxuan's grand meet was extremely lively. The disciples of each sect gathered together to exchange pointers and learn from each other before ranking. There were also some old monsters who lived in seclusion, watching from the dark. If there were disciples with good potential, they would appear at the right time and accept them as their disciples. One long battle after another was carried out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. Therefore, many disciples of small sect did not have much of a way out and could only rely on Dongxuan's grand meeting every year. Knowing that these two reckless elders actually dared to mock Fang Chun, they naturally had to express their stance. The unparalleled expert that Han Yuan spoke of was Demon Venerable Heaven Saint. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix sect master continued. The following events will last for a month, and the strongest 5 will be decided. They had tried their best to showcase themselves at the Grand Meet in order to catch the attention of those hidden powerhouses. Once one was chosen by them, they would have a meteoric rise and a limitless future. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. In a huge Divine Phoenix square, all the disciples were quietly waiting. Their blood was already boiling in their hearts, and they could not wait to fight. I've said what I need to say. I hope that everyone can have an outstanding performance in Dongxuan's Grand Meet this time. The Divine Phoenix sect master finally said, if he can enter the top 5, we will bestow upon him a generous gift. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Dongxuan's Grand Meet had thus begun. Everyone raised their heads to look at the Divine Phoenix sect master with burning gazes. Could it be that opportunity? It seemed that some disciples had already guessed it. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the Divine Phoenix sect master in disbelief. Heavens, there are actually 5 spots this time. In the past, it was always 1 spot. At most, there are only 2 spots. They did not have the face to continue to stay. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression finally changed. Many disciples were extremely excited. Fang Chen was a little surprised as he asked in a low voice, Senior Brother Han Yuan, do you know what this generous gift is? Why are these people so excited? Not only were the others excited, but Han Yuan was also rather excited. However, he was also very rational. With so many young disciples of Dongxian Heaven competing for the top spot, it was very difficult to obtain a spot. Junior Brother Fang, you've only been in the Wuji Sword sect for a short time, so it's understandable that you don't know. Han Yuan tried his best to calm his excitement and said slowly, there's a very special place in our Void Star sky. This special place is called the Demon City. Although it is called a city, it is actually an independent space. Countless peerless experts have walked out of this space in the past. Junior Brother Fang, don't you want to take a look? It's good to understand your opponents in advance. Maybe you'll meet them in the finals? Han Yuan asked. The 3 sect masters and some reclusive experts have walked out of the Demon City. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The Demon City is the strongest sacred ground for cultivation in the entire Void Star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate for countless years. Some have fallen, while others have reached the heavens in a single step. As time passed, countless peerless experts were buried in the Demon City, and countless inheritances have been passed down. Under normal circumstances, one has to be at least in the Unity realm to enter. Every Dongxin Grand Meet would select a few spots and send the most outstanding disciples into it. Of course, other than our Dongxin Heaven, the other 3 regions will also select some outstanding disciples to compete. The Demon City was an ancient city that had existed for a very long time. It was said that it was almost as old as Void Star Sky. The reason why the Demon City was so famous in Su Xing Sky was because an unparalleled expert had died in the Demon City. Countless disciples wanted to obtain his inheritance, but no one had obtained it until now. Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint? Fang Chun murmured softly. The peerless expert that Han Yuan had mentioned was the demon Venerable Heavenly Saint. That's right. Hundreds of billions of years ago, the demon Venerable Heavenly Saint had once unified the entire Void Star sky. Wherever he went, no one dared to call themselves king. Han Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "This was the cruelty of Dongshuan's grand meat." One could imagine how difficult it was to stand out among tens of thousands of people. However, all in all, the disciples of the three great sects were under less pressure. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression finally changed. In the blink of an eye, the sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. Unifying Void Star sky was enough to show how strong the demon Venerable Heavenly Saint was. Even a peerless expert like the Galaxy Forefather couldn't unify Void Star sky. If you can get a spot and enter the Demon City, you'll have a chance to obtain the demon Venerable Heavenly Saint's inheritance, Han Yuan said. At the same time, you can compete with the experts of the other three heavens. If you can come out alive, you can at least break through the ordinary bottleneck and step into a higher realm. Battle after battle raged on fiercely. The three sect masters and some reclusive experts came from the Demon City. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The Demon City is the strongest cultivation sanctuary in the entire Void Star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate for countless years. Some have fallen while others have reached the heavens in a single bound. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master continued. The next event will last for a month, and the strongest 5 will be decided. After the Divine Phoenix Sect Master finished speaking, Jian Wuji announced the rules of the competition. As long as one stepped onto the stage, life and death would be determined. One could use any method to win the battle. Of course, this was only a portion of the Dongshin sect. The other weaker sects were not qualified to participate in such a grand event. Even if the loser died, their sect could not take their anger out on them. There were more than 70 sects and more than 10,000 participants. This was the cruelty of Dongshuan's grand event. One could only imagine the difficulty of standing out among tens of thousands of people. However, overall, the pressure on the disciples of the three sects was relatively low. The ones who were truly stressed were the disciples of the smaller sects. They had been preparing for Dongshuan's grand event for a very long time and did not want to give up because of this. Every time Dongxian Grand Meeting was held, there would always be some dark horses. Driven by a strong desire to survive, they would unleash the power that was hidden in their bodies and could even kill the disciples of the three sections. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the main event. There were more than 70 sects and more than 10,000 participants. Of course, this was only a portion of the Dongshin sect. The other weaker sects were not qualified to participate in such a grand event. The disciples of the three sects did not have to participate in the early elimination rounds and could enter the finals directly. This was also recognized by all the sects. After all, the disciples of the three sects were too strong and stood at the top of the younger generation in Dongshin Heaven. If they participated in the elimination rounds, the disciples of the smaller sects would not have a chance to survive. Let's go back. There is nothing to do for the next few days, so Fong Chun turned to leave directly. Junior brother Fong, don't you want to watch? It's good to understand your opponents in advance. Who knows, you might meet them in the finals. Han Yuan asked. Fong Chun shook his head. He was not interested in these things. If he had the time, he might as well improve his own strength. In the Divine Phoenix Square, the commotion was deafening. Dongshuan's grand event had begun. One long battle after another was carried out fiercely. Dongshuan's grand event had begun. It seemed that some of the disciples had already guessed it. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the Divine Phoenix sect leader in disbelief. Fong Chan returned to his luxurious residence and sat cross-legged in his room to cultivate the demonic dragon refinement art. Since he had obtained senior brother Han Yuan's refinement art, he had not had the time to cultivate properly. In a huge Divine Phoenix Square, all the disciples were waiting quietly. Their blood was already boiling in their hearts, and they could not wait to fight. They could take this opportunity to cultivate it. If they could succeed, their strength would definitely increase again. Above the Divine Phoenix Peak, clouds and mist swirled. The commotion below shook the heavens, breaking the silence of the 9 heavens. Suddenly, an old man riding a large black dog appeared in the sky. Dongxuan's grand event? The old man looked down and grinned. He had been drifting in solitude and had not felt such a lively atmosphere for a long time. The old man stopped here, ready to enjoy the scenery. The 3 sect leaders and some reclusive experts came from the Demon City. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The Demon City is the strongest cultivation ground in the entire void star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate over the years. Some have fallen, while others have reached the heavens in a single bound. Although these battles were not worth mentioning in his eyes, he did not care at all when he reached his level. The old man looked down and grinned. Suddenly, the old man noticed Fang Chun. Is this fellow here to participate in Dongxuan's grand event as well? The old man was a little surprised. He had not expected to meet Fang Chun here. He looked down at the large black dog, whose aura had grown even sharper. The big black dog had undergone an earth-shattering change. Its essence was undergoing a metamorphosis, and the root of all this was because of Fang Chen's 9-star stone. This fellow seems to be cultivating? When Han Yuan heard this, he tried to calm his excitement and said slowly, "There is a very special place in our void star sky. This special place is called the Demon City. Although it is called a city, it is actually an independent space. Countless peerless experts have walked out of this space in the past." The old man saw through Fang Chun with a glance. That's right. With his current cultivation base, it's difficult for him to fully comprehend the Demon Swords Tao of Ashura. Chapter 22-21. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic dragon body refinement technique was something that Han Yuan had accidentally obtained in some ruins. It was said that the founder of this body refinement technique was the famous saint of Draconic Demon. His strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. The myriad sword domains spread out and enveloped the entire mansion. Next match, Breaking Water Sex Han Shui versus Devil Dragon Sex Chun Fan. This is Breaking Water Sex Han Shui. He's very strong and a strong opponent. Below, the disciples of the 3 major sect were discussing in low voices. The Saint of Draconic Demon was a physical body cultivator. His physical strength was unparalleled in the world. Crack. So it's the Saint of Draconic Demon's body refinement technique. No wonder. When Han Yuan had given him this divine art, he had felt that it was an extraordinary divine art. Now he finally understood. He had once read about the legend of the Saint of Draconic Demon in the inner sect's ancient books. Even Jian Wuji felt inferior to him. His strength could be imagined. Unfortunately, the Saint of Draconic Demon had disappeared. His whereabouts were still a mystery. After Fang Chun carefully looked at the demonic dragon body refinement technique, he found that it was only an incomplete copy. It only had the first 3 levels. That's right. If Han Yuan had the complete demonic dragon body refinement technique, he would have broken through long ago. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He thought that he wouldn't be able to master the demonic dragon body refinement technique in a short period of time. Who would have thought that he would be able to master it by chance? His myriad sword body could contain everything. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the myriad fusion body, it was still relatively easy to cultivate the demonic dragon body refinement technique. In the following time, Fang Chun first comprehended the demonic dragon body refinement technique, then began to cultivate. 3 days later. Next match, Breaking Water Sect Han Shui versus Devil Dragon Sex Chun Fan. Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He actually reached the first level so quickly. When I was cultivating, a light mark flashed in my mind and some aura emerged. He was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Even if he was a genius, it was impossible to master it in such a short period of time. When I was cultivating, a light mark flashed in my mind, and some aura appeared. Fang Chun pondered to himself. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed terrifying. Fang Chun pondered to himself. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed terrifying. That's the Azura sword Dao inheritance that the old man bestowed upon me. Could it be? Fang Chun turned pale with fright, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Venerable Demon Sword, Saint of Draconic Demon. These two peerless powerhouses both had the word demon in their titles. Moreover, their inherited divine arts were mixed with some demonic aura. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Shan Fan to still have some tricks up his sleeve. It must be because the auras of the demonic Dao resonated with each other. Venerable Demonic Sword's comprehension of the sword Dao helped him resolve his difficulties. Thinking of this, Fang Chun revealed a bright smile on his face. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to grasp the demonic dragon body refining technique in a short period of time. Who would have thought that by chance he would actually succeed in cultivating it all of a sudden? Out of the 10,000 disciples, a total of 3,000 had died. There were also some who were seriously injured or even crippled. I wonder what the background of that old man is. Fang Chun muttered to himself. In any case, although he couldn't comprehend the Azura sword Dao of venerable demonic sword for the time being, it was of great benefit to him. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Ha ha!" Fang Chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crackle. In addition, Fang Chun saw ripples appearing on the surface of his skin. With a thought, crackling sounds came from his body, followed by a violent sword Dao aura that filled his body. The 10,000 swords domain spread out and shrouded the entire mansion. A deafening sound spread out as the talismans exploded and blasted Han Shui's body out of the martial arts arena. Fang Chun was still controlling it. If the 10,000 swords domain was activated to the extreme, the entire Divine Phoenix Peak would be shrouded in it. In addition, Fang Chun saw ripples appearing on the surface of his skin. These ripples actually contained the power of runes. Combining body refinement and talismans, this saint of Draconic Demon is really powerful. After a long time, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. He was once a powerful talisman master and had a certain understanding of the talisman Dao. If the current me were to compete with senior brother Han Yuan in terms of physical strength, I wouldn't necessarily be weaker than him, Fang Chun said with a smile. With a casual glance, one could tell that these complicated ripples were the result of the combination of body refinement and talismans. Buzz! Fang Chun stomped his foot, and the ripples on the surface of his skin quickly covered his entire body. At the same time, Fang Chun discovered an imperceptible sword Dao radiance on these ripples. These sword Dao radiances were slowly absorbing the power within the ripples. When the 10,000 swords body completely absorbs the power within the ripples, the demonic dragon body refinement art should be able to reach the second level, right? Fang Chun thought to himself. After cultivating the first level of the demonic dragon body refinement art, his strength had skyrocketed. If he were to face the god of thunder now, he wouldn't even need to use the traceless sword. A single punch would be enough to blast his head apart. If the current me were to compete with senior brother Han Yuan in terms of physical strength, I wouldn't necessarily be weaker than him, Fang Chun said with a smile. Dongxuan's grand meet had just begun, and his strength had already increased a little. This was good news for him. Continue to consolidate. After a moment of thought, he calmed his mind and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The battles on the Divine Phoenix Square had been too intense in this half a month. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Out of the 10,000 disciples, 3,000 had fallen, and some were heavily injured or even crippled. Of course, there were still a number of dark horses that had emerged. The potential they had erupted at the edge of life and death was astounding. So, it's the saint of Draconic Demon's body refinement art. No wonder. After half a month of battles, the elimination round was finally coming to an end. There were a total of 60 participating disciples from the three sect, and the remaining 40 spots for the finals would be won by the disciples of the other sect. tens of thousands of people fighting for the 40 spots. One could imagine how intense the battles would be. On the Divine Phoenix Square. This is Han Shui of the water-breaking sect. He's very strong, a formidable opponent. Below, the disciples of the three sect discussed in low voices. Among the dark horses that had emerged in the past half a month, Han Shui was the #1 dark horse. He swept away the disciples of the other sect with an invincible stance. 3 days later, next match, Han Shui of the water-breaking sect versus Chun Fan of the demonic dragon sect. The saint of draconic demon was a cultivator of the body refinement art. The strength of his physical body was unparalleled. Seeing this, Chun Fan waved his palm, his finger lightly tapping the air a few times. On the training platform, Han Shui stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of disdain. In his opinion, other than the disciples of the three sect, the other disciples were not his opponents, and were not even qualified to make him use his full strength. This time, I must let the world know of my potential, Han Shui said to himself. Please. Chun Fan walked onto the training platform and said to Han Shui. Many disciples were discussing fervently. Crackle, crackle. To be able to walk to the last step, Chun Fan's strength was obvious to all. Chun Fan's strength is also very strong. Han Shui has met a formidable opponent. Chun Fan is also the dark horse of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. He even has hopes of competing with Han Shui for the title of the strongest dark horse. Neither is willing to give an inch. I feel that Chun Fan is very likely to defeat Han Shui. Many disciples were discussing fervently. However, when these words fell into Han Shui's ears, he was disdainful. A bunch of idiots, Han Shui said to himself. Han Shui's attack had missed. You're not my opponent. Then, Han Shui looked up at Chun Fan and said coldly. His voice was very arrogant and insufferably arrogant. We haven't fought yet. How do you know that I am not your opponent? Chun Fan frowned slightly and said with some displeasure. Is that so? It looks like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Moreover, their inherited divine arts were mixed with some demonic aura. Han Shui sneered and said, Let me see what you have to fight with me. As soon as Han Shui finished speaking, a violent force suddenly emerged from his palms. Then, he pushed out 2 palms towards the void. A vast force descended from the sky and surrounded Chun Fan. Han Shui sneered and his figure flashed. The violent force collided with the void talisman. Swoosh! Seeing this, Chun Fan waved his palm and his finger lightly tapped a few times in the void. Suddenly, a complicated talisman appeared in the void, faintly discernible. Talisman Master. Chun Fan retracted his aura and walked down the martial arts stage in a low-key manner. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect Chun Fan to have hidden his skills before this. So what if you were a Talisman Master? Han Shui sneered and his figure flashed. The violent force collided with the void talisman. Crack! Talisman Master? A crack appeared on the talisman. Han Shui's smile became even wilder. What's the use of a talisman that can't even withstand a single blow? As he spoke, Han Shui increased the strength of his attack and charged towards Chun Fan. The crowd shook their heads. Chun Fan was about to lose. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. Han Shui's attack had actually missed. When he realized it, Chun Fan appeared behind him and pointed his finger. A scorching talisman was fiercely imprinted on Han Shui's back. Boom! A deafening sound spread. The talisman exploded and blasted Han Shui's body out of the martial arts stage. Suddenly, the entire Divine Phoenix Square fell into a dead silence. Chun Fan retracted his aura and walked down the martial arts stage in a low-key manner. Chun Fan walked up to the martial arts stage and said to Han Shui. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, That's the Universe Talisman? This exclamation caused an uproar in the Divine Phoenix Square. The crowd looked at Chun Fan in surprise. Even some of the leaders of the sect on the rostrum were astonished. I didn't expect the demonic dragon sect to have such a genius. Even Jian Wuji felt inferior to him. One could imagine how strong he was. Yes, to be able to comprehend the universe talisman, he's considered very powerful in the Unity realm. 3 days later, He was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to grasp it in such a short period of time. To be able to reach the final step, Chun Fan's strength was obvious to all. Yes, to be able to comprehend the Universe Talisman, he's considered very powerful in the Unity realm. The Universe Talisman can kill people without leaving a trace. It's a pity that he's still lacking. If he can go to the Demon City to sharpen himself, he'll definitely become a famous talisman master in the Void Star sky. Clearly, many higher-ups had given Chun Fan a high evaluation of his performance. In the end, it was because of the Universe Talisman. This was still under the control of Fang Chun. If he pushed the Myriad Sword domain to the limit, the entire Divine Phoenix Peak could be enveloped. He actually reached the first level so quickly. Chapter 22. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. After 20 days, the elimination round finally ended. Love go little say Web W. Too many of the eliminated disciples were filled with resentment, but there was nothing they could do. This was the reality. After 20 days of competition, the top 100 disciples have finally emerged. In the next 10 days, there will be more intense finals. The Divine Phoenix sect leader paused for a moment before continuing. The finals are simple. Every round is a 2-on-1 battle. The winner will continue to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the top 5 are decided. They were born in small sect, and their potential was average. In addition, their resources could not be compared to the bigger sects. As time went by, the gap was too obvious. However, there were also some dark horses that emerged and garnered the attention of the crowd. Even the saber demon, who was resting with its eyes closed, opened its eyes abruptly. Among them, the one who received the most attention and was also the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongxian Grand Meet was Chun Fan. This person was an expert in the talisman arts. He was proficient in all kinds of profound talismans and had even cultivated the Chinquan talisman. Many experts were more optimistic about Chun Fan. They believed that he could challenge some of the disciples of the 3 major sects who were slightly stronger than him. He might even enter the next round of competition. Thinking of this, Han Yuan chuckled bitterly in his heart. Other than Chun Fan, Han Shui, who had been defeated by him, was also considered a dark horse. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude infuriated Han Shui. With a stomp of his foot, the latter pounced on Fang Chun. Humph! His strength had also been recognized by everyone, and it was obvious to all. Of course, there were some dark horses, but they were all overshadowed by the brilliance of these 2 people. There were 40 disciples standing on the martial arts stage, led by Chun Fan and Han Shui. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Who knew how much effort they had put in to stand out among tens of thousands of people and enter the top 40? I must stand out in this year's Dongxian Grand Meet. When it was Fang Chen's turn, it was already afternoon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chun ascended the stage. Some disciples said to themselves with their fists clenched, "How did he succeed so quickly?" On this day, Fang Chun also arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza. In addition to the 60 disciples from the 3 sect, there were a total of 100 disciples participating in the finals. The finals were very simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle, and the winner of each battle would be able to advance to the next round. Han Shui thought to himself, although the rules seemed simple, the difficulty was not small. That's right. How can a mere disciple of the Wuji Sword sect compare to senior brother? Many of the so-called dark horses simply could not withstand the attacks of the 3 sects' disciples and were forced to retreat. This was especially true for the saber demon, Huang Jiao, Han Yuan, and the others, who were said to be the most popular contenders for the championship. Their radiance shone in all directions, making it hard for the younger generation of Dongxian heaven to breathe. On the rostrum, the Divine Phoenix sect master stood up and looked around. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. After 20 days of competition, the top 100 disciples have finally all appeared. In the next 10 days, there will be even more intense finals. At this point, the Divine Phoenix sect master paused for a moment before continuing. The finals are very simple. Each round will be a 2-on-1 battle. The winner will continue to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the top 5 are determined. Thinking of this, Han Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. As soon as the Divine Phoenix sect master finished speaking, there was a commotion below. The disciples of the 3 major sects couldn't wait to strike. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. After all, what they really cared about was the legendary Demon City. Entering the Demon City represented a meteoric rise and a limitless future. And he was at the Unity Realm. Boom! Soon, the lot drawing was completed. Fang Chen's opponent was Han Shui, who had been defeated by Chun Fan. However, he did not care at all. On this day, Fang Chen also arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza. There were a total of 50 battles for the 100 people. Soon, the battles began. Many of the so-called Dark Horses could not withstand the attacks of the 3 sects' disciples and were forced to retreat. Pucci. When it was Fang Chen's turn, it was already afternoon. Huang Zhao's consciousness was very strong, but she still could not see through Fang Chen. She started to pay more attention to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage. This is Fang Chen, the lucky guy who got the innate order divine rune? Soon, there was a clamor of discussion among the crowd. Immediately, the hearts of those disciples who didn't know Fang Chen were filled with shock. That was the innate order divine rune, which only existed in legends. How could this guy get it? Even the saber demon, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Innate divine rune of order. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and pounced on Fang Chen. He had seen Fang Chen before the start of Dongshuan's event, but he did not know Fang Chen at that time, so he ignored him. Now that he thought about it, his heart was burning with passion, his blood boiling. I hope you won't disappoint me. Han Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, staring at Fang Chen quietly. The saber demon thought to himself. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and Han Shui stood opposite each other. Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, Han Shui's face darkened. Han Shui snorted. After being defeated by Fang Chen, he had been very angry. Now that he saw Fang Chen's expression, he was even more furious. So what if you have the innate order divine rune? Aren't you just a divine rune? In Han Shui's eyes, the innate order divine rune was not as scary as he imagined. He only knew that Fang Chen was a divine rune. He, on the other hand, was in the Unity Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between these 2 realms. Isn't it just luck that allowed you to join the Wuji sword sect? If I could get the same resources as you, I could kill you in a second. Han Shui thought to himself. Violent energy was emitted from his body. With a thought, the terrifying energy condensed into a huge tiger above his head. This tiger bared its fangs and brandished its claws, releasing an aura of death that made some of the weaker disciples present pale. After all, what they really cared about was the legendary Demon City. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head lightly. Although Han Shui was a dark horse, his strength was really weak. Among them, the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongshin Conference was Chun Fan. Although an initial stage Unity Realm guy was close to intermediate stage Unity Realm, he was still not worth mentioning in Fang Chen's eyes. Han Shui thought that he could defeat Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, he would realize how naive his thoughts were. You're courting death. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and immediately pounced on Fang Chen. At the same time, the tiger shadow above his head opened its bloody mouth and launched a strong attack on Fang Chen. However, no matter the wind and rain, I will stand tall. Han Shui thought that he could defeat Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, he would realize how naive his thoughts were. Boom! A light punch landed on Han Shui's body. However, the latter's body was sent flying as if he had been hit hard, crashing outside the Divine Phoenix Square. Pucci! Han Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't Fang Chen's strength too strong? He knocked Han Shui out with a punch. Han Shui! The people of the Pasui sect exclaimed as they helped Han Shui up and took him away. They came from a small sect, and their potential was average. In addition, they could not compare with the big sect in terms of resources. As time passed, the gap was too obvious. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous. On the rostrum, Jian Wuji nodded in satisfaction. In the Divine Blade sect area, the demon of the saber watched the scene without any expression on his face. His physical strength is not bad, but it's still a little lacking. The demon of the saber said to himself, "That's right. How can a mere disciple of the Wuji sword sect compare with senior brother?" Fang Chen's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and immediately pounced on Fang Chen. That's right. Fang Chen was lucky enough to obtain the innate divine sigil of order. In my opinion, if senior brother attacks, he won't be able to resist at all. The champion of this year's Dongxing Grand Meet belongs to senior brother. In the Divine Phoenix sect area, Huang Jiao narrowed her eyes and stared at Fang Chen. The finals were simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle. If 1-1-1 battle, they would advance to the next round. Vaguely, she felt a different aura from Fang Chen. I can't see through this guy. Huang Jiao's divine sense was very strong, but she still couldn't see through him. She started to take Fang Chen seriously. At this moment, the most shocked person was Han Yuan. He widened his eyes and stared at the ripples on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. How is this possible? If he remembered correctly, these ripples were the unique ripples of his demonic dragon physique refinement art. He cultivated it so quickly. In the Divine Phoenix sect area, Huang Jiao narrowed her eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Han Yuan cried out involuntarily. He recalled that he had spent 3 years to cultivate the first stage of the demonic dragon physique refinement art. As for Fang Chen, he had succeeded so quickly. Thinking of this, Han Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the last. He, who had once been extremely proud, was nothing compared to junior brother Fang's potential. Among them, the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongxing Grand Meet was Chun Fan. Han Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head, staring quietly at Fang Chen. Fang Chen had won this battle easily, and his name was known by all the disciples of the major sect. So what if you're born with the divine sigil of order? You're still not a divine sigil realm cultivator. When night fell, the curtains finally fell on the last match of the first round of the finals. Even the saber demon, who had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. All the disciples were shouting Chun Fan's name. Chun Fan had once again created a miracle in this battle. As a disciple of the demonic dragon sect, he had actually defeated a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. The Divine Phoenix sect was one of the top 3 sects. The strength of its inner disciples could be imagined. Before this, everyone had thought that this battle would be one-sided, without any suspense. However, Chun Fan had displayed superb talisman mastery in the battle. The dazzling array of talismans had forced the Divine Phoenix sect disciple to retreat, thus winning the battle. Soon, a clamor of discussion came from the crowd. This Chun Fan is not simple. Jian Wuji and the Saber God sect leader spoke slowly, as if they had seen something. The champion of this year's Dongxing Grand Meet belongs to senior brother. Chapter 22-23. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen also noticed the dark horse, Chun Fan. This person's attainments in the Talisman Master Dao were indeed very strong. However, this was not the main point of Fang Chen's attention. He vaguely felt that there was a special aura on Chun Fan's body. As for what it was, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. At night, a gentle breeze blew past. Fang Chen and Han Yuan looked at each other as they sat in the pavilion. Junior brother Fang, Han Yuan, have never admired anyone before. However, after watching your battle today, I'm completely in awe of you. Han Yuan said with a smile. I've been studying the demonic dragon body tempering art for many years. No one knows its mysteries better than me. Although I know that junior brother Fong is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering art, I didn't expect you to be able to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued. Even I don't dare to say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength. Senior brother is too modest. Fong Chuan said. Senior brother's demonic dragon body tempering art has already reached the 2nd level, right? Hearing this, Han Yuan chuckled and waved his hand. Before Fong Chun cultivated the demonic dragon body tempering art, he was already able to fight with him for so many rounds without losing. Now that he had cultivated the 1st level of the demonic dragon body tempering art, it was hard to say who would win in terms of pure strength. By the way, senior brother Han, do you know anything about the Saber Demon? Fong Chun suddenly changed the topic. Saber Demon? Hearing this, the smile on Han Yuan's face disappeared. He said in a low voice, the Saber Demon is very strong. How many lives has he taken with his swift saber? The Saber Demon was the most outstanding genius of the Divine Saber sect in recent years. His potential was so strong that no one in Dongxian heaven could compare to him. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. The speed of the swift saber he cultivated had reached the extreme. With a thought, he could slash out tens of thousands of times. Moreover, the attack power of each slash was equally strong. However, this was not the main point of Fong Chen's attention. Who would be able to resist such an expert? On the main stage, Jian Wuji frowned but didn't say anything. However, this was not the focus of Fong Chen's attention. To be honest, I have confidence in Huang Jiao in this Dongxian summit, but I have no confidence in Saber Demon, Han Yuan said solemnly. The Divine Phoenix Plaza was deathly silent. If it was possible, who would not want to be the champion of Dongxian? This was a matter of reputation. For a genius like Han Yuan, reputation was also very important. However, from Han Yuan's tone, it seemed that he had given up on the fight for first place. I hope we do not meet the Saber Demon in the elimination round. Otherwise, the outcome will be hard to predict, Han Yuan said helplessly. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. There were only 5 spots in this selection. He just needed to get into the top 5. He did not want to meet the Saber Demon in advance. If he failed, he would not be able to enter the Demon City. In addition to the grudges between the Divine Sword sect and the Wuji Sword sect over the years, the Saber Demon has always declared that he wants to suppress the Wuji Sword sect and make the Divine Sword sect Saber the king of all weapons. The Saber Demon is cruel and merciless. If he meets any of the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect outside, he will kill them without mercy. Sometimes, he will even sneak into the Wuji town and assassinate the disciples of the Wuji Sword sect, Han Yuan said helplessly. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have dared to imagine that there would be such a genius in the chaotic void. Junior brother, if you meet the Saber Demon, you must be careful, Han Yuan reminded. Quick saber? Is it known for its speed? The quick saber that he cultivated was extremely fast. With just a thought, he could slash out tens of thousands of times. Moreover, the attack power of each slash was equally strong. Fong Chen mumbled to himself. Junior brother, don't underestimate the quick saber. The quick saber was originally a mid-level cosmic level divine art, but the Saber Demon improved it to a supreme level cosmic level divine art. It even received the personal recognition of the Divine Sword sect's sect master, who believes that the Saber Demon was born for the saber. His bones are filled with the obsession of the saber, Han Yuan said. Immediately, the disciple's body was torn into pieces, no longer resembling a human. In addition to the grudge between the Divine Sword sect and the Wuji Sword sect all these years, the Saber Demon has always said that he will suppress the Wuji Sword sect and make the saber of the Divine Sword sect the king of weapons. The Saber Demon is cruel. If he meets the disciples of the Wuji Sword sect outside, he will kill them without mercy. Sometimes he will even sneak into the Wuji town to assassinate our disciples, Han Yuan said helplessly. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded lightly, his fingers tapping on the stone table irregularly. However, all the experts of Dongxian heaven gathered together and did not realize that someone was spying on them secretly. If possible, who would not want to be the champion of Dongxian Grand Meat? This was a matter of honor. The tragic death of his master, Gu Yuan, came to his mind. His master must have come to the Wuji town with great difficulty, and coincidentally he met the saber demon who had sneaked in and killed him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. Han Yuan saw that Fong Chen's expression was not right and hurriedly called out, "Junior brother Fong, are you all right?" The disciple of the Wuji sword sect trembled slightly, suppressing the fear in his heart as he walked onto the stage. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. Fong Chen knew that he had lost his composure and nodded apologetically at Han Yuan, saying, "Senior brother Han, I'm fine." After the first round of the competition ended, the second round of the finals continued after 2 days of rest. After 50 people were eliminated, there were only 50 participating disciples left. At a glance, other than Chun Fan, the rest were all disciples of the three sect. This made many small sects sigh that Dongxian heaven was still the world of the three sect. It was impossible for a small sect like them to stand out. Just as the drawing of lots ended, a disciple of the Wuji sword sect complained. The sect master of the dragon demon suppressed the excitement in his heart and secretly prayed for Chun Fan. No one was happier than the sect master of the dragon demon. The fact that Chun Fan was able to come this far had greatly exceeded his expectations. He was excited, hoping that Chun Fan could create the biggest miracle of this year's Dongxian Grand Meet and win a spot. I've studied the demonic dragon physique refinement art for many years. No one knows its mysteries better than I do. Although I know that junior brother Fong is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon physique refinement art, I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued, "Now, even I dare not say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time." The sect master of the dragon demon suppressed the excitement in his heart and secretly prayed for Chun Fan. Today was still the drawing of lots. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. How could it be the saber demon? Just as the drawing of lots ended, a disciple of the Wuji sword sect complained, "Just admit defeat. Don't give the saber demon any chance to attack." Han Yuan instructed. "I know." The disciple was very unwilling. If he hadn't met the saber demon, he could have continued to advance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that there was a genius with such heaven-defying potential in the chaos. When the battle began, the saber demon was the first to go up. He looked at the Wuji sword sect's area provocatively, especially when his gaze landed on Fong Chun. His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Only the old man knew that what Chun Fan used was not the universal talisman. It was a void fragmentation talisman that was even stronger than the universal talisman. "Get up here and accept your death." The saber demon's cold voice spread across the entire Divine Phoenix Square. I have studied the demonic dragon physique refinement art for many years. No one knows it better than me. Although I know that junior brother Fong is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon physique refinement art, I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued, "Now, even I don't dare to say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength." The disciple of the Wuji sword sect trembled slightly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and walked up the stage. I concede, before he could say the word, he felt a wild force squeezing him. However, this wasn't the main point of Fong Chen's attention. His throat was moving, but he couldn't say the last word. "Puchi." The saber demon waved his hand, and thousands of saber lights appeared on the stage. These saber lights struck the body of the Wuji sword sect's disciple with lightning speed. Instantly, the disciple's body was torn into pieces, no longer resembling a human. The Divine Phoenix Square was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by the saber demon's horrifying strength. On the rostrum, Jian Wuji frowned but didn't say anything. According to the rules, the saber demon didn't break the rules. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. The saber god sect's leader looked at the saber demon with interest. Not bad. Quick Saber has improved again. If there are no accidents, the saber demon will be the champion of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. Even the Divine Phoenix sect's leader sighed. In the Wuji Sword sect's area, Fang Chun felt the saber demon's gaze on him. He raised his head and looked at the saber demon. The latter sneered and said in disdain, "I'll wait for you." *M*. I still underestimated the saber demon's strength. Han Yuan cursed. For a moment, the Divine Phoenix square was filled with deafening roars. They were all shouting the saber demon's name loudly. In the clouds and the sky, the old man rode on the big black dog and gently stroked its head. For a moment, the Divine Phoenix square was filled with deafening roars. They were all shouting the saber demon's name loudly. These saber lights struck the body of the Wuji Sword sect's disciple with lightning speed. The latter turned his head and licked the old man's withered hand. Chun Fan against the saber god sect's disciple. This kid's strength is not bad. He's a born genius in the saber Dao. It's a pity that he's vicious and can achieve great things. The old man commented. He shook his head and his gaze fell on Fang Chun. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. The more he observed Fang Chun, the more he realized that this kid's potential was very strong. Junior brother, don't underestimate this swift saber. It was originally a middle-grade universe-level divine technique, but the saber demon improved it to a supreme-grade universe-level divine technique. He even received the personal recognition of the saber god sect master, who believes that the saber demon was born for the saber. His bones are filled with an obsession for the saber Dao, Han Yuan said. The more he observed Fang Chun, the more he realized that this kid's potential was very strong. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that there would be a genius with such heaven-defying potential in the chaos void. The old man sighed. He's even stronger than the reincarnations of those unparalleled powerhouses. However, the old man quickly understood. A person who was naturally recognized by the divine order pattern was definitely the chosen one. In the old man's eyes, if Fang Chun didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would definitely surpass everyone present. Fang Chun said, "Senior brother's demonic dragon body tempering technique has already reached the second level, right? He might even surpass his good friend, Venerable Demon Sword. It won't take long for this kid to fully comprehend the Azura Sword Dao, right?" The old man chuckled. In the clouds and the void. However, all the experts in the Eastern Profound Heaven gathered together. None of them noticed that someone was secretly spying on them. The second round of the competition continued in an orderly manner. The number of casualties in the battles between the disciples of the three great sects was much lower. Chun Fan versus the disciples of the Saber God sect. Everyone's eyes lit up. They wanted to see if Chun Fan could continue his miracles. In the void, the old man looked at Chun Fan and muttered to himself, "There's a force in this kid's body that doesn't belong to him. I guess this is also the reason why he can unleash a void fragmentation realm talisman at such a young age." As soon as the lot drawing ended, a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect complained. Before Fang Chun cultivated the demonic dragon body tempering technique, he could already fight with him for so many rounds without losing. Chapter 22-24. Genius 1, second, remember, love, divided by little. We provide you with exciting novels to read. The battle was as fierce as ever. Love, go little, say, Netka, however, the results were always surprising. The Dark Horse Chin Fan had created another miracle. After defeating the Saber God sect's disciple, he was already standing at the top of Dongxian Heaven's younger generation. Winning this battle meant that he had entered the top 25 of Dongxuan's Grand Meet. Obviously, the leaders of the smaller sect did not think highly of Fang Chun. In the entire Dongxian Heaven, there were no more than 25 people who could surpass him among the younger generation. What kind of honor was this? What kind of power was this? Before this, no one would have thought that Chun Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chun Fan. There was surprise, shock, and confusion on their faces. They could not believe it. How powerful was Chun Fan's talisman? The Saber God sect's leader, who had mocked Jin Wuji and the Divine Phoenix sect's leader on a rostrum, also looked solemn. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Buzz, the talisman he used is not the Chinquin talisman at all. At first, everyone thought it was the Chinquin talisman. It's the soul assimilation technique. However, as time passed, the three sect masters began to notice some clues. They surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to take control of his body. What kind of talisman is it? Why is it so powerful? The Saber God sect's leader was very puzzled. The disciples in the Divine Phoenix Plaza were also shocked to the extreme, especially Han Shui, who had competed with Chun Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse. His face was full of bitterness. After losing to Chun Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that the latter had used the Chinquin talisman to defeat him by luck. However, now he finally understood the gap between them. It turned out that Chun Fan did not see him as an opponent at all. Thinking of this, Han Shui shook his head helplessly and sighed. The Divine Phoenix sect's leader was shocked. Fang Chun was excellent in all aspects. In a trance, Huang Yin felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Fang Chun and the others also narrowed their eyes and stared at Chun Fan. In terms of overall strength, Huang Yin was probably not much stronger than Thunder God. His talisman seems very strange. Only Fang Chun seemed to have sensed something, but he wasn't sure. The Blade Demon was still really calm. He felt that although Chun Fan was strong, he wasn't his match. He wasn't even worth paying attention to. The second round of finals was getting more and more intense. The last match was finally Fang Chen's turn. His opponent was the third-ranked disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, Huang Yun. Senior sister Huang Yun, you must teach this fellow a good lesson. Many disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect roared. Huang Yun took light steps and walked onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chun stood there quietly, motionless. While thinking, Fang Chun performed the innate soul reversal technique. She was surrounded by a dense soul Dao aura. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she stared at Fang Chun. Her primordial spirit was severely injured, and her delicate body fell limply to the ground. I've long heard that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are very young. Now that I've seen you in person, you really live up to your reputation, Huang Yun said in a sweet voice. Fang Chun was unmoved, standing there quietly. Huang Yun's voice contained the soul Dao aura, trying to disturb Fang Chen's mind. It was a pity that Fang Chen's attainments in the soul Dao were no weaker than hers. On the rostrum, some leaders of the sect discussed softly. Huang Yun's soul Dao technique is very powerful. I think Fang Chun won't be able to withstand it. Fang Chen's physical strength is strong, and his divine sigil of order is too powerful. As long as we don't let him get close, Huang Yun can attack from afar using her soul Dao technique. Fang Chun can't do anything about it. It's a pity that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are only in the divine sigil realm. If he steps into the unity realm, it's hard to say who will be the champion of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. Obviously, many leaders of the small sect did not think highly of Fang Chun. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. The gap could not be made up. However, the three sect leaders each had their own opinions. If it's a close combat, Huang Yun will probably lose. There's only a chance if it's a long-distance battle, the sect leader of the Saber God sect said. That's not necessarily true. Huang Yun has great potential and has cultivated the art of soul assimilation. I think highly of Huang Yun, the sect leader of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jin Wuji, who was on the side, was silent. Before the battle, he already knew the result. Fang Chun would definitely win this battle. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. In terms of overall ability, Huang Yin was probably not much stronger than Thunder God, especially Han Shui, who had once competed with Chun Fan for the strongest dark horse. His face was filled with bitterness. Fang Chun had almost killed Thunder God with one strike. One could imagine that his ability was completely above Thunder God's. If he really fought with Huang Yun, his chances of winning were very high. Back on the arena, Huang Yun found that Fang Chun was unmoved. She bit her red lips as a strange look flashed in her eyes. Buzz. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Since she could not disturb his mind, she would use the art of soul assimilation to trap him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beautiful. Using the soul doctrine to defeat Huang Yun. What a slap in the face. The wild aura of the soul doctrine instantly filled the air. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled past, and there was an eerie and terrifying aura in the surrounding air. I have long heard that the possessor of the Order Divine rune is very young. Today, I have seen that you live up to your reputation, Huang Yun said in a delicate voice. Huang Yun walked up to the arena with light steps. Art of soul assimilation. Huang Yun shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich aura of the soul doctrine and used a tricky route to surround Fang Chun. Before the battle, she already knew the result. Fang Chun would definitely win this battle. Fang Chun stood quietly and did not move. It's useless. Many disciples on the Divine Phoenix Square exclaimed when they saw the situation. At that moment, he also realized that something was wrong. He's not dodging. Is he scared out of his wits? Huang Yun controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversing skill and formed a cold long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time. It could not withstand the attack of the art of soul assimilation. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Fang Chen's mind is most likely trapped. What a terrifying soul doctrined divine skill. Huang Yun is not simple. Many disciples exclaimed loudly. The disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect and Divine Sword sect also sneered in disdain and mocked Fang Chun. How could someone like him compete with senior brother Dao? What a joke. However, the outcome was always surprising. Even Han Yuan is no match for senior brother Dao. Some disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were about to mock Fang Chun when they suddenly noticed the aura of the soul doctrine on him. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Try to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. Hey, is he also a soul cultivator? Is he using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation? Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Try to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. They knew that Fang Chun was using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. However, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect still mocked and ridiculed him. What attainments could a sword cultivator have in the soul doctrine? He was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. On the martial arts arena, the Berserk Soul Dao aura drilled into Fang Chen's body through every opening. It surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to control his body. The Divine Phoenix sect soul doctrine technique is quite unique. After losing to Chun Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that Chun Fan had defeated him by luck using the cosmic talisman. Fang Chen sighed. However, a mere art of soul assimilation is not a problem for me. Buzz. However, as time passed, the three sect masters still saw some clues. While they were thinking, Fang Chun used the innate soul reversal skill. With a thought, the energy within the soul stone surged out silently and merged with the soul Dao aura. He controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversal skill and formed a cold long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time and could not resist the attack of the art of soul assimilation. It's useless. Huang Yin also shook her head gently and continued to attack, wanting to end the battle. Suddenly, Fang Chen's dark eyes penetrated the soul doctrine aura and fell on Huang Yun. She knew that Fang Chun was using the soul doctrine technique to resist the art of soul assimilation. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. What's wrong with me? Huang Yun was a little confused, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to attack. In particular, Han Shui, who had competed with Chun Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse, had a bitter look on his face. Huang Yun shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich soul doctrine aura and used a tricky route to surround Fang Chun. Just as the crowd saw that the soul power longsword was about to collapse, a berserk soul power suddenly surged out from Fang Chen's body. Before this, no one would have thought that Chun Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. The overwhelming soul doctrine aura instantly drowned the entire martial arts practice ring. Only Fang Chun seemed to have sensed something, but he was not sure. Crack! The soul power sword carried a terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yun's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Ah! Huang Yun let out a miserable shriek. Her primordial spirit was severely injured, and her delicate body fell to the ground. The overwhelming soul doctrine aura instantly drowned the martial arts practice ring. An unprecedented fear appeared in her heart. The entire square was in an uproar. Huang Yun's voice contained the soul doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Fang Chen's mind. On the rostrum, the Divine Phoenix sect master also stood up and glared at Fang Chun. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Fang Chen's mind might be trapped. Innate soul reversal skill? Huang Yun's voice contained the soul doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Fang Chen's mind. He also knew about the Wuji sword sect's innate soul reversal skill, but very few disciples have been able to cultivate it. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? His physical strength is far beyond his peers, and even his soul doctrine techniques are so strange. The Divine Phoenix sect master was shocked. Fang Chun was outstanding in all aspects. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. Even the sect master of the Divine Blade sect looked at Fang Chun with a grave expression. Now, he finally knew why Fang Chun could absorb the innate order divine runes. Previously, he had underestimated Fang Chun. Now, he finally started to take him seriously. Jian Wuji sat quietly and nodded in satisfaction. Beautiful. Using the soul doctrine technique to defeat Huang Yun. What a slap in the face. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's attainments in the soul doctrine were not weaker than hers. With a thought, the energy within the soul stone surged out silently and merged with the soul Dao aura. Yes, it's funny that some ignorant people are still mocking Senior Brother Fang. The Divine Phoenix sect's soul doctrine technique is only SOSO. In my opinion, Senior Brother Fang's soul doctrine technique is enough to defeat the Divine Phoenix sect disciples. In the Divine Phoenix sect area, many disciples looked grave and lowered their heads. They felt humiliated. Even the most powerful supreme talent, Huang Jiao, looked at Fang Chun with a tinge of fear in her eyes. A sword cultivator had defeated Huang Yun with the soul doctrine technique. This was the most powerful counterattack. The soul power sword carried terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yun's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Chapter 22-25. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chun had become the most dazzling existence in Dongxuan's grand meet to this point. Originally, he was born with the divine sigil of order and could bring about a certain amount of discussion wherever he went. However, after this battle, he told the world with his strong stance that he was not a weakling with the divine sigil of order. After the shock, the Divine Phoenix square fell into silence. All the disciples looked at Fang Chun strangely. Senior Brother Dao Xian. Under the orders of the three lords, the Divine Phoenix square was empty in the blink of an eye. After the second round of the competition, 25 people were eliminated, leaving 25 people. In other words, one person would advance directly to the fourth round of the competition, while the other 24 people would fight in pairs. Many people were secretly trying to find out more about Fang Chun. Before this, they were all wrong. They thought that Fang Chun was just an undeserved reputation. This was especially true for those disciples who had threatened Fang Chun and wanted to teach him a lesson when he had first arrived at the Divine Phoenix sect. Chen Fan's confidence and courage came from this. They had long been hiding in a corner, not daring to come out. Every time they thought of this, their hearts were full of palpitations, becoming the most terrifying inner demon. Huang Imo, who was grounded by the Divine Phoenix sect lord, was also in a state of shock. He was afraid, glad that the Divine Phoenix sect lord had come in time, otherwise he would have died in Feng Chen's hands. He thought that Feng Chen was just an undeserved reputation. So what if he lost the Soul Stone? At least he got his life back. As long as the Green Hills were there was hope. Late at night, in the Draconic Demon Sect residence, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord was talking to Chun Fan. Fan, your Chinquin talisman? It's really amazing, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord said with a smile. Feng Chun of the Wuji Sword Sect, are you confident in dealing with him? Hearing this, Chun Fan's eyes flickered. He was just lucky to get the Divine Sigil of Order. With my attainments as a talisman master, dealing with him is not a problem, Chun Fan said faintly, seemingly very confident. Many people were secretly inquiring about Feng Chun. Before this, they were all wrong. Fan, don't be careless. That Feng Chun is very strong in both physical strength and soul power. Don't forget, he is only a sword cultivator. His true trump card must be his sword arts. Even Huang Yun was unable to force him to use his sword arts. I am also unable to see through him, reminded the Draconic Demon Sect Master. Sect Master, don't worry. If he encounters me, I don't mind suppressing him and destroying the innate divine runes of order to absorb the energy within them, Chun Fan said. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Dragon Demon Sect did not say anything more. After exhorting Zhang Xian, he turned around and left. Looking at the departing figure of the sect master of the Dragon Demon, the confidence on Chun Fan's face instantly disappeared. Is what you said true? Chun Fan seemed to be talking to himself. You've also sensed that Feng Chen's strength. It's simply impossible to defeat him, Chun Fan continued. At this moment, a gloomy and hoarse voice sounded in Chun Fan's ears. Don't worry. How can they compare to the Talisman Master Dao that I passed on to you? The voice came from Chun Fan's body. They all think that this is a talisman, a Chinquin talisman, but they don't know that this is the legendary Void Fragmentation Talisman. But Chun Fan wanted to say something, but was stopped by the voice. After a long time, the Saber Demon muttered to himself, Don't worry. At the critical moment, I will secretly take action. I guarantee that you will be able to enter the top 5 and get a spot to go to the Demon City. The voice continued, As long as you can bring me into the Demon City, I will fulfill my promise. When you come out of the Demon City, the entire Void Star sky will tremble for you. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was completely boiling. The more the old man interacted with him, the more he realized that the latter's potential was far from what it seemed on the surface. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the sect master of the Dragon Demon Sect. The worry on Chun Fan's face gradually disappeared. The blood in his body was boiling, and his previous worries were thrown to the back of his mind. He clenched his fists and nodded to himself. The world looks down on me, Chun Fan. I will slap everyone's face with my absolute strength. Just you wait. In the vast Divine Phoenix Peak, no one knew Chun Fan's secret except for the old man and the big black dog. Even the 3 sect masters could only vaguely sense Chun Fan's Chinquin talisman. It was a little special, but they could not discover that there was another voice in his body. Chun Fan's confidence and courage came from this. He felt a lingering fear. He was glad that the Divine Phoenix sect master had come in time. Otherwise, he would have died in the hands of Feng Chun. Chun Fan's luck was better in the 3rd round of the finals. This made many people feel helpless. Among the 25 people so far, Chun Fan's ability was relatively the weakest. Many people wanted to draw Chun Fan so that they could guarantee to enter the top 12. However, they were disappointed. Chun Fan directly advanced to the 4th round. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxin Grand Meet was 13th. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This was a historical record of Dongxin Grand Meet, and at the same time, it made the Dragon Demon Sect famous. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. With Chun Fan's potential, he would definitely be taken in as a disciple by those hidden experts. The rise of the Dragon Demon sect was just around the corner. The third round of the competition began. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Han Yuan drew the third-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect. Although the latter's saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. In the end, Han Yuan successfully advanced. Huang Jiao, Saber Demon, and other experts also advanced one by one. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. When Fang Chun stepped onto the arena again, the Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Fang Chen's opponent this time was the fourth-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect, Dao Xian. Many people were very excited. They could finally see Fang Chen's close combat ability. Was Dao Xian's saber skills stronger or Fang Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Kill. Dao Xian also knew that Fang Chun was very strong. He did not give him any chance and directly used the Divine Blade sect's ultimate technique, the Dragon Saber God-breaking technique. Don't worry, Sect Master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him. Then, I will shatter the innate divine pattern of order and absorb its internal power, Chun Fan said. It seems that we still underestimated Fang Chun. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The old man threw a piece of ore to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy." Immediately after, the terrifying saber chi in the sky condensed into a giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon held a ferocious saber in its claws and swooped down with terrifying power. Traceless swordsmanship. Dao Xian was the lackey of the saber demon. Fang Chun did not have a good impression of him. There was even a faint trace of disgust in his heart. The first move, the second move, the third move. Many people wanted to draw Chun Fan. That way, they would be guaranteed to enter the top 12. He continuously used the first 3 moves of the traceless swordsmanship. The incredible sword light directly pierced through the giant golden dragon's body and pierced towards Dao Xian. Not good. Dao Xian cried out and desperately dodged. Splat! Blood splattered across the sky. One of Dao Xian's arms fell to the ground. His broken body smashed a big hole in the ground. He was in a sorry state and directly fell into a coma. Senior brother, Dao Xian. Every time they thought of this, their hearts would palpitate. It directly became the most terrifying inner demon. The disciples of the Divine Blade sect exclaimed one after another. This made many people feel helpless. So far, Chun Fan's strength was relatively the weakest among the 25 people. At the same time, they glared at Fang Chun. If looks could kill, Fang Chun would have been cut into pieces by them. The saber demon's indifferent face also showed a hint of seriousness. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Traceless swordsmanship? After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. The third round of the competition began. The worry on Chun Fan's face gradually disappeared. This was Fang Chen's first time using swordsmanship. However, it ended in such a way. It was really too shocking. This sharp swordsmanship is comparable to the saber demons. It seems that we still underestimated Fang Chun. Along the way, Fang Chun left an incomparably shocking scene in front of everyone. In the end, everyone attributed all of this to the innate order divine pattern. The Divine Blade sect master on the rostrum looked solemn and did not say a word. The Divine Phoenix sect master was extremely surprised. He stared at Fang Chun. His soul path aura spread, trying to see through the ladder. Jian Wuji had long expected this result and was relatively calm. Was Dao Xian's swordsmanship stronger, or was Fang Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Huang Jiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chun. She thought that this person would be a strong opponent. Han Yuan and the others were beaming with joy. After the shock, many people were sighing. Fang Chun had already become a force to be reckoned with. It was impossible to get rid of him quickly. With the cultivation base of the Divine Pattern Realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? With the cultivation base of the divine pattern realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? Even the saber demon could not do this at this level. Late at night, innate order divine pattern. The saber demon clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. This ignited his fighting spirit. He swore to suppress Feng Chun and seize the innate order divine pattern. He would absorb the power within it into his body and use it for himself. A Unity Realm expert could merge all the divine patterns into one. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. They could not absorb the innate order divine pattern, but they could shatter it and absorb the power that escaped. Traceless swordsmanship. Chun Fan advanced to the 4th round directly. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxian Grand Meet was 13th place. After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. Many people had their eyes on the innate order divine pattern, but after this battle, many people retreated. Han Yuan had drawn the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Saber God sect. Although the latter's saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. Don't worry, Sect Master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him and shattering the innate order divine pattern to absorb the power within, Chun Fan said. All the disciples looked at Feng Chun strangely. Enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Feng Chun walked down the stage. Looking at the sect master of the draconic demon's departing figure, the confidence on Chun Fan's face instantly disappeared. The sect master of the Saber God sect on the rostrum looked solemn and did not say a word. In the clouds in the sky, the old man tossed a piece of ore to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy." The more he interacted with him, the more the old man realized that the latter's potential was far more than what he saw on the surface. All the disciples looked at Feng Chun strangely. Those unknown things that were hidden in the depths of one's body were the ones that were worth paying attention to. Chapter 22-26. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Feng Chen's strong performance shocked everyone. No one dared to look down on this monstrous genius who was born with divine runes of order. Even the knife demon and Huang Jiao saw him as a rival. If someone had said before this that Feng Chun was also one of the favorites to win this year's Dongxian meet, many people would have scoffed. After all, the latter's cultivation was only at the divine inscription realm. The gap between the deity imprint realm and the unity realm could not be bridged. Most of the disciples present were at the unity realm. Only Feng Chun was slightly special. The reason why he had attracted so much attention was because he was born with the divine order sigil. But now, the strength he displayed had far surpassed that of unity realm experts. He defeated Dao Xian with a single sword strike, leaving the latter with no chance to fight back. This was enough to shock everyone. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Countless disciples widened their eyes and stared at Feng Chun as if they were looking at a monster. Feng Chun smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. He didn't care about the threatening look in the knife demon's eyes. Even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for you. The enmity of killing his master was absolutely irreconcilable, because Feng Chen's battle was too shocking. Therefore, although the following disciples' battles were also very exciting, many people no longer paid attention to them. Just like that, the 3rd round of the finals ended hastily. The 12 victorious disciples advanced to the 4th round, including the dark horse Chun Fan who had a bye. There were 13 people in total. Among the 13 people, 8 of them had to be eliminated. Only the 5 strongest ones would be able to enter the Devil City. After the 3rd round, everyone rested for a day. The 4th round of the competition began in full swing. The rules of the 4th round were slightly changed. There were a total of 13 people, and they no longer drew lots. Instead, they went through a round of challenges. Every disciple was given 2 chances to challenge the challenger. If they failed both times, they would be eliminated immediately. Love go a little, say, when there were only 5 disciples left, the battle would end. After the Divine Phoenix sect master announced the rules, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Only the sect master of the Draconic Demon sect was worried about Chun Fan. If there was a lottery system, it was extremely likely that Chun Fan would pass. Now that the challenge system was implemented and Chun Fan was the weakest among the 13, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to challenge him. I hope Chun Fan can withstand it. The sect master of the draconic demon sect clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. 13 people stood side by side in front of the martial arts practice stage. The first person to step onto the martial arts practice stage was a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Chun Fan. I want to challenge Chun Fan. He was ranked 4th in the Divine Phoenix sect, and his strength was average. He did not have much confidence in challenging the disciples of the other 3 sects, so he could only challenge Chun Fan. Despite being challenged, Chun Fan's face remained calm as he stepped onto the stage. Kill! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. A terrifying soul path aura emerged around the Divine Phoenix sect disciple. Under his control, it condensed into a long spear. This long spear contained a power that made people tremble. He's going all out right from the start. Many disciples around the martial arts stage exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect also wanted to end this battle quickly. He wondered how Chun Fan would be able to withstand them. A universal talisman? Seeing Chun Fan activate the talisman, the crowd muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Chun Fan looked at the soul power spear that was constantly approaching him, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he let out a low roar, and a majestic talisman Tao power appeared in the sky. The next moment, he waved his palm, and the terrifying talisman burned directly in the sky. The power of the flame was too amazing, and it directly engulfed the soul power spear. Love go little say W, chew hiss. To everyone's astonishment, the soul power spear was directly burned to ashes by the flame of the talisman. Bang! The body of the Divine Phoenix sect disciple flew out directly and fell to the ground. His mouth was full of blood, and his face was pale. This, everyone exclaimed. Chun Fan's talisman was too powerful, wasn't it? It could burn the soul power spear to ashes. It's too terrifying. Everyone redefined Chun Fan, and the latter's dark horse nature was fully revealed. Chun Fan won the first round. The corners of Fong Chin's mouth curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After this battle, he was more confident in himself. He turned his head and glanced at the rostrum. They did not realize that he had used a power that did not belong to him in the battle just now. It seems that it's just as he said. The people present did not notice his existence at all. Chun Fan thought to himself. Immediately, he turned his head and swept his gaze across the crowd, and his gaze fell on Dao He, who was ranked 2nd in the Divine Sword sect. I challenged Dao He of the Divine Sword sect. Since he was already standing on the martial arts stage, he had to show his absolute strength to intimidate everyone and let them know that he was not a pushover. Humph, you dare to challenge me? Your dark horse journey ends here. Dao He sneered, and with a leap, he landed on the martial arts stage. Swoosh! He waved the battle saber in his hand continuously. Streaks of extremely sharp saber light flashed in the sky. Swoosh! In the next moment, the terrifying saber light directly surrounded Chun Fan's body. Is this all you've got? Seeing that Chun Fan was trapped by a saber light, Dao He sneered and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks, wanting to defeat Chun Fan in one fell swoop. Below the martial arts stage, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and watched this scene. He vaguely felt that Chun Fan still had a trump card that he had not used yet. There seems to be a complicated aura on Chun Fan's body. Fong Chen frowned. He could not see through Chun Fan. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Chun Fan once again used a powerful talisman. A faint aura quietly spread out from Chun Fan's body. When this aura drilled into the talisman, it immediately exploded. The terrifying explosive force swept across the entire martial arts stage. Bang! A figure flew out from the smoke. When the crowd saw this, they gasped. Even Dao, he was no match for Chun Fan. Chun Fan's strength was too strong, wasn't it? He'll definitely be in the top 5. After a long while, many disciples thought to themselves. Until today, Chun Fan had shocked them too much. Some people even imagined the scene of Chun Fan going up against Fong Chun. However, such a scene did not happen. If they had thought of Chun Fan as a soft persimmon before, now that Chun Fan had defeated Dao He, there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan walked down the martial arts stage indifferently. He believed that if they knew what was good for them, they would no longer dare to challenge him. After a brief shock, the Divine Blade Sect's disciple walked up to the martial arts stage. I challenged Fong Chun. The result was obvious. Fong Chun defeated his opponent with absolute strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, the challenge had gone on for an entire morning. Noon came, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the rostrum, the three sect leaders looked at the martial arts stage with solemn expressions. Countless battles had been fought, and the rankings were more or less fixed. According to the points, the top 5 were Dao Demon, Huang Jiao, Han Yuan, Fong Chun, and Chun Fan. Dong! A deafening chime of a bell echoed across the sky. It signaled the end of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. The 5 experts did not make a move directly, which made many disciples feel regretful. In fact, the Dao Demon had wanted to challenge Fong Chun, but the latter had rejected him directly. He was already in the top 5. Why would he accept the Dao Demon's challenge? Besides, although he wanted to kill the Dao Demon, this was the Divine Blade Sect's leader. It was not appropriate for him to make a move. Let's fight again in the Demon City. The Dao Demon's eyes were cold as he stared at Fong Chun and said coldly. Fong Chun put on an indifferent expression and did not even look at the Blade Demon. Chun Fan, who was behind the 4 of them, had a trace of madness in his eyes. When we enter the Demon City, all of you will die. The Divine Phoenix Sect's leader stood up and announced the end of Dongxuan's Grand Meet. The 5 geniuses were qualified to enter the Demon City. At this moment, the Divine Blade Sect's leader took a step forward. A strong aura instantly spread out and enveloped Fong Chun. Immediately, Fong Chun felt his body tense as a terrifying force squeezed around him. Old Dao, what are you trying to do? Jian Wuji roared angrily and blocked in front of Fong Chun. This person deliberately killed my Divine Blade Sect's disciples in Dongxuan's Grand Meet. As a sect leader, can I teach him a lesson? The Divine Blade Sect's leader sneered. You are too much, Jian Wuji said darkly. Chapter 22-27. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Bullsh *T. I haven't said that the Saber Demon deliberately killed my Wuji Sword Sect's disciple. Love, go little say, Net Kujian Wuji cursed angrily. He didn't care that he was a grandmaster. He had to pay attention to his image. Fong Chun was a super genius of the limitless sword sect that appeared once in a trillion years. What if this old man, Dao, secretly killed him? I'm also very curious about the innate divine sigil of order. What's the harm in giving it a try? The sect master of the Divine Blade Sect spoke casually, as if what Fong Chun had done was a trivial matter. However, Jian Wuji insisted on protecting Fong Chun. Buzz! The sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect sneered. With a thought, a majestic illusion instantly trapped Jian Wuji. Strange old sword, play by yourself. After saying that, the sect master appeared in front of Fong Chun. Jian Wuji roared angrily in the illusion. However, he couldn't break out of the illusion in a short time. Damn it, you actually hid such a technique. Jian Wuji attacked crazily. The extremely wild sword Qi continued to wreak havoc in the illusion. Kid, you're very arrogant. The sect master used his aura to suppress Fong Chun, wanting him to kneel down. Fong Chun suppressed the anger in his heart. He activated the myriad sword body and forcibly resisted the sect master's aura. The dignified sect master, the top expert of Dongxin Heaven, is only SOSO. Fong Chun sneered. Without the protection of strange old sword, who do you think you are? The sect master said, your innate divine sigil of order originally belonged to our sect's disciple, but you snatched it away. Last time, There were experts like the Xinghe ancestor in the dark, so I didn't dare to attack you. However, who's going to save you now? You. Fang Chun was speechless. Brother Dao, why lower yourself to the level of a junior? The sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect came out to mediate. If the sect master of the Divine Blade sect really killed Fang Chun, Jian Wuji would definitely go crazy. A civil war would break out in Dongxian heaven before they could exterminate Tian Qing's clan. A mere divine inscription realm cultivator has disrespected my divine saber sect time and time again. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I make the world trust my divine saber sect in the future? With that, the sect master of the divine sword sect walked towards Fang Chun step by step. He gently raised his palm and extended his fingertips. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, the big black dog barked at the ground below, seemingly extremely displeased with the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. The old man gently stroked the big black dog's head and said, "Xiao Hei, don't worry." After saying that, a look of disdain flashed across the old man's eyes. What a shameless person. The old man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a silent ray of light quickly blended into the void and swooped down towards the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. Just as the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger was about to touch Fang Chen's body, it was suddenly obstructed by an invisible force in the void. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect frowned slightly when he heard that. Break! The sect master of the Divine Blade sect let out a low roar. The power in his body surged and gathered on his finger. He pointed it fiercely at Fang Chen's chest. If this finger landed, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect was too vicious. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. When the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger touched Fang Chen's body, an invisible force appeared in the void and directly severed the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger. Oh no! The sect master of the Divine Blade sect secretly cursed as he felt a majestic force attacking him. Although he quickly retreated, it was too late. His finger was severed and blood splattered across the sky. Love go little say W chu stare. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect steadied himself. His face was pale as he stared at the void. Isn't it too sinister for you to attack in the dark? The sect master of the Divine Blade sect suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his head to look at the void. No matter how he probed, he could not sense any aura. This made him even more shocked. Where did Fang Chen come from? Why was there a powerhouse protecting him in the dark? He could sense that the powerhouse in the dark was no weaker than him. He was puzzled as he raised his head to look at the blue sky. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. What? Someone is secretly protecting Fang Chun? Where did this person come from? Why can't the sect master of the Divine Blade sect do anything to him? The sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger was severed in the void. The person in the dark is too powerful, isn't he? Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The disciples of the three major sects had complicated looks in their eyes, especially the saber demon. He would never have dreamed that there was such a terrifying existence behind Fang Chun. How is this possible? The saber demon shook his head vigorously. He could not believe what he was seeing. Boom! At this moment, the illusion shattered and Jian Wuji, who was shrouded in terrifying sword chi, walked out of it. His face was filled with anger. Old Monster Saber, you despicable and shameless guy. I want to fight you. Jian Wuji roared in anger and was ready to attack. However, when he saw the bleeding finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, he was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Fang Chun and suddenly realized that the latter was safe and sound. What happened? Jian Wuji was shocked and asked hurriedly. Fang Chun was also very confused. Who was protecting him in the dark and even severed the finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect? Could it be Ancestor Xinghe? Soon, Jian Wuji suspected that the person in the dark was Ancestor Xinghe. He had a gloating smile on his face and looked at the sect master of the Divine Blade sect again. You went for wool and came home shorn. Now even your finger is severed, haha. Seeing the expression of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, Jian Wuji wanted to laugh. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the void. Is that all a sect master can do? After this voice finished speaking, there was no more sound. The sect master of the divine blade, Sek's expression changed. He was in a dilemma. He knew that the person in the dark was very powerful. It was very likely that he was one of the few who stood at the peak of the starry sky. After thinking for a long time, he cupped his fists and said to the void, "Sir, this matter will not end just like that. I will avenge my severed finger in the future." Phew. A disdainful voice came from the void again. "You're not qualified to be my enemy. If you want to avenge your severed finger, you'd better look for Fong Chun." Hearing this, Fong Chun had the urge to curse. Are you trying to save me, or are you trying to find me an enemy? How could he defeat the sect master of the Divine Blade sect in a short time? However, the more he listened, the more certain the sect master of the Divine Blade sect was that the person in the dark had a close relationship with Fong Chun. Thinking of this, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect snorted coldly and left the Divine Phoenix Peak with his disciples. He left behind a confused crowd. "Senior, thank you for your help." Jian Wuji cupped his fists and said. However, no matter how much he said, there was no more sound coming from the void. A farce had ended in such a way. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's severed finger. It was not easy to absorb the divine runes of order. The force behind him could easily sever the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger without anyone noticing. It was terrifying just thinking about it. In just half a day, the Divine Phoenix Peak had quieted down. Under the invitation of the Divine Phoenix sect master, the people of the Wuji Sword sect temporarily stayed. "Brother Jian, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" "Since you're here at the Divine Phoenix sect, I naturally have to be a good host," the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jian Wuji sneered in his heart. This guy had always been neutral. Today, he was shocked by the mysterious powerhouse behind Fong Chun and finally decided to stand on the side of the Wuji Sword sect. Thus, Jian Wuji did not refuse. The two sect masters discussed secret matters while Fong Chun and the others were taken by Huang Jiao to tour the Divine Phoenix sect. "Brother Fong, you're indeed the chosen one. I admire you," Huang Jiao said with a smile. "Junior Brother Fong, aren't you too domineering? That old man wanted to show you who's boss, but in the end his finger was severed and he left with his tail between his legs," Han Yuan said. "When has the sect master of the Divine Blade sect suffered such humiliation? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Who told him to be so arrogant? But then again, Brother Fong, the mysterious powerhouse behind you is really powerful. I wonder who it is?" someone asked. Fong Chun chuckled. Everyone saw that Fong Chun was unwilling to say and did not pursue the matter. "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's let Miss Huang Jiao take us to tour the beautiful scenery of the Divine Phoenix sect." Han Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. At the foot of the Divine Phoenix Peak, the people of the Dragon Demon sect were on their way back. Xin Fan walked at the back of the group. Chapter 22-28. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. The Wuji Sword sect had reaped the most benefits from this Dongxian Grand Meet. They had taken 2 of the 5 spots. The Divine Blade sect was the most dejected, as only the Blade Demon had taken 1 spot. Dowey could have won a spot as well, but the Dark Horse, Chun Fan, had snatched it away. Of course, this was not enough to make the Divine Blade sect master completely enraged. He was a top expert of Dongxian Heaven, but he could not even do anything to a junior in the Divine Pattern realm. His finger had been cut off by the expert behind him. This was a blatant humiliation. However, he had no way to take revenge and could not even find the mysterious expert. Therefore, all his hatred could only be vented on Fong Chun. He had already given the Saber Demon a death order. When they entered the Demon City, they had to kill Fong Chun at all costs. The Wuji Sword sect members hurried back to the Divine Phoenix sect after spending some time in the Divine Phoenix sect. After returning to the sect, Fong Chun went to the Xinghe Prefecture. The Xinghe Prefecture had unquestionably become one of the most powerful residences among the 73 branches of the outer sect. Star and Moon's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. With her guarding the Xinghe prefecture, almost no one dared to provoke them. Fang Chun had been staying in the Xinghe prefecture for the past few days. Bang! A few days later, a deafening sound suddenly rang throughout the Xinghe prefecture. Fang Chun, who was accompanying his wife, Star and Moon, frowned slightly. His divine sense spread out and found that the Iron Giant had punched the gates of the Xinghe prefecture. The Iron Giant? Fang Chen's tone was a little displeased. Ever since you entered the inner sect, the Iron Giant seemed to have been provoked. Every time he went into seclusion, he would come to the Xinghe prefecture to challenge me, Star and Moon said softly. His greeting is always the same. I'm used to it. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. I'll go out and send him away. Star and Moon got up and walked out of the Xinghe prefecture. The Iron Giant. Star and Moon stared at the Iron Giant and shouted, My physical strength has improved again. I'll come to spar with you. The Iron Giant's rough voice reached Star and Moon's ears. Star and Moon shook his head. The latter had an ulterior motive. The only reason he wanted to spar with him was to force Fang Chun to return from the inner sect so that he could spar with him. You'll never be able to defeat my husband. Let's stop here. Star and Moon waved her small, fair hand gently. Star and Moon's words caused the Iron Giant's expression to change drastically. No, that's impossible. Given my attainments in the path of the physical body, it's impossible for him to surpass me. Thinking of Fang Chun, the Iron Giant's heart was in chaos, and he kept shouting. Bang! The Iron Giant abruptly threw a punch at Xing Yu at lightning speed. With a thought, she activated her profound Yin Phoenix physique, and a dense, profound Yin aura instantly spread out. Crack! The Iron Giant's strength was too strong. Star and Moon's profound Yin Phoenix physique could only withstand his casual attack. Even Fang Chen's wife's physical strength had improved so quickly. The Iron Giant was greatly stimulated. He threw out another punch. The power of this punch was the strongest he could unleash at the moment. The Iron Giant roared, and his huge body approached Star and Moon. Crack! Cracks appeared on Star and Moon's rainproof shield formed by the profound Yin aura. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in the mansion, saw this scene and shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had to take action himself. Iron Giant. A voice that seemed to be filled with wisdom drilled into the Iron Giant's ears. Suddenly, the Iron Giant felt a vast force pushing his body back. The power on his fist was instantly stripped clean. Thump! Thump! The Iron Giant steadied himself and looked at Fang Chun, who was behind Star and Moon, in disbelief. You finally came out? The Iron Giant's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chun. With your physical strength, no one in the outer sect can beat you. Why did you bully my wife? Fang Chun asked indifferently. The Iron Giant said, I didn't bully her. I only sparred with her. And every time we sparred, I hoped that you would come out from the inner sect. My physical strength has been improving, and my potential has been completely stimulated. I believe that I have the strength to fight you. Star and Moon gently nodded. Although the Iron Giant was very rude every time he came, he was not a bad person. He did not have any other thoughts about Star and Moon. Hearing this, the chill in Fang Chen's heart gradually dissipated. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Iron Giant. You are no match for me, Fang Chun said indifferently. After cultivating the first level of the demonic dragon body tempering art, his physical strength was comparable to Han Yuan's. A mere Iron Giant had long been left behind by him. However, the Iron Giant seemed to be very persistent. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. I can fight you, but there must be a wager, Fang Chun said. What wager? The Iron Giant only wanted to fight with a clear conscience, and he could accept any wager. If you lose, how about you join the Star River office? Fang Chun said with a smile. The Iron Giant's expression changed. In fact, he did not belong to any mansion. After joining the Wuji Sword sect, he casually joined his current mansion. If you join the Star River office, I will teach you my understanding of the physical Tao. How about it? Fang Chen tempted the Iron Giant step by step. The latter's attainments in the physical Tao were indeed very strong. In the outer sect, his strength was top-notch. After when Kong entered the inner sect, the Iron Giant could be said to be the strongest person in the outer sect. With him presiding over the Star River Prefecture, Fong Chun had even less to worry about. In the end, the Iron Giant could not resist Fong Chen's temptation and agreed to the latter's request. Don't be happy too early. It's not certain who will win yet. The Iron Giant grinned. If you lose, you have to come to the outer sect to fight with me every month. How about that? No problem. I will stand here. If you can force me to take half a step back, it will be my loss. Fong Chen smiled. Since he wanted to subdue the Iron Giant, he had to defeat him in his strongest state. Only then could he subdue the Iron Giant. You are too arrogant. The Iron Giant's expression changed drastically. With a roar, he activated all his strength and attacked Fong Chun. The latter activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Boom! The Iron Giant's fist landed on Fong Chen's body, but the latter did not move at all. How is this possible? The Iron Giant cried out. Again, he did not believe it and continued to attack with punch after punch. In a moment, he could no longer remember how many punches he had thrown. The strength of each punch was the greatest power he could muster. Huff! An hour later, the Iron Giant sat on the ground, panting. He was as tired as a dead dog. He tried his best to lift his eyelids and look at the monster in front of him. Do you admit defeat? Fong Chen walked closer and asked. You. The Iron Giant did not know what to say. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and spat out 2 words. Pervert. The Iron Giant was a one-track mind. Once he had decided on something, he would never change his mind. Fong Chun took advantage of this and played a small trick to trick him into the Star River office. The Iron Giant's move to the Star River office caused a huge commotion in the outer sect. But since then, everyone's heart palpitated when they thought of the Star River office. Before Fong Chen's power dissipated, the Iron Giant joined in. From then on, the Star River office stood out in the outer sect. After making arrangements for the Iron Giant, Fong Chun reluctantly bid farewell to Star and Moon and returned to the inner sect. He promised Xing Yue that he would accompany her well after coming out of the Demon City. Kid, you still know to come back? As soon as he entered the inner sect, Ling Danzi came over angrily. Whoosh! Just as Ling Danzi finished speaking, Black Iron also appeared. Seeing the sorry state of the two, Fong Chun was somewhat stunned. He could not understand what was going on. Seniors, it's all because of you, Black Iron said calmly. His temper was not as fiery as Ling Danzi's, so he carefully explained the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Fong Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them actually fought because of him. Wasn't this too comical? Was this still the high and mighty heaven opening grandmaster in the eyes of the inner sect disciples? You're my apprentice. How can you let this guy yell at you? Ling Danzi glared at Black Iron. Chapter 22-29. A genius remembers love in 1 second. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Fong Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was that he had slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's banquet and successfully won the slot to enter the Demon City. When the news came back, Ling Danzi and Ebenjinren could not sit still. The Demon City was a great attraction to them. Every time the Wuji Sword sect won a slot, they would ask this disciple to help them find materials for refining weapons and pills in the Demon City. This time was no exception. Both of them thought of Fong Chun immediately. Ling Danzi was hot-tempered. He thought that Fong Chun was his apprentice and could not do anything for Ebenjinren. Otherwise, it would affect the efficiency. It would be a pity if they could not find the precious spiritual herbs. However, Ebenjinren did not relent in this aspect, so the two of them fought. In the end, there was no winner. They could only wait for Fong Chun to come back and make a decision. Seniors, is it necessary to fight over such a small matter? Fong Chun persuaded. What do you know? The spiritual herbs I asked you to find this time are extremely precious in the chaos void. It will take a long time, Ling Danzi said. Old Monster Ling, You are too unreasonable. Why can he only help you? Ebenjamin said. Fong Chen shook his head and said directly, Seniors, there is no need to be like this. Isn't it just looking for materials for refining pills and weapons? I can help too, can't it? After a long time of persuasion, the two of them stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Senior Ling Danzi, you go first, Fong Chen said. The two seniors took good care of him. If there was a chance, he would not mind finding rare materials for them. My alchemy realm has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Love, go little, say W, quit requires a fire dragon herb. This spiritual herb is very precious and rare in the chaos void. I have heard that there is such a spiritual herb in the demon city. Ling Danzi said, Of course, I will not let you work for nothing. I will personally teach you the art of alchemy during this time, so that you can reach the peak of heaven ascension level before entering the demon city. Above the sky-reaching level was the sky-opening level. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Rest assured, Senior Ling Danzi. This junior will do his best. Fong Chen cupped his fists and said. As he spoke, Ling Danzi took out 3 brown-colored pills from his bosom. Their fragrance filled the air. These 3 pills are the strongest pills I can refine so far. They've already reached the peak of the heaven-opening grade. They're called soul-returning pills. As long as there's a sliver of your soul left, no matter how heavily injured you are, you'll be able to recover rapidly after consuming it. Ling Danzi said, Of course, this kind of nourishing elixir also has certain side effects, so I only gave you 3 pills. You have 3 chances to take them. Soul-returning pill? Fong Chen was secretly delighted and very excited. Casting Soul Dao Divine Arts consumed a lot of Soul Dao energy. Just think about it. What would happen if his Soul Dao energy was completely depleted during a battle with an enemy? This soul-returning pill was simply a divine pill. Fong Chen was very eager to get his hands on it. With this soul-returning pill, it was equivalent to having more life insurance. This was a very good deal. You don't have to be too pressured. I gave you these 3 soul-returning pills not to force you to find the fire dragon grass. I also know that the fire dragon grass is very difficult to find. Everything depends on luck. Ling Danzi gently patted Fong Chen's shoulder and said, I'll go back first. Come find me when you're done. With that, Ling Danzi turned and left. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that Ling Danzi is also willing to give you these soul-returning pills this time. Immortal Hei Tai couldn't help but sigh. The refining process of the soul-returning pill is extremely difficult. Even Ling Danzi is not 100% sure that he can successfully refine it. I remember that Ling Danzi only refined a total of 10 soul-returning pills. He gave 5 to the sect and had 5 left for himself. He gave you 3 at once. Seeing Fong Chen's confusion, Immortal Hei Tai continued to explain. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He still underestimated the preciousness of the soul-returning pill. Immortal Hei Tai shook his head and immediately changed the topic. Little Fong, although we haven't spent much time together after entering the inner sect, I've treated you well, right? Immortal Hei Tai has taken good care of me, Fong Chen said. Like old Monsterling, I've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. For people at our level, it's really difficult to break through. So this time, I hope that you can help me. Immortal Hei Tai said sincerely. Immortal Hei Tai, please tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Fong Chen said. If I want to break through the bottleneck and refine a higher level weapon, I need an or called the meteoric heavenly eye. Immortal Hei Tai fell into his memories. According to legend, the founder of our sect obtained the meteoric heavenly eye and broke through the bottleneck. All these years, I've been looking for it all the time, but I couldn't find it at all. So, as he spoke, Immortal Hei Tai suddenly stopped. His dark eyes looked at Fong Chen and said, During this period of time, I'll also raise your level of refining to the peak of immortal ascension level. This way, the deeper your understanding of refining, the more you can sense the existence of the meteoric heavenly eye. As for your weapon, I'll refine it for you. Immortal Hei Tai stretched out his palm and gestured for Fong Chen to pass the weapon to him. Fong Chen passed the hidden star sword to the latter. Immortal Heitai nodded and said, "Come to me to get a weapon when you have time. You can instantly comprehend the art of refining." There was a certain amount of time before the opening of the Demon City. After Dongshuan's grand meeting ended, it was already in the process of opening. However, the opening of the Demon City took a long time. Sometimes it would be completely open in a month, sometimes it would take a year or two. Therefore, everyone was secretly preparing and paying attention to the Demon City's movements. The Demon City was very strange. There were very strong restrictions around it. Even Jian Wuji and the others couldn't get close. The opening of the Demon City was the most dangerous. If one barged in recklessly, there was no chance of survival. During this period of waiting, Fang Chun naturally wouldn't waste any time. He wanted to enrich himself. First, he came to the medicine hall and followed Ling Danzi to refine pills. Under Ling Danzi's training day and night, Fang Chen's alchemy skills improved a lot in just half a month. His alchemy talent was already very good, coupled with a master like Ling Danzi. Almost a month later, Fang Chun could already refine upper-class Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On this day, Fang Chun was concentrating on refining Supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Good control of the fire. Ling Danzi spurred him on and nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing for an alchemist was to control the fire. Fang Chun was really a freak. His control of the fire had reached the point of perfection. Soon, after the refining was completed, he began to condense the pill into a wrinkled shape. Pay attention to your gestures. Ling Danzi was constantly correcting his mistakes. An hour later, the wrinkled shape of the pill was condensed. Next was the last step, spirit cultivation. This step was much easier for Fang Chun. He used the innate soul reversal technique as a guide, and a powerful soul force wrapped around the wrinkled shape of the pill and began to cultivate the spirit. Supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills are really difficult to refine. At the end of the spirit cultivation, Fang Chun took out the soul stone and succeeded in one go. Buzz! A burst of pill fragrance rushed to his nose. Fang Chun closed his eyes in intoxication. Whoosh! The alchemy furnace opened, and a bright-colored pill appeared in front of his eyes. Ling Danzi took the pill and carefully observed it. After a long time, a smile of appreciation appeared on his dark old face. Not bad. From today onwards, you are a qualified Immortal Ascension level alchemist, Ling Danzi said. Moreover, he was a top Immortal Ascension level alchemist. He just needed to take a small step forward to become a heaven-opening level alchemist. This kind of alchemist was quite popular in Dongxian Heaven. He could already establish his own sect. Alchemy is like cultivation. I hope you can have a breakthrough in the Demon City, Ling Danzi said slowly. With a breakthrough in his state of mind, alchemy would naturally be successful. It was just a matter of time before he stepped into the heaven-opening level. It's all thanks to Senior Ling Danzi. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. In the process of alchemy, his understanding of martial arts had gradually deepened. All right. Don't talk nonsense. You have finished your apprenticeship. Go to Old Monster Hay. His refining skills are also superb. If you can learn a few parts of it, your future will be boundless. Ling Danzi said. Chapter 2230. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little will provide you with fascinating novels to read. Soon, Fang Chun could sense that the center of the energy fluctuation was getting close to Bai Qingqing. Hoo. He executed the time-space collapse technique to its limits, increasing his speed abruptly. A mountain range appeared in front of him. It was pitch black and eerie. It isn't a mountain range. Fang Chun plunged into the mountain range. He was already very close to Bai Qingqing. He was very excited. Deep in the mountain range, there was a Unity Realm expert with several Deity Imprint Realm experts beside him. They were all stunned on the ground. What is going on? The expression of a Unity Realm expert changed. He looked up at the azure sky, yet he did not discover anything. He was trapped by us and mysteriously disappeared. Who exactly saved him in the dark? The bald-headed Unity Realm expert pondered inwardly. To be able to bring someone away silently under his eyes, that person must be very strong. But why did such an expert not appear? Teacher, what exactly is going on? The few deity imprint realm experts were the disciples of this bald-headed unity realm expert. They were out training and coincidentally met by Ching. The latter was a beauty that could topple the world. The bald-headed unity realm expert was greedy for her beauty and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, the latter had escape techniques. He brought his disciples and chased her all the way to this mountain range before trapping this girl. But just as he was about to make his move, this girl suddenly disappeared. This shocked him greatly. Someone is coming. At this moment, the bald-headed unity realm expert felt the sound of tearing through the air. At the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Ching. Fang Chun, who was rushing forward, suddenly lost his connection with Bai Ching. His heart trembled. The thing he did not wish to see the most had happened. I want revenge. Fang Chun thought that Bai Ching had died in the hands of these people. He roared towards the sky and furiously roared. With a stride, he rushed to the front of the bald-headed unity realm expert. Brat, who are you? The bald-headed unity realm expert was prepared to question Fang Chun, but the latter was agitated and fell into a state of madness. All of you have to die. Fang Chun's attitude was insolent. A terrifying power surged out from his body, suppressing the baldy with his aura. You are courting death. The bald-headed unity realm expert was considered quite famous in the vicinity. How could he not be angry after being berated by a deity pattern expert? I think you're the one courting death. Bang! Just as the unity realm expert finished speaking, Fang Chun's body trembled as he suddenly punched out. The head of a divine inscription's realm disciple beside him was directly smashed into smithereens, his body and soul annihilated. Little 7. Seeing this, the baldy shouted out loudly. The divine inscription's realm disciples by the side felt their hearts trembling as they retreated one after another. You dare to kill little 7? The bald unity expert was infuriated. He launched a fierce attack at Fang Chun. I'm going to kill all of you. Fang Chun disregarded the attacks of the unity realm expert as he punched out again and again. Every single punch would explode the head of a deity inscription realm martial artist. After a few consecutive punches, all the bald unity realm disciples had fallen. Seeing their corpses falling softly, the bald-headed unity realm expert was burning with rage as he entered a state of madness. Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Fang Chun sneered. His eyes were scarlet as he took out the hidden star sword. You don't have the chance anymore. The traceless sword technique was instantly executed. The hidden star sword suddenly burst out with a sharp sword light that directly penetrated the head of the unity realm expert. Puchi. The bald-headed unity realm expert widened his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun with unwillingness. The bald-headed unity realm expert wanted to say something, but he had completely lost his life force. Even if I kill all of you, it will still be hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Holding onto the hidden star sword, Fang Chun roared towards the sky. Ching, I have let you down. Fang Chun blamed himself in his heart. He could not sense by Ching's aura at all, outside the mountain range. Young Master Gong, that brat has entered this mountain range. The plump Uncle Fu said with a smile. Uncle Fu, are you confident? Young Master Gong turned to look at Uncle Fu and asked. After the madness, there was a trace of worry in his heart. Young Master Gong, don't worry. Although this old man is exhausted, it won't be a problem to deal with this brat. Uncle Fu said, according to the information I heard, the strength that brat displayed during the Dongshin assembly is comparable to the intermediate stage of the Unity realm. Even with the enhancement of the innate divine pattern of order, he is at most comparable to the late stage of the Unity realm. Although this old man's talent is dull, I am at least at the peak stage of the Unity realm. Uncle Fu was very confident in himself. Although the outside world was spreading rumors about Fang Chun, he did not believe it. But he didn't believe it. He only believed in his fists. Uncle Fu, during the battle later, don't kill him. Capture him alive. Young Master Gong said. Let's go. Uncle Fu brought young Master Gong deep into the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, Fang Chun was madly venting his anger. The surrounding towering trees were all broken and lying on the ground. The ground was in a mess. All of this was caused by the hidden star sword. Who? After a long time, Fang Chen's expression gradually recovered. His eyes were filled with deep regret. Qing, Qing. Fang Chen called out by Qing Qing's name in a heart-wrenching manner. It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have died. Even if the Baldy and the others were all killed, it would still be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Fang Chen's heart. Amen. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that someone was coming. He frowned slightly and stared into the distance. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu were strolling over. You're Fang Chen, right? Uncle Fu glanced at the corpse on the ground. When he saw the Baldy, his pupils shrunk and he laughed. Fang Chen was silent. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Uncle Fu. As expected of the prodigy with the divine pattern of order, even Baldy Lu was killed by you. Uncle Fu said slowly. Baldy Lu was considered a famous Unity Realm practitioner in the vicinity of the border town. However, the gap between him and Uncle Fu was huge. Who are you? Fang Chen finally spoke. The one who captured you. Uncle Fu said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He asked coldly, so you're in cahoots with this Baldy? You can think of it that way. Actually, Uncle Fu misunderstood Fang Chen's meaning. In his opinion, the entire border town was under the control of the Gong clan. This Baldy Lu lived in the border town and was naturally considered a subordinate of the Gong clan. Hence, it was not a problem for them to be in cahoots. However, to Fang Chen's ears, these words were extremely piercing to his ears. His eyes were scarlet. He did not conceal his killing intent at all. Good, very good. Since you are in cahoots with this Baldy, then you should die too, Fang Chen said coldly. Young Master Gong was slightly displeased. He berated, Fang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you try to kill me and Uncle Fu? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you know where this place is? This is the territory of the Divine Sword sect. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. But don't worry, your life is very valuable. I will get Uncle Fu to capture you and personally escort you to the Divine Sword sect as a gift to young Master Dao. When the time comes, you will be rewarded handsomely. Young Master Gong could already see the rise of the Gong clan. What are you staring at? We have already investigated your strength. You are only at the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Uncle Fu can suppress you with one hand. With Uncle Fu backing him up, young Master Gong kept mocking Fang Chen. Even Uncle Fu said indifferently, Fang Chen, you have nowhere to run now. You should just give yourself up. You have no choice. Who asked you to provoke young Master Dao? He is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Young Master Dao? The Saber Demon? Fang Chen said, the Divine Sword sect leader wanted to teach me a lesson. In the end, his finger was cut off and he left with his tail between his legs. As for the Saber Demon, I will reap his life sooner or later. Uncle Fu shook his head. Even now, he was still stubborn. Do you think you can escape this calamity? Uncle Fu stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen spread his hands and laughed. The hidden star sword emitted a sword hum as if it was responding to its owner's emotions. Suddenly, Fang Chen glared at Uncle Fu and young Master Gong, saying, Escape? Why should I escape? You know you are no match for Uncle Fu, so you decided not to escape? Isn't that right? When you reach the Divine Saber sect, kowtow to young Master Saber and admit your mistake. Perhaps young Master Saber will spare your lowly life and let you be his follower, young Master Gong said playfully. Fang Chen shook his head. I'm not escaping not because I am afraid. But upon saying this, Fang Chen's murderous intent skyrocketed. I will twist your heads off and kick them like balls. Chapter 22:31. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu squinted their eyes and stared coldly at Fang Chen. The latter's words had completely infuriated them. You're still trying to talk back at this time? Do you think this is interesting? Uncle Fu said coldly, That's right. You're just a young man who hasn't seen the world. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent? Unfortunately, you don't understand the law of survival in the primal chaos void. Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. In his opinion, even a monstrous talent couldn't represent one's true strength. His aura had already locked on a Fang Chun. As long as the latter acted rashly, he would act immediately. An innate divine imprint of order. If I can capture him, who will dare to look down on me in the future? Young Master Gong's eyes were glowing as he stared at Fang Chun as though he was looking at his prey. Fang Chen's heart was extremely cold. After knowing about Bai Qingqing's death, the killing intent in his heart soared. Especially when he knew that these two were in cahoots with the Baldi, he had already made his decision. Of course, he wasn't blindly taking revenge. Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. If they fought normally, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Uncle Fu, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Young Master Gong couldn't wait to act. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Fang Chun turned his head and saw a group of cultivators walking over from afar. Most of them were divine inscriptions realm cultivators. Young Master Gong, why are you here? The leader revealed a smile when he saw young Master Gong and hurriedly greeted him. Senior Fu. Young Master Gong frowned and was slightly unhappy. Young Master Gong were just passing by and want to enter the depths of the mountain range to look for prey. Seeing that young Master Gong was unhappy, the Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivator hurriedly said. They were all cultivators from a border town and naturally didn't dare to offend the Gong clan. Hearing this, young Master Gong's brows relaxed, and he nodded. Others call you young Master Gong, but in my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Suddenly, Fang Chen's cold voice, filled with killing intent, entered everyone's ears. He was waiting for an opportunity to act. Hearing this, the eyes of these Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators lit up, as if they had found an opportunity to bootlick. They turned their heads and glared at Fang Chun, scolding, Kid, who do you think you are? Is young Master Gong someone you could talk about? I think you're courting death. He dared to offend both young masters of the Gong family. Love, go little sake, that's right. Young Master Gong is the future hope of the Gong family. In this border town, who would dare to offend young Master Gong? For a moment, everyone was criticizing Fang Chun. Young Master Gong, this kind of trash is not worth your time. Let me capture this person for you. The leader of the Divine Inscriptions Realm said in a fawning manner. Without waiting for young Master Gong to speak, he made his move. With a thought, dense divine runes of order appeared above his head. Then a vast power erupted from his body. Die! That person shouted in a low voice. His hands stretched out like claws, carrying a powerful force as they flew towards Fang Chun. Humph! Seeing this, Fang Chun snorted coldly. The anger in his heart exploded. Bang! It was a simple punch, but it had shattered the divine pattern of order. Then, it smashed the divine pattern of order into pieces. Kacha! This Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivator died instantly. He didn't even have time to escape. Seeing this, the Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators who came with him glared at Fang Chun, their hearts filled with fear. Boss! They cried out in alarm. Young Master Gong's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. A bunch of trash, young Master Gong said with a frown. Kill him and avenge boss. A group of Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators surrounded Fang Chun. They were in a frenzy, wanting to avenge their boss. However, the current Fang Chun was like a god of death, killing anyone who stood in his way. Pucci! With every punch, a Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivator would fall into a pool of blood. Almost no one could get close to him. His fists were like a god of death, constantly reaping the lives of Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fu frowned. This brat's physical strength is very strong, and his potential is also very strong. No wonder he can absorb the divine runes of order. If he continues to grow, he will surpass me. What a pity. Uncle Fu sighed. If such a genius came from the Gong clan, how good would it be? After thinking for a moment, Uncle Fu prepared to make a move. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a group of Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators died at the hands of Fang Chun. The latter's eyes were scarlet as he looked up at the sky. Ching Ching, this is only the beginning. His voice was filled with sorrow and desolation. He was blaming himself. If he had come earlier, by Qingqing might not have died. His heart was filled with remorse and regret. In an instant, he had turned into a god of slaughter who killed people like scything flax. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat Uncle Fu? Young Master Gong said coldly. Fang Chen's cold eyes fell on young Master Gong. The latter was shocked and frightened by Fang Chen's gaze. After stabilizing his body, he shouted, "Uncle Fu, quickly capture him." That gaze was too terrifying. Heaven-blessed capturing hand. Uncle Fu stomped his feet and formed different seals with his hands. A violent force poured down and directly enveloped Fang Chun. Space-time collapse technique. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the space-time collapse technique. The void around him instantly collapsed, and his figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he dodged Uncle Fu's attack. Dong! Uncle Fu's attack missed and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Crash! Fang Chen's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. He activated the myriad sword body and suddenly punched out. "You're courting death." Sensing the powerful force coming at him, Uncle Fu let out a low growl. He flipped his palm and suddenly sent out a palm strike, which collided with Fang Chen's fist. Dang, dang, dang. A terrifying force exploded. Both of them retreated a few steps. Uncle Fu, who had stabilized his body, stared at Fang Chun, and a ripple of emotion appeared in his heart. "It seems that I have underestimated your physical strength." Uncle Fu had suffered some losses in the previous exchange of blows. This was the result of his carelessness. However, such a thing would not happen again. Uncle Fu opened his palm, and an undercurrent surged in his palm. On the opposite side, Fang Chun held the middle-grade heaven-level hidden star sword in his palm, and a powerful sword chi raged. That is a middle-grade heaven-level weapon. After seeing Fang Chen's star-concealing sword, a trace of greed flashed across Uncle Fu's eyes. Although he was a peak Unity Realm warrior, he did not have a weapon of this level. "I will reserve this weapon," Uncle Fu said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he used the traceless sword technique. Swish! The traceless transparent sword light shattered the void and shot toward Uncle Fu. The latter also used the heaven-blessed grappling hand again, and the terrifying power was stronger than the previous one. Young Master Gong, who was watching the battle from the side, had already retreated far away. "Uncle Fu, quickly capture him," he urged from the side. In his opinion, Uncle Fu's strength was far beyond Fang Chen's. Suppressing this kid was a piece of cake. However, Uncle Fu did not think so. After the battle with Fang Chun, he realized that he had underestimated his strength. Dong! The transparent sword light collided with his palm. With a poochie sound, the sharp sword light cut his finger. At the same time, his other hand tore Fang Chen's clothes. What sword technique is this? Uncle Fu retreated, and his heart trembled. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun. Swish! While Uncle Fu was thinking, Fang Chun used the space-time collapse skill and rushed toward young Master Gong at the fastest speed. "You're courting death." Uncle Fu saw through Fang Chen's intention and stomped his foot to stop him. However, he still underestimated the power of the space-time collapse skill. Almost in an instant, Fang Chun appeared beside young Master Gong. When Fang Chun sensed the furious roar and horrifying power behind him, he ignored it. No, when young Master Gong saw Fang Chun, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he felt that his body was imprisoned and could not move. Die! Fang Chen's face was pale. Without hesitation, the hidden star sword pierced into young Master Gong's body. At the same time, Uncle Fu's claws viciously scratched Fang Chen's back, causing blood to flow out instantly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Chen's myriad sword body was broken by Uncle Fu's powerful attack, and his body flew out. Clang! The hidden star sword stabbed into the ground, allowing Fang Chun to stabilize his body. His body was covered with blood, and his face was pale. Uncle Fu's attack had caused him serious injuries. However, he had achieved his goal. Young Master Gong was killed by his sword. Holding young Master Gong's body, Uncle Fu roared angrily. You killed young Master Gong? The Gong family will not let you go. Before you dealt with Ching Ching, you should have been prepared to die. Fong Shan said in a hoarse voice. I'll kill you to avenge young Master Gong. Uncle Fu was furious. He was entrusted by the head of the Gong family to protect young Master Gong. Now that young Master Gong was killed under his nose, he had to take full responsibility. He couldn't explain it to the Gong family, so he vented all his anger on Fong Chun. If I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not a man. Uncle Fu's eyes were scarlet as he roared in anger. Clang! After adjusting his breath for a short while, Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and was ready for battle. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew and the sky darkened. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. One could vaguely see that behind the dark clouds, there seemed to be twinkling stars. The atmosphere in the mountain was very solemn. Uncle Fu's aura was fluctuating, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Fong Chun looked up at the sky and then looked at the hidden star sword. Even the heavens were helping him, allowing him to avenge Ching Ching. Chapter 22:32. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's aura had been raised to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the red sword blade released an incredible power. At the same time, there was a shining star in the sword blade, which was absorbing the power of the stars hidden behind the dark clouds. Buzz! Fong Chen's mind shook, and he quietly activated the second special attribute of the hidden star sword, the heavenly star. It could increase the grade of the hidden star sword by a level in a short time. The current hidden star sword was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. If it was upgraded by a level, it would be a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. With the addition of the attribute of the heavenly star, Fong Chun had full confidence in fighting Uncle Fu. Go to hell. Uncle Fu's eyes flickered, and his figure rushed into the clouds like a cannonball. In an instant, Uncle Fu's figure disappeared directly. There seemed to be a terrifying power brewing in the dark clouds in the sky. Fong Chun sneered. Playing tricks in front of a space-time martial artist? Are you sure you're not playing tricks in front of an expert? Whoosh! Fong Chun closed his eyes, and a powerful soul path aura spread out. He was carefully sensing Uncle Fu's position. At the same time, a blinding ray of light shot out from the dark clouds and dived down towards Fong Chun. It carried a terrifying power as it whizzed towards Fong Chun. Just in time, Fong Chun shook his wrist, and the aura of the hidden star sword instantly soared. With the help of the heavenly star, it directly reached the level of a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. Dong! He quickly performed the fourth move of the traceless sword art. The terrifying and transparent sword light disappeared without a trace, and Uncle Fu couldn't catch it at all. How is this possible? Seeing this, Uncle Fu's face changed dramatically, and he cried out involuntarily. He just found that Fong Chen's weapon was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. How could it become a high-grade heaven-opening weapon in such a short time? After a thought flashed through his mind, Uncle Fu's eyes were full of greed. Special attribute. That must be it. I really picked up a treasure. If I can obtain this sword, my combat power will definitely rise again. Uncle Fu's heart was burning. He couldn't care less. He suddenly punched out and hit the transparent sword light. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Uncle Fu had underestimated the power of the traceless swordsmanship and the power of the hidden star sword. Voila! When the transparent sword light carried a terrifying power and shattered Uncle Fu's fist light, Fong Chen's mind suddenly moved, and the towering tree inside the hidden star sword suddenly extended dense branches. Even Fong Chen was shocked by the toughness of these branches. The third special attribute of the hidden star sword was pestering. In a breath's time, the area within a few miles was filled with towering trees. The dense branches and leaves intertwined to form a cage, trapping Uncle Fu within. Petty tricks. Uncle Fu sneered and unleashed a powerful attack in an attempt to break the cage. However, he was shocked to discover that the toughness of these branches had exceeded his imagination. Not good. Uncle Fu had a bad premonition. He bombarded the cage with all his might, trying to break it open as quickly as possible. It's too late. Standing outside the cage, Fang Chun looked at Uncle Fu indifferently and said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying power of soul Tao instantly spread out. The second level of the innate soul reversal skill was displayed. The whistling power of soul Tao instantly condensed into a shocking long sword. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the long sword instantly drilled into the cage and stabbed at Uncle Fu. Damn it! Uncle Fu was furious. While resisting the cage, he also resisted the long sword's attack. What a powerful soul Dao attack! Uncle Fu's palm tightly grasped the long sword. He suddenly felt a vast soul Dao power drilling into his mind and attacking his primordial spirit. While Uncle Fu's primordial spirit was in turmoil, Fang Chun once again displayed the traceless swordsmanship. The transparent sword light quietly arrived. Uncle Fu couldn't escape at all. He pushed his physical defense to the extreme. Poochie. However, he couldn't resist the attack of the transparent sword light. The sword light penetrated his body and severely injured him. Ah! A miserable cry came from Uncle Fu's body. While he was in a daze, the innate soul reversal technique's attack invaded his primordial spirit and severely injured it. Dong! His primordial spirit was shaken, and his physical body was severely injured. Uncle Fu's body fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Voila! The cage rapidly shrank. In the end, all the branches and leaves wrapped tightly around Uncle Fu's body, binding him and preventing him from moving. I can't accept this. Uncle Fu roared to the sky. He couldn't accept this. He was a peak Unity Realm expert. How could he be beaten to such a state by a Divine Inscription Realm expert? Fang Chun held the hidden star sword. The sword vibrated with great strength as he walked towards Uncle Fu. His eyes were indifferent, and his body emitted a strong, killing intent. When you were dealing with Qing, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chun asked. Brat, you killed young Master Gong. The Gong clan won't let you off. Uncle Fu roared. If you let me go, I'll bring you away from the Gong clan. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the territory of the Divine Blade sect. No matter which expert it was, they would feel fear when facing death. Uncle Fu was no exception. At this moment, he was facing the threat of death. Therefore, he gave up his dignity as a peak Unity Realm expert just to seek a chance of survival. Threatening me? Fang Chun sneered. The anger in his heart hadn't dissipated yet. Uncle Fu actually dared to threaten him? Poochie. His hand rose, and the sword fell. One of Uncle Fu's arms was cut off. Blood spurted out, and miserable screams could be heard. Stop, stop! Uncle Fu roared hysterically. Fang Chun looked at Uncle Fu calmly and asked, Give me a reason not to kill you. This is all young Master Dao's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. From now on, I'm willing to be your servant and serve you without any disloyalty. Uncle Fu begged. What do I need you for? Bringing the murderer of Qing by his side every day? I don't care if you're a peak Unity Realm expert or an even stronger existence. I only want to take revenge for Qing. I don't care about anything else. After a thought flashed through his mind, Fang Chun slowly raised the hidden star sword in his hand and pierced towards Uncle Fu. You can't escape even if you kill me. The Gong clan already knows about the death of young Master Gong. They should already be on their way here. Ha! Uncle Fu knew that he couldn't survive. He laughed crazily. Poochie. After chopping off Uncle Fu's head, Fang Chun's expression remained indifferent. Qing, you won't die in vain. If that Gong clan dares to take revenge, I don't mind exterminating the entire Gong clan and letting them be buried with you. Fang Chun said indifferently. Border town, Gong clan residence. Pung. A middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He smashed a nearby wooden table with a punch. You are his dead? The middle-aged man asked in disbelief. Clan head, we have already sent people to the Lost Cold Forest to investigate this matter. The servant said while trembling. What about Uncle Fu? The Gong clan head asked. Uncle Fu, he has also fallen. Hearing this, the Gong clan head's expression turned gloomy. Gather all the Unity Realm experts in the Gong clan and rush to the Lost Cold Forest immediately. I will capture the culprit at all costs. The Gong clan head said angrily, I only have one son, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill my son, my Gong clan won't let you off. Outside the Lost Cold Forest, after young Master Gong fell, the two Unity Realm elders from the Gong clan rushed over at top speed. Let's go in and take a look. The two elders exchanged glances and then entered the mountain range. Soon, they could feel the energy ripples in the air. Look, it's over there. Coincidentally, they saw the trapped Uncle Fu and the sword-wielding Fong Chun. Let's go over. However, the two of them had only walked halfway when they stopped in their tracks. That was because Fong Chun had personally killed Uncle Fu right under their noses. The two of them felt how terrifying Fong Chun was and wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's sharp eyes looked over. The two elders laughed bitterly and turned to Fong Chun. You are from the Gong clan? Are you here to take revenge for young Master Gong? Fong Chen asked.